Chapter 727. Wu Guangyu let go of his previous worries. Thinking about it carefully, when the boy came out, Wu Guangyu could see with one glance that he was at most in the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm. How could such a weakling defeat Feng Zhilin, who was in the 8th level of the earth martial arts realm, and who also had a magic weapon like the invisible whip? Could an ant kill an elephant? Of course not. So Wu Guangyu dispelled the worries in his heart and no longer blamed Feng Zhilin. But there was one more thing. The god of wind's bloodline was the same. The stronger Feng Zhilin was, the more benefits it would bring to Wu Guangyu. Feng Zhilin originally had the perfect opportunity to become a super strong person, or even become a strong person at the same level as Wu Guangyu. Unfortunately, she missed it. Such a great opportunity, the diagram of the martial god Steel and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, was snatched away by an unknown nobody. What a pity! Although Wu Guangyu didn't say it, he laughed mockingly in his heart. Other than my mother, the other women are really useless. I originally thought highly of Feng Zhilin, but I didn't think she was also an idiot. Such a good opportunity was snatched away by a weakling in the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. At this time, Feng Zhilin was silent for a while before saying, "You know that person. You've seen him before." Yes. This time it was Wu Guangyu's turn to be dumbfounded. He said speechlessly, "When have I ever seen such a weak warrior? You must be joking with me." After saying that, he laughed. Feng Zhilin didn't laugh. Her gaze passed over Wu Guangyu and landed on Mo Xiaolang. She laughed coldly and said, "I'm not joking. You even snatched this demon wolf from his hands. Unfortunately, even you let him escape." Hearing this, Wu Guangyu realized that there was indeed such a person in his mind. He had forgotten about this person a long time ago, but when Feng Zhilin mentioned it, he finally remembered. His face immediately showed a shocked expression. Feng Zhilin's words were hard to believe. That kid is actually him. How could he have such a method? Impossible, impossible. He even said that one day he would find you for revenge. Feng Zhilin paused. She frowned and said, "He has the Xian gold soul, so he can travel under the ground of the glazed gold domain. As long as he reaches the surface, or one of the 5 domains, he won't be able to escape. The glazed gold domain is more or less the Feng clan's territory. I need to go back to the glazed gold huge city and ask my grandpa to summon the people of the Feng clan to look for Long Chen. You were here just now, and you have nothing to do. Help me take back the martial god Steel diagram and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords." At this moment, Wu Guangyu was still in shock. He thought of what Long Chen had said to him before he left. Back then, he had thought it was a joke, but it was clear now that the kid's luck and temperament were extraordinary. If he really did obtain the martial god tablet diagram and the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, it might really cause him some trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Wu Guangyu clenched his fists tightly and said with hatred, "I will definitely help you with this. After I find him, I will kill him myself. No, I will cut him into pieces myself and burn his bones to ashes." Feng Zhilin had a vicious look on her face. Behind them, Mo Xiaolang smiled faintly. 2 idiots. Using the profound golden soul, Long Chen once again went underground. Seeing Wu Guangyu and Xiaolang just now had a huge impact on Long Chen. Seeing that Xiaolang was still safe, Long Chen felt much more at ease. He could tell that Wu Guangyu had already been tricked by Mo Xiaolang and thought that Xiaolang was already loyal to him. When Long Chen returned in such a powerful manner, he knew how stupid it was to spend so much effort to train Xiaolang. But even so, Long Chen still could not relax. He knew that Mo Xiaolang definitely did not want to stay with Wu Guangyu. If it were not for the fact that Wu Guangyu was too powerful, he would have returned to Long Chen long ago. As a result, Long Chen felt a great deal of pressure. He knew that he had to become stronger so that Feng Zhilin and Wu Guangyu could see who would have the last laugh. If he wanted to become stronger, Long Chen had to find spiritual herbs that could nurture the soul and heal his injured martial soul. Only then could he advance on the path of becoming even stronger. The glazed gold domain is filled with steel and sand. It's probably very difficult for spiritual herbs to grow here, so most of the things that appear in the glazed gold domain are weapons and treasures. As for spiritual herbs, there should be quite a lot of them in the azure wood domain. Now that I have the profound golden soul, Feng Zhilin will definitely not give up on the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords and the martial god Steel so easily. She probably thinks that I will stay in the glazed gold domain with the profound golden soul. However, for the sake of spiritual herbs, I have to go to the Azure Wood domain this time. I'll let you guys take your time to find them. His destination was the Azure Wood domain. After making up his mind, Long Chen headed in the direction of the Azure Wood domain. When he discovered that the ground around him was no longer steel and sand, but fertile black soil, Long Chen knew that he had reached the Azure Wood domain. At this moment, the profound golden soul was no longer useful to him. It would not increase his speed at all. The advantage that Long Chen had in escaping from Feng Zhilin and the others no longer existed, so Long Chen returned to the surface. He was very famous in the glazed gold domain, but in the Azure Wood domain, probably not many people knew him. The territory of the Azure Wood domain was incomparably large, but there were probably only about 2,000 people. Of these 2,000 people, there were probably 300–400 people from the 9 major clans. The rest were ordinary cultivators. Long Chen was currently in the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. He was one of the weakest ordinary cultivators. After the blood sacrifice, Long Chen returned to his original state. But fortunately, with the diagram of the martial god Steel and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, Long Chen had the ability to quickly become stronger. After arriving in the verdant Azure Wood domain, Long Chen began his path of searching for spiritual medicine. In general, the glazed gold domain was originally cold steel, but the Azure Wood domain was lush with trees, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. It was a place that Long Chen liked to go. Feng Zhilin probably needs a few days for me to boldly leave the Azure Wood domain. At that time, I'll already be deep in the Azure Wood domain. There are 5 domains in the primordial cemetery. She doesn't know that my martial spirit is injured, so how would she know which domain I'll enter? In the Azure Wood domain, there's probably a gathering place similar to the Steel City. If that's the case, I'll search around and see if there's anyone who has spiritual medicine for nurturing the soul and is willing to exchange it with me. Just like that, Long Chen went deep into the Azure Wood domain. A total of over 2 months of time had already passed since they arrived at the primeval cemetery, and practically everyone had dispersed to the various corners of the primeval cemetery to start searching for treasures. Unless it was within a city of steel, otherwise, it was extremely difficult to encounter a single person. In the Azure Wood domain, demonic beasts were the most common. However, because Long Chen had the soul-devouring demonic eye, he could easily avoid them when he discovered a demonic beast from afar. There were many demonic beasts in the lush forests of the Azure Wood domain. There was no lack of demonic beasts that were at least 6th or 7th grade king level, or even 8th grade king level demonic beasts. If an ordinary cultivator didn't have the soul-devouring demonic eye, they would definitely die if they got close. Because of the soul-devouring demonic eye, Long Chen could walk safely. As long as it had a soul, nothing could escape Long Chen's eyes. At this moment, Long Chen saw a 3rd grade king-level demonic beast a mile away. This kind of demonic beast wasn't enough to pose a threat to Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen dared to approach it boldly. After he approached it, he was surprised to find that this demonic beast was actually an ancient tree standing on the ground. I didn't expect that this plant could actually transform into a demonic beast and become a member of the demonic beasts. Long Chen sighed with emotion. He curiously looked at this demonic beast. In some remote places, he found the eyes, ears, and other parts of the demonic beast. These parts were slightly different from the human race or other demonic beasts. However, in their bodies, they basically had everything that other demonic beasts had. It seems that this kind of demonic beast is purely wearing the skin of a plant. Their insides are almost the same as other demonic beasts. Demonic beasts above the king level could already transform into a human form. After Long Chen stayed here for a while, he saw this ancient tree suddenly transform into a human form. After it transformed into a human form, it looked very ugly. There were still many characteristics of a tree on its body. Even its hair was formed by many green leaves. It looked somewhat ferocious and comical. The world is boundless and full of wonders. Long Chen sighed with emotion. Kitten chuckled and said, "You really don't know much. You probably think that demonic beasts are just powerful wild beasts. But you don't know that among the 3 imperial domains, the desolate imperial domain is completely controlled by demonic beasts. However, they don't call themselves demonic beasts, they call themselves the demon race. The demon race of the desolate imperial domain is absolutely terrifying to a kid like you. There are over 10,000 of them, and each of them has their own unique talents. In theory, the desolate imperial domain is actually the strongest among the 3 imperial domains. After all, The other two imperial domains are controlled by the human race, while the desolate imperial domain only has demonic beasts. Although the other two imperial domains aren't united, the demon race is able to support the heavens and earth. Desolate imperial domain. Long Chen was slightly astounded. This was something he'd never heard of. Demonic beasts could transform into a human form at the king level. From then on, they called themselves the demon race. Practically all demonic beasts in the desolate imperial domain could transform into a human form. The stronger they were, the more similar they would look to an ordinary human. Take this ancient tree for example. In the desolate imperial domain, there's a very powerful demonic beast called the ancient tree of life clan. They possess a certain level of immortality. Even if they're chopped into pieces, they can still revive. According to legend, the ancient tree of life clan possesses the bloodline of one of the 10 great ancestral dragons, the dragon of life and creation. Kitten spoke about the 3 imperial domains one after another. Chapter 728. Greenwood Domain. Long Chen had been in the depths for a few days and had seen a lot of demonic beasts. The majority of the demonic beasts here were plant-type demonic beasts. Every one of them was very strange. King-level demonic beasts, even if they transformed into a human form, most of them still retained their original appearance. Only Xiao Lang was very pure in this aspect. Although he was also a king-level demonic beast, after transforming into a human form, he had a completely human appearance. There was no trace of a demonic beast left. In the process of going deeper, Long Chen had also seen a lot of killings. However, there were only traces of killings. The people were already dead. After 1 or 2 months, even the corpses were taken away by the demonic beasts. Only a mess was left. It could be seen how tragic the killings in the primordial cemetery were. No wonder there were tens of thousands of people coming in every time, and only a few hundred people could leave. After walking for a few days, Long Chen found a lot of elixirs. Among them, there was only one that had the effect of nourishing the soul. Unfortunately, the grade of this elixir was only at the primary king level. It was not enough for Long Chen's martial spirit to recover. In desperation, Long Chen could only continue to move forward. He reckoned that he could only find a middle king level elixir to recover his martial spirit. As he continued to move forward, Long Chen finally found a city with people. At this moment, what appeared in front of Long Chen was an abnormally tall tree. The thickness of this tree exceeded Long Chen's imagination. At least, the trunk that appeared in front of Long Chen was like an endless wall. The cities of the Greenwood Domain are actually built on top of such a huge tree? Long Chen raised his head in shock. The crown of this huge ancient tree in front of him was equivalent to Long Chen's entire sky. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen such a huge tree. Indistinctly, Long Chen could faintly see the shadow of a city on this huge tree. In the glazed gold domain, cities existed in the form of steel cities. There was steel everywhere in the city. In the Greenwood Domain, it was even more magical. The city was built on this huge tree. I wonder who lived in the primordial cemetery in the past. Whether it's the steel city or the city on the huge tree, they are all very interesting. As Long Chen thought, he flew towards the city in the sky. If there was a city, there should be people. If there were people, then the probability of the elixirs would be higher. Moreover, Long Chen still didn't know what the situation was in the Greenwood Domain. Among the 9 clans, which clan occupied the Greenwood Domain? These were all things that Long Chen needed to know. After he recovered his cultivation of the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he found a hidden place and started to comprehend the martial god tablet diagram as well as the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. Long Chen was very fast. In just a few breaths, he had already rushed up to the city on the huge tree. After passing over the city wall, Long Chen ran into the city. Looking around, everywhere he could see, there were still branches crisscrossing in the city. The city seemed to be very desolate. There were only a few houses made of stone left. Most of the houses were made of wood. From the outline, the city had been very beautiful a long time ago. However, it was now extremely dilapidated and had already become a ruin. Long Chen used his devouring eyes and looked for the shadows of people in the city. It seemed that the city on the huge tree had not been occupied by any of the 9 clans. In this way, there would be fewer ordinary warriors coming back to the city to seek protection. However, Long Chen guessed that there were still people here. Long Chen used his devouring eyes and walked in the city on the huge tree. As expected, He found a person very quickly. However, what surprised him was that the person's aura was extremely weak. Clearly, he was on the verge of death. When he first went to the planet of the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, Long Chen also met a person who was about to die. He didn't expect to meet another one here. Did he die because of fighting and killing? Long Chen was rather speechless. Truthfully speaking, the primordial cemetery was like a meat grinder. Over 10,000 people entered, but only a few hundred managed to leave. Most of them died to the attacks of the demonic beasts or in the fight for treasures. There were even some people who died because they could not turn the ancient tomb medallion golden. Without another word, Long Chen directly headed in that direction. Very soon, he approached the person that the devouring eyes saw. However, before that, Long Chen had already seen quite a few corpses on the ground. These people should have died in a fight between themselves. There were quite a few corpses on the ground. Many of the fatal wounds on their bodies were caused by each other. It seemed that an extremely tragic battle had taken place here before this. However, what made Long Chen feel strange was that he actually discovered the expressions of every one of the corpses were extremely strange. It was as if they had experienced something extremely terrifying before they died. Everyone's expression was one of terror. They died in terror. Could it be that they encountered something? Long Chen carefully examined them and discovered that they didn't seem to have died for long. Without another word, he headed towards the only person who was still alive. In a wooden house that was about to collapse, Long Chen found this person. This was a skinny middle-aged man. His body was already full of scars, and at the moment, he was on the verge of death. He didn't even open his eyes. He was probably already waiting for death. After hearing Long Chen's footsteps, he first trembled in fear, then opened his eyes. He saw Long Chen, an unfamiliar youth. Long Chen was a bit curious as to what exactly happened here. Seeing that the middle-aged man wasn't completely dead and still had a breath left in him, Long Chen stood beside him and asked, "What happened here?" The middle-aged man forced himself to look at Long Chen for quite a while, then wriggled his tongue and said to Long Chen with difficulty, "There's a cat. It's very terrifying. It can cause people to hallucinate, and then kill each other, cat." Long Chen was stunned. In his great virtual realm, when Kitten heard this, he chuckled and said, "A cat that knows illusions? It must be a little demon beast like the dream demon. I didn't expect that there would be such an interesting demon beast in this primordial cemetery. It just so happens that I can use it as my body for a period of time. Kid, hurry up and catch this dream demon for me." From what Kitten said, it seemed that the one who caused this tragic situation was actually a demon beast, a cat that knew illusions. "Little brother, you should leave first. You've fallen into that cat's illusions. You'll see some scary things that will torture you until you go crazy," the middle-aged man reminded him out of good intentions. He had already suffered serious injuries. Even Long Chen wouldn't be able to save him. After saying this, he, who was on the verge of death, already breathed his last. Long Chen pushed out from the wooden house. Without saying anything more, he used the spirit-devouring demon eye and began to track the city on the giant tree. Fat Cat seems to be saying that it can take over this dream demon's body. Up until now, Fat Cat has already helped me a lot. Since that's the case, I'll help him a bit too. Moreover, Long Chen roughly understood that if Fat Cat possessed the body of the dream demon, it would probably be of great help to Long Chen. From the tragic state of the city on top of the giant tree, the dream demon demonic beast should not be simple at all. "Fat Cat, that dream demon, what kind of demonic beast is it?" Long Chen asked as they hurried along. The kitten chuckled and said, "Its level isn't high, but it has a very magical ability. It can cast illusions and make people immersed in them. This dream demon is only at the 9th level of the heaven stage. It's not even a king-level demonic beast. If a strong person approaches it, it can be killed with a light blow. But I have to say that its illusions are really powerful. As you know, many warriors in the 4th and 5th level of the earth martial arts realm have died in its hands." Kitten was usually very arrogant, but now it was praising a heaven stage rank 9 demonic beast. It could be seen that this dream demon was very special. Although it wasn't as heaven-defying as the sun-devouring demonic wolf, at least it had its redeeming qualities. Moreover, Kitten seemed to be very excited. This fellow had always been secretive, but today it was excited. Long Chen tried his best to look for the demonic beast called Dream Demon to see if it was in the giant tree city. Because it was on the giant tree, the range of the city was also limited. As long as the dream demon didn't move too fast, Long Chen would be able to find it. Kitten, are you saying that you can take over the dream demon's body and use its abilities? Asked Long Chen during the search. Of course, with this god's power, it's not something I can't do. Not only can I occupy it, this god can also amplify its power. When you fight with others, I can sneak an attack from the side. It'll be much more useful to you than the black puppy, Fat Cat said proudly as it puffed up its belly. There are no restrictions. For example, if someone kills the dream demon, will you die? Asked Long Chen tentatively. Do you think I'm that easy to kill? Even if my body is destroyed, I can still safely return to the Great Void Realm. To be honest, my soul is sealed in the Great Void Realm, so even if I take over another body, I can't be more than 100 meters away from the Great Void Realm. Long Chen was stunned. So it was like this. No wonder. This kitten always bragged about himself, but he always stayed in the Great Void Realm. Chapter 729. Why didn't you tell me before that you have this kind of ability? Long Chen asked. In fact, this ability should be very heaven-defying. In the future, if he encountered any terrifying demon beast, he could just let Kitten directly occupy its body. It's also because this dream demon has some strange abilities and also looks like a cat like this god paid a little attention to it. If it were other demon beasts, they would be uglier than the other. This god would not be interested in occupying their bodies. Long Chen understood in his heart and said, I guess it's because this dream demon is only a 9th grade heaven-ranked demon beast. That's why you could succeed. If it were other demon beasts, you would not be able to bear the consequences of touching them. Fat Cat's thoughts were exposed by Long Chen, and immediately became embarrassed. Little brat, what do you know? Before this god was sealed, the power I had was unimaginable. For many years, I painstakingly gathered a lot of power, but it was all used to restore your White Poplar town. Now you're still making sarcastic remarks. You're really making me angry. Seeing Fat Cat's crazy appearance, Long Chen was too lazy to pay attention to it. At this moment, he was still searching in the Great Wood City. Suddenly, his devouring demon eyes found what he was looking for. The aura of this soul, it must be that dream demon. I didn't expect it to still be here. Kitten, I'll have to rely on you later. If this dream demon uses illusions on me, I won't be able to withstand it. Don't worry, quickly bring it to me, leave everything to me. Fat Cat excitedly came out of the realm of void and said anxiously. The distance of 1 li. Long Chen quickly arrived. Shuttling through the dilapidated wooden houses, Long Chen quickly arrived at his destination. He did not immediately show himself, but hid in the dark to observe for a while. The first thing he saw was an old man holding a blade. This old man's hair and beard were white, and his expression was ferocious and terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he was waving his blade, constantly chopping at the wooden houses in front of him. One by one, the wooden houses collapsed under his crazy chopping, and many thick branches were directly chopped into pieces. Hui Dao, go to hell, go to hell. How dare you kill my wife and child? Go to hell. The old man kept roaring and the saber in his hand burst out with a fierce saber light, cutting the surrounding area into a mess. Only now did Long Chen understand how those people had died. That dream demon was only at the 9th rank of the heaven stage. It didn't have the ability to kill them head-on. All it could do was disturb others' minds and make them completely lose themselves in hatred. Not only was there hatred, but there were also all kinds of desires. The old man in front of him should have been lost in hatred. Long Chen looked past the old man and into a dark corner behind him. In a wooden house, there was a wooden door that had fallen down and was leaning against the wall, leaving a lot of shadows on the ground. In the shadows, Long Chen saw a black shadow. This black shadow was only the size of a palm, so its owner was definitely not that big. My little darling is there. Kitten let out an excited cry. There was still a distance of 30 meters between them, so the dream demon didn't hear Kitten's vulgar words for a while. Long Chen just stared in that direction. After a while, seeing that the old man's quintessential essence was almost exhausted, the shadow in the dark moved and a small meatball came out. Long Chen looked carefully and realized that it was a little black cat. It was a little chubby and furry, about the size of a palm. At this moment, it was sitting on the ground. Its pair of black eyes were very big. At this moment, It was looking at the old man with a trace of curiosity in its eyes. When the old man went crazy, it shrunk its neck in fear, looking quite cute. Long Chen didn't know that this cute-looking monster was actually a murderer who didn't even blink. It looked at the old man with a curious gaze, as if it was afraid. If one didn't know the truth, they would have thought that was the case. In fact, the old man's crazy state was completely under the control of the dream demon. Since the dream demon was called a demon, it must have some perverse aspects. Seeing that the old man was about to cut his neck with a knife, Long Chen hurriedly urged Kitten, "Hurry up and do it. Don't wait for him to kill himself before you do it." Kitten laughed and said, "Trash, don't you know that heroes only appear at the last moment? I want to wait for his knife to touch his neck." "Get the hell out of here," Long Chen angrily said. Long Chen's loud shout startled the dream demon. When it heard the sound, its vigilant eyes suddenly looked at Long Chen. In a flash, Long Chen saw that the small eyes of the dream demon unexpectedly transformed into a huge black vortex. That black vortex suddenly swallowed him. "This is an illusion. This little guy is using an illusion on me." Long Chen was stunned and immediately realized. He immediately guarded his mind to prevent himself from being affected by the dream demon. After all, he had seen the power of the dream demon. Even the fifth layer of the Earth Martial Realm didn't have any resistance in front of the dream demon, not to mention Long Chen. Chen. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly heard such a voice. At first, he thought it was an illusion because that voice was undoubtedly made by Lingxi. That voice had been hidden in the depths of Long Chen's heart for a long time. At that moment, when he suddenly heard such a voice, Long Chen's longing burst out like a flash flood. Long Chen suddenly discovered that he didn't seem to be affected by the dream demon's illusion. He was still in the huge wood city and everything around him was exactly the same. The dream demon looked at Long Chen and was scared by Long Chen. It immediately ran away with its tail between its legs. Long Chen suddenly turned his head and then, as if he was struck by lightning, he saw a young girl wearing a white dress. She was standing in the middle of the dense immortal qi. At that moment, she was excitedly looking at him. Her eyes were already filled with sparkling and translucent tears. That was precisely the person Long Chen yearned for day and night. She was Long Chen's woman, Lingxi. Chen. Even that voice was so familiar. Every expression and every action of hers was exactly the same as in Long Chen's memory. Long Chen would never forget these details. He knew that even if the dream demon was more powerful, it would be impossible for it to make Lingxi appear in such a complete state. Moreover, the dream demon had already escaped. Long Chen had a real sense of touch. He could feel the temperature, feel the light, feel the toughness of the huge wood under his feet. Because of the dream demon's escape, the old man on the side had already recovered. At that moment, he was holding his weapon and blankly looking at Long Chen and Lingxi. The woman in front of him was looking at Long Chen with tears in her eyes. She was actually speechless. Long Chen wanted to call out her name, but when his voice reached his throat, he couldn't make a sound. It was as if his voice was stuck in his throat. He couldn't make a sound. It was as if his longing for her had nowhere to go. This feeling was very uncomfortable. He even wanted to stand up and hug this woman fiercely but found that he was powerless. And just as Long Chen was in pain, Lingxi slowly walked towards him. When the delicate fragrance of her body assailed his nose, Long Chen discovered that this beautiful figure was already standing in front of him. Chen. A teardrop fell from Lingxi's eyes. Long Chen looked up and saw Lingxi crying. Her tears made Long Chen's heart ache. He blankly stretched out his hand, wanting to hold Lingxi's white and slender fingers. At this moment, Lingxi wiped away her tears and took out the Lingxi sword from somewhere. At this moment, her expression underwent a 360-degree change. Her originally crying face was now completely malevolent and raised. She looked at Long Chen with ridicule and a cold voice echoed in Long Chen's ears. "Long Chen, aren't you being too whimsical? You're just a piece of trash from a small place while I'm from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace of the 3 Imperial Regions. What qualifications do you have to be with me? To be honest, I've never loved you. Everything that happened in the Myriad Kingdom territory was just to coax you to find the 9 Heavens Immortal Spirit Fruit for me. I didn't expect that you would really believe me. Now you can go and die. My only purpose in coming to this ancient graveyard is to kill you so that you won't go to the Imperial regions and disturb my life." Her voice was like a sharp knife that pierced Long Chen's body and heart time and time again, causing Long Chen to be covered in wounds. Long Chen suddenly felt weak all over his body. He even found it difficult to breathe. This feeling of suffocation surrounded him. Long Chen had never seen Ling Xi's ferocious face and her mocking tone before. He had never even thought of such a thing before. "You can go to hell." Ling Xi laughed sinisterly. The Ling Xi sword in her hand rapidly pierced towards Long Chen's throat. Her sword was very sharp and had no intention of stopping. If Long Chen didn't resist, he would die under her sword. "Xueqi, she wants to kill me. She said that I'm going to the imperial regions to disturb her life. She looks down on me. Looks down on me." Long Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was too different from what he imagined. He thought that Ling Xi would be in the imperial regions crying and missing him every day. How could it be like this? Long Chen's heart ached. He panted violently but couldn't make a sound. He could only stare blankly as Ling Xi's sword pierced towards him without hesitation. Looking at her disdainful expression, such a Ling Xi was completely unfamiliar. Long Chen was at a loss. He didn't know if he should dodge or not. However, his life's pursuit seemed to be for this woman. Now that this woman no longer needed him, what was the point of living? Chapter 730. Long Chen thought mournfully. He bit his lips so hard that blood came out. Ling Xi's sword stabbed towards him, but he didn't dodge. Long Chen was very familiar with this Ling Xi sword. Back then, Ling Xi hid in this Ling Xi sword. It was Long Chen who rescued her from the Ling Xi sword and gave her a physical body with the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Because of this, Long Chen instantly recalled every detail of his time with Ling Xi. From the time they first met, to the time when they were chased by the Songyang Kingdom's royal family, to the final separation, every detail was firmly engraved in Long Chen's mind. The Ling Xi in his heart was kind, lovely, pure, and affectionate. For Long Chen, she was willing to give up everything. All of this made Long Chen understand that Ling Xi was definitely not like this. "No, you are not, little Xi." When Ling Xi's sword was about to pierce Long Chen's neck, Long Chen suddenly let out an angry roar. His expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly punched Ling Xi's body. Boom! When Long Chen punched Ling Xi's lower abdomen, he saw Ling Xi's painful expression. Whether it was the touch of his fist or Ling Xi's painful expression, everything was so real. Long Chen even felt a little regret. He was a man, no matter what, he couldn't hit his own woman. However, when he punched Ling Xi, he suddenly discovered that the whole world around him was shattered. Ling Xi very quickly turned into white light, gradually disappearing in front of his eyes. And Long Chen was shocked to find that at this moment, Long Chen's fingers were tightly gripping his neck. He was so strong that he was almost suffocating. How could this be? Long Chen felt the strength returning to his body. He stood up and looked around blankly. Ling Xi was nowhere to be found. The only thing beside him was Kitten's fat shadow. At this time, Kitten was looking at him mockingly and scolding. "What a waste. For a woman, you actually wanted to strangle yourself to death. Fortunately, you woke up in the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved a waste like you." "What's going on?" Long Chen still hadn't reacted. "This god is too lazy to tell you. This god is going to retrieve my little dream demon," Kitten said, and the illusory body suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen looked in the direction where it disappeared and saw a black furry kitten hiding in the shadows in front of him. Dream demon. Long Chen remembered. Didn't the dream demon escape long ago? Why was it still here? After thinking about everything, he was scared into a cold sweat. At this time, he already knew that he had fallen into the dream demon's illusion. There's actually such a terrifying illusion at this time. It's really powerful. Everything just now was so real. Even little Xi's appearance was exactly the same as the real one. If this went on, if I didn't wake up at the end and didn't have Kitten by my side, maybe I really would have been killed by this guy. Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a burst of fear and trepidation. But he was also grateful to the dream demon, because it gave Long Chen a chance to relive Ling Xi's appearance. Everything was so real that Long Chen couldn't wait to immerse himself in that world. After a long time, Long Chen sighed. He helplessly thought, "My mind is still not firm enough. This dream demon, it must have used other people's memories to create this kind of dream. It knows that the weakest part of my heart is Ling Xi, so it tricked me and even strangled me to death in the end." In the end, he still managed to escape. Long Chen was deeply aware of the terror of this dream demon. No wonder Kitten valued this little monster so much. It turned out that although this dream demon's level was low, it was still so mysterious. Only now did Long Chen understand why so many people died under the dream demon's illusions. Long Chen's soul-devouring demon pupil soul control technique had many more restrictions than the dream demon's illusions. Long Chen's gaze followed the direction of the dream demon. Once this mysterious guy, Kitten, made a move, that dream demon would be defeated no matter how powerful it was. At this time, in that shadowy corner, the little dream demon had already fallen to the ground. A white mist surrounded it. It could be seen that this little thing had already fainted. When it woke up, it was estimated that Kitten had already taken control of its body. Speaking of which, Kitten was indeed very terrifying. At this time, after the dream demon was restrained by the kitten, the old man who was lost had also recovered. There were many wounds on his body. Fortunately, these wounds were not fatal. When he came to his senses, he looked around in a daze and murmured, "Where's Hui Dao? Where's Hui Dao? I almost killed him. Where did he run off to?" Suddenly, he saw Long Chen. At first, he frowned, but when he discovered that Long Chen's appearance was not his enemy, the murderous look on his face slightly lessened. He asked Long Chen, "Little friend, do you see a tall man, bald, one-eyed?" The dream demon's illusion technique was really powerful. After the old man woke up, he was still immersed in it. Long Chen speechlessly shook his head and said, "Do you know that there is a terrifying demon beast here that can use illusion techniques to create an environment where people, in their desire and hatred, kill others, commit suicide, or be killed by others?" Long Chen's words caused the old man's entire body to tremble. Then, he carefully looked around. At this time, he seemed to have remembered a lot. It seems like he already knew about the dream demon and had seen the previous tragedy. At this time, he already understood most of it. However, the previous environment really made people miss it, so he couldn't wake up for a while. Killing an enemy. This was the greatest pleasure. It was also this old man's lifelong dream. It was more than 20 years ago. Hui Dao has already been dead for more than 20 years. I'm also old, but I'm still confused by this kind of thing. I really am old. Young man, was it you who drove away that terrifying demon beast? The old man helplessly shook his head and sighed. Then, he looked at Long Chen again. Long Chen said, "I also don't know. In any case, after I came here, that black kitten demon beast ran away. No matter what, I still have to thank you. Everyone here has probably died. I didn't think that this old man's luck would be good and I actually survived. I'm used to being alone. Before, when I saw so many people dying here, I wanted to fuse the ancient tomb medallion into a golden color. In the end, the ancient tomb medallion turned golden, but I almost died." Only then did Long Chen remember that his own ancient tomb medallion still hadn't turned golden. The old man took out a few cosmos sacks from his chest, walked towards Long Chen, and said, "Young man, although it's said that there is only killing in the archaic cemetery and no affection, you saved me today. I got these from other people's corpses. I haven't had time to look at the things inside. I reckon there are quite a few good things, so I'll give them all to you." Long Chen hurriedly refused, and said, "These things were obtained by you, I can't take them. Besides, I didn't help much. That demon beast ran away by itself. It's not my fault." To be honest, these people's cosmos sacks probably wouldn't have anything that Long Chen needed. This old man was a loner, so the chances of him dying here were very high. His strength was only in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, so it was more suitable to leave them for him. "Young man, don't be courteous with me. Your strength is only around the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, right? Without a bit of resources, you'll never be able to improve. Also, you're only one person. In this archaic cemetery, it's already a miracle that an inexperienced young man like you could survive until now." Long Chen suddenly thought of something, and said, "How about this? I don't want anything else, but I need a medium king level or above spiritual medicine that can nurture the soul. Can I find it in these cosmos sacks?" "Is that so? All right." Seeing that Long Chen declined, the old man didn't insist anymore. However, he was very generous and placed all the cosmos sacks in front of Long Chen. Long Chen counted, and there were a total of 12 cosmos sacks. He didn't be courteous with the old man and started checking them one by one. There were a total of 12 cosmos sacks. After a while, a satisfied smile appeared on Long Chen's face, because he already found a medium king-level spiritual medicine. This spiritual medicine was called Colorful Ganoderma. At this moment, what appeared in Long Chen's hand was a Ganoderma that emitted a colorful radiance. This colorful Ganoderma emitted a strong medicinal fragrance, and when Long Chen smelled it, he felt refreshed. This colorful Ganoderma should be able to help my martial soul recover quite a bit, but I'm not sure how much it can recover. Long Chen was already very satisfied with this result. After putting the colorful Ganoderma in the great virtual realm, Long Chen stood up. Young man, you only took one colorful Ganoderma? You don't need these king crystals, spiritual medicine, magic weapons, and secret manuals. The old man emphasized with some astonishment. There were many good things in these cosmos sacks, and the old man was quite tempted by some of them, but Long Chen didn't have any expression when he saw them. Was this young man's determination so strong? I don't need them. This colorful Ganoderma is enough for me. I'll return the other things to you. Long Chen nodded and said. His eyes were filled with determination and determination. All right then. The old man kept everything helplessly. He realized that Long Chen was being mysterious, and it was really strange. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and quickly took out about 7 ancient tomb tokens, and handed them to Long Chen. These are 7 ancient tomb tokens. I guess your ancient tomb token hasn't been fused to gold yet. These should be enough for you. In this primordial cemetery, the most difficult step is to fuse the ancient tomb token into gold. I was lucky this time. Not only did I fuse the ancient tomb token into gold, but I also obtained so many things. How many people in the primordial cemetery have such luck? The old man sighed with emotion. Chapter 731. Seeing that Long Chen actually turned a blind eye to the ancient tomb medallion in his hand, and instead cared about the matters of the Greenwood region, the old man was a bit speechless. He reminded Long Chen, young man, this ancient tomb medallion. Only now did Long Chen remember about the ancient tomb medallion. Seeing that the old man insisted, he hurriedly put away the ancient tomb medallion and took out his own ancient tomb medallion. Half of his ancient tomb medallion had already turned gold. So half of your ancient tomb medallion has already turned gold. With your strength to have this level is already very good. How did you get those ancient tomb medallions? Are you like me, picked them up by luck? The old man asked in surprise. Long Chen didn't bother to explain too much and directly said, I did indeed pick them up. Otherwise, with my own strength, how could I get so many ancient tomb medallions? I have to thank you for these ancient tomb medallions. With them, my ancient tomb medallion should be able to turn gold. In the process of speaking, Long Chen fused the ancient tomb medallions with his own ancient tomb medallion. The gray ancient tomb medallion was very quickly swallowed by Long Chen's gold ancient tomb medallion and then fused. With every ancient tomb medallion that was fused, the gold of Long Chen's ancient tomb medallion would become a bit denser. After Long Chen finished speaking, his ancient tomb medallion had already turned gold. The old man revealed a gratified smile, then turned solemn and said, Do not let others see your ancient tomb medallion. For someone like you who has already turned gold, as long as they fuse with one of your ancient tomb medallions, they will be able to directly turn gold. So, this is a great temptation to others. Your own strength is not strong. If you are targeted by others, there will not be any good results. Towards the old man's advice, Long Chen pretended to nod his head, but in reality, he dismissed it with a smile. Coming to the primordial cemetery, many people fought for the ancient tomb medallion to turn gold, but Long Chen did not. To him, this was a very simple matter. After all, when he first came to the primordial cemetery, his strength was only at the 3rd level of the earth martial realm. If he casually killed a few warriors stronger than him, he would probably be able to fuse the ancient tomb medallion into gold. Senior, I would like to ask where the largest city in the Greenwood region is. Which clan among the 9 great clans occupies the largest city? The old man thought for a moment and said, I do know about that. The largest city in the Greenwood region is the Greenwood Heavenly City. It is located in the center of the entire Greenwood region. Right now, the entire Greenwood region is under the complete control of the Lightning Demon lineage and the Lightning Demon lineage. Therefore, the Greenwood Heavenly City is naturally the headquarters of the Lightning Demon lineage. So the Demonic Lightning Clan and the Demonic Lightning Clan only occupy the Greenwood domain? Long Chen was a little puzzled. There were a total of 3 factions in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. the Five Elements Alliance, the Thunder Demon Tribe, and the Wind God Tribe. Among the Wind God Tribe, the Wind Clan was fighting with the Metal Clan for the Glazed Gold Domain, while the Celestial Clan had completely taken over the abstruse Fire Domain. From this, one could see how strong their desire for war was. As for the Thunder Demon Tribe, they kept a very low profile, directly holing up in the Greenwood Domain. Who is occupying the 5 domains? Long Chen continued asking. The 5 domains. Let me think. I know that the Thunder Demon Tribe is completely in the Greenwood region. The Wind Clan seems to have gone to the Glazed Gold Domain, the Celestial Clan has occupied the Abstruse Fire Domain, and the Five Elements Alliance has directly occupied 2 domains, the Skywater region and the Deep Soil region. As for the Glazed Gold Domain, the Wind Clan and the Metal Clan are fighting over it. After hearing the old man's explanation, the general situation of the factions in the 5 domains was already very clear in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen had learned enough from the old man. Following that, he chatted with the old man for a while before the old man said, "Young man, I wonder what you plan to do next? Are you going to advance and retreat with me, or?" Long Chen hurriedly smiled and said, "I'm used to being alone. Life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are determined by the heavens. Ever since I came to the primordial cemetery, I've never been afraid of death. If Senior has other matters to attend to, feel free to leave first. I won't send you off." The two of them had just gotten to know each other. Although they had a good chat, the old man didn't wish to be on the same path as Long Chen. So he nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll leave first. However, young man, this city of Giant Wood is very dangerous. Not to mention the terrifying demonic beasts. Even if others come here, they'll probably guess that you've taken away their belongings. I think it's best if you leave quickly." "I'll leave right away." The old man was really too long-winded. However, seeing that the old man was thinking for him, Long Chen paid him more attention. Thus, the old man didn't say anything else and directly left. After he left, Long Chen arrived at Kitten's side. At this moment, the Dream Demon was lying on the ground facing the sky. Its black, furry, round belly was slightly bulging. It could be seen that it was still breathing. At this moment, the little thing's eyes were tightly shut, and the corners of its eyes would occasionally twitch a few times. It could be seen that a desperate struggle was still going on in its body. It was naturally impossible for Kitten to lose. After Long Chen waited for a while, the furry little thing crawled up from the ground with a whoosh. Its big eyes opened, and its black crystal-like eyes stared foolishly at Long Chen. After a while, its eyes had the word spirit in them. At this moment, only then did Kitten completely control the Dream Demon's body. Motherfucker. This little thing really knows how to toss things around. The strength that this god has gathered for so long has all been tossed around by it. After a pause, it looked at its own body with satisfaction. It even raised its furry and tender paws and looked at it a few times before saying, "Although this appearance is a bit ugly, and not even 1/10,000th of this god's, it can still be used. Moreover, I don't have to go back to that shitty place like the Taishu realm so often in the future." After saying that, it scurried up to Long Chen's shoulder and stared at Long Chen with its big black eyes, saying, "Kid, what are you looking at? Don't get any ideas. My body is male. Don't waste your chance. You're my mount now. Hurry up and leave." Noisy. Long Chen extended his finger and flicked Kitten's forehead. Kitten felt pain and immediately looked at Long Chen angrily. It looked very cute. All in all, seeing that Kitten could also have its own body, Long Chen was quite happy in his heart. You control the Dream Demon's body and can use that amazing illusion technique of the Dream Demon? On the way, Long Chen jumped down from the giant wooden city and said to the black kitten on his shoulder, "Of course, this god has great magical powers. For this god, this is a small matter. In the future, if you have an enemy that you can't deal with, this god will make a move. Once I use my illusion technique, I can easily help you deal with it." Kitten said confidently with its chest straight. There are no limits to the use of illusion technique? Long Chen didn't believe that there would be such a good thing. He had seen the illusion technique of the Dream Demon before. Even for the current him, it could pose a huge threat. That. My strength is limited, similar to the previous Dream Demon. For an opponent like you, I can make countless illusions in one day. However, the higher the level, the lower the number of illusions I can make. For now, I can face the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm and make it. Long Chen knew that it was like this. If Kitten could even deal with the sky martial arts realm, then he didn't need to cultivate anymore. Even the dream demon couldn't be that strong. But you don't have to worry. I estimate that I can use this little dream demon's body for a long time. As my strength recovers, the illusion technique I can use will be more powerful. After a while, I will be able to completely surpass you. Kitten said proudly. From Kitten's words, Long Chen had a rough estimate of its fighting strength. In general, it was not bad. For a battle, it had a strong auxiliary effect. If it was used well, the cooperation of a man and a cat might create a very heaven-defying battle effect. The fact that Kitten could cast aside his identity as a reincarnated divine beast and fight side by side with Long Chen was a huge acknowledgement of Long Chen's identity as a brother. When Xiao Lang comes back, we three brothers will fight side by side. Let's see who in the primordial cemetery and the 3 imperial domains can be a match for us 3 brothers. Huh. Thinking of that, a cold light flashed through Long Chen's eyes. He already had the rainbow Ganoderma. When his strength completely recovered, he could use the martial god tablet diagram to reach a higher realm and even inherit the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance. That would be the day of the god clan's young master's death. There were some people that Long Chen only needed to defeat. However, there were some people that Long Chen had to kill in order to vent his hatred. For example, the god clan's young master. If Long Chen didn't kill him, it would definitely be difficult to vent his hatred. Long Chen first found a relatively secluded place. He made a cave in the forest that was relatively hidden. In the cave, Long Chen immediately took out the rainbow Ganoderma. The rainbow Ganoderma was a king-tier spiritual herb. The Ganoderma in his hand emitted a gentle glow, filling the cave with a beautiful rainbow light. It looks pretty good. Long Chen smiled gently. He was about to refine the spiritual herb. However, at that moment, he thought of Lingxi because of the spiritual herb. Back then, Lingxi had refined spiritual herbs that nurtured the soul in order to survive. Afterwards, she became a part of Long Chen's support. In the city of Giant Wood, Long Chen had fallen for an illusion. He seemed to have seen the real Lingxi in the illusion. Now that she had calmed down, the feeling still lingered in his mind. Lingxi would never do that. She would only wait for me in the imperial domain obediently. Long Chen was certain of this. He clenched his fists when he thought of how such a good girl was waiting for him. He knew that he had to fight on and advance bravely. He had to make those who looked down on him look at him in a different light. Not only would they look at him in a different light, but they would also be shocked. Chapter 732. As time passed, Long Chen's martial soul gradually recovered. When the power of the colorful Ganoderma was completely consumed, Long Chen realized that his martial soul had completely recovered. His martial soul had recovered to the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. In terms of genuine essence, it's still at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm. However, my martial soul has recovered. Genuine essence is easy to recover. I just need to kill a few demonic beasts and I'll be able to recover. Now, as long as Long Chen recovered his genuine essence of the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm, an ordinary cultivator at the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm would not be a match for him. Even now, he could fight against an ordinary cultivator at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Thus, Long Chen left the cave and went out to hunt for demonic beasts. In the Greenwood domain, there was no lack of demonic beasts, especially demonic beasts below the 6th level of the King level. They were practically everywhere. Casually, Long Chen found 2 divine Gale Scion demonic leopards of the 6th level of the King level. He used the Gold Emperor covering Sky Seal to kill them and then used the blood-refining Qi to devour their blood. These 2 divine Gale Scion demonic leopards could completely transform into human forms. Their bodies were covered with green demonic tattoos and their speed was quite fast. They saw Long Chen, who was only at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm, as prey. However, they did not expect to become Long Chen's prey in the end. After devouring their blood, Long Chen successfully reached the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. His previous strength could be considered to have completely recovered. This also meant that Long Chen could use the Martial God Tablet map to advance to a higher level. After recovering to the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm, Long Chen began to think about where he should go next. Kitten, I should find a place to concentrate on studying the Martial God Tablet map. Although this guy liked to brag, he could still give Long Chen a lot of advice at crucial times. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Black Kitten, who was on Long Chen's shoulder, rolled his eyes and said, "What is it?" Long Chen asked. "You've obtained the legacy of the 7 glorious Star Lords, and one of them is the 7 glorious Star Body. That body tempering battle skill is a mid-royal tier body tempering battle skill, so it's no small matter. At the very least, in the archaic cemetery, there's probably no one who possesses a body tempering battle skill of such a level. It's not a simple matter to successfully cultivate this body tempering battle skill either. To cultivate the 7 glorious star body, you need to draw in the astral energy in the sky and fuse it into your body. If you don't believe me, you can take out the blue stone and carefully sense it." When Long Chen heard this, he hurriedly took out the blue stone. Previously, he had been focused on recovering his soul, so Long Chen had even neglected the 7 glorious star body's legacy. He completely immersed his mind into the blue heart stone. He could vaguely see an illusory figure standing on the highest mountain peak, drawing in a violent portion of the astral energy in the sky and pouring it into his body. The astral energy was even more terrifying than the gold-devouring chi, but that person still managed to endure it. The terrifying astral energy was completely absorbed into his body. It was just a scene, but it brought great shock to Long Chen. He was stunned for a moment before asking, "You can't be saying that if I want to successfully cultivate the 7 glorious star body, I need to go to a high place, where I can draw in the astral energy?" "That's right." Kitten nodded his head, then said, "In this Greenwood region, from the layout of this place, the highest place must be the largest city controlled by the Lightning Demon lineage. You have quite a bit of enmity with the Wind God lineage and the 5-Element Alliance, but you have no relationship with the Lightning Demon lineage. If you can befriend them, they will support you when you get rid of the God race's young master. So, you must go to the Greenwood Heaven City." Long Chen thought about it and felt that what Little Cat said made sense. Since he needed to find a place to properly improve himself, he might as well go to the Cyanwood Heaven City. In any case, if he were to stay in a secluded place all day and study the martial god monument diagram, he would not be able to increase his strength very quickly if he did not have a strong opponent to fight against. Sometimes, it was better to comprehend things in battle than to constantly ponder over them. Since he had already made his decision, Long Chen began to cultivate as he headed in the direction of the Cyanwood Heaven City. Before the old man left, he had already informed Long Chen of the direction of the Cyanwood Heaven City. According to the legends, the Greenwood Heaven City was also built on a tall ancient tree. The height and thickness of the ancient tree was more than 100 times that of the ancient tree beneath the giant tree city that Long Chen had been to before. So, the size of the Greenwood Heaven City was also more than 100 times that of the giant tree city from before. For such a large city to be completely occupied by the Lightning Demon lineage, it was likely that all the cultivators in the Greenwood region would choose the Greenwood Heaven City as their base of operations. So, it would definitely be very lively there. Furthermore, killing was forbidden there. As long as Long Chen didn't let others know about his inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, there shouldn't be any problems. The only people who knew that he had obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords were the upper echelons of the Wind Clan and the God Clan. They wanted to snatch Long Chen's inheritance, so they naturally wouldn't spread the news. Otherwise, wouldn't the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords be obtained by others? Long Chen believed that they would definitely not be that stupid. So, he wasn't worried that he would encounter any danger in the Greenwood Heaven City. Of course, he would have to be careful if he were to truly temper his body with the astral energy. Long Chen didn't have any ideas at the moment. He would only be able to make a decision after he reached the place and saw the situation. If he couldn't temper his body with the astral energy, Long Chen could just stay in his Greenwood Heaven City. Compared to the other 4 regions, the Greenwood Heaven City was the most suitable for him. Furthermore, he would be able to obtain a lot of information if he stayed there. The reason why Long Chen came to the primordial cemetery was to pass through it. He didn't want to miss out on some useful information because of cultivation. So, he rushed towards the direction of the Greenwood Heaven City. The Greenwood Heaven City was at the center of the entire Greenwood region. The Greenwood region was much bigger than the God Wushu Sage dynasty. Previously, Long Chen would need to spend roughly 20 days to pass through the God Wushu Sage dynasty. But now that his strength had increased by quite a bit, he would be able to cover the same distance in 5 days. When he was still very far away, Long Chen stood on the highest branch and saw the huge ancient tree in the distant horizon. The height of the ancient tree had already passed through the sea of clouds. Long Chen flew above the sea of clouds and looked over. The crown of the ancient tree was like a continent floating in the sea of clouds. It was incomparably huge. Long Chen roughly estimated that the area of the crown was probably equivalent to half of the Songyang kingdom. The Greenwood Heaven City was built on such a Songyang kingdom. Long Chen didn't dare to stay high up in the sky because he was shocked to discover that there were many bird-type monstrous beasts in the sky. These bird-type monstrous beasts were even more powerful than the sky phoenix divine bird, Thunderlwan, nine-winged wind vulture. These monstrous beasts were all rank 6 king rank and above. Long Chen didn't want to fight them head-on. After all, these monstrous beasts lived in groups. If they were to swarm him, then it would be a tragedy for Long Chen. There's actually such a huge tree in this world. It's really rare. Long Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. He landed on the ground. It must be said that the Greenwood ancient tree was really too big. Long Chen had never imagined that there would be such a huge tree in this world. Long Chen suspected that if he stood in front of the ancient tree, he would think that it was a huge wall that stretched between the heaven and the earth. What a good-for-nothing. You're stunned by the sight of such an ancient tree. In the 3 great emperor domains, such a huge thing can be seen everywhere, especially in the desolate emperor domain. Although the demon clan usually take human form, if they return to their original form, their size will be so huge that you'll be scared to death. The size of this ancient tree can only be considered ordinary. Kitten's chubby face looked at Long Chen. It was originally very cute, but it spoke with a disdainful tone. It was really a bit funny. Desolate imperial domain. Demon race. Every time the current Long Chen heard Kitten talk about the imperial domain, he would be left speechless. He was still a very long distance away from the realm of an imperial domain expert. Long Chen knew that although his strength was becoming stronger and stronger, and his speed of cultivation was still very shocking, it was definitely not a reason for him to be lazy. That was because he was still too far away from his goal. After landing on the ground, he saw that it was a rugged mountainous region. Many trees grew here in uneven shapes. Other than the ancient tree in the Greenwood Sky City, the closer he got to the Greenwood Sky City, the larger and more vigorous the other trees were. There were even quite a few trees that had reached the standard of building a city on them. This place has such dense wood, heaven and earth spiritual energy. I really wonder if there will be a treasure here that will allow me to cultivate one of the 5 Emperor seals, the Azure Emperor Heaven-Raising Seal. Long Chen thought. This primordial cemetery was simply a treasure land for Long Chen. After coming here, Long Chen had already obtained quite a few good things. Now was the time for him to digest those good things. Although the Greenwood Sky City appeared to be very close, it was actually a very long distance away. As Long Chen walked through the rugged mountainous region, there would often be huge mountain peaks lying in front of him. After walking to a dark place, Long Chen suddenly felt that his surroundings were a bit cold. The trees in this place were all very tall, so there was basically no light that could reach this place. The surrounding light was also a bit dark. The only movement was the distant roars of beasts coming from the distance. Long Chen did not think too much about it and continued on his way. The sound of rushing water came from up ahead. The closer he got to the water source, the colder Long Chen felt his surroundings become. Chapter 733. Behind the cold pond. There was a mountain wall. After passing through the cold pond, Long Chen would be able to continue towards the direction of Cyanwood Sky City. Because there were many monstrous beasts in the sky, they were unable to conceal their bodies. So, Long Chen did not choose to travel through the sky. Just as Long Chen was preparing to leave, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be some movement in the cold pond. Just as he sensed it, he saw a snow-white spring light emerging from the bottom of the cold pond. Long Chen only took a glance before quickly averting his gaze. The other party was not Feng Jilin. So, Long Chen still understood the principle of not looking at indecent things. And from his short observation, it should be a little girl and there was nothing to see. She was probably bathing in the cold pond. Long Chen was a little curious as to why this little girl would come here when the temperature of the cold pond was so low. The little girl was around 14 years old and her body was basically fully grown. Although it was just a quick glance, Long Chen was still able to see her full appearance. This little girl looked very charming. Although she was still young, she was already like a lotus flower that just came out of the water. Her skin was like suet jade, white and smooth. Dark green water droplets flowed down from her skin and into the water. It was a very beautiful sight. The little girl's slightly developed small twin peaks did not escape Long Chen's eyes. So, when she saw Long Chen's figure, the little girl was first stunned for a moment before suddenly letting out a trembling scream. Long Chen knew that he was probably in trouble. He had seen the little girl's pure body. If she refused to let Long Chen go, then Long Chen really did not know how to deal with her. Long Chen turned his head away. Very soon, the little girl rushed up to the shore. In this process, she had already put on her clothes. Long Chen did not have any reservations and directly looked at her. At this moment, the little girl whose height reached Long Chen's chin was looking at him with righteous indignation. Her face was filled with grief and indignation. Her little hand was trembling as she pointed at Long Chen. Her eyes were already filled with tears of anxiety. You. Long Chen was lucky that the girl didn't attack him immediately. It could be seen that although the girl was young, she had already reached the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If Long Chen didn't fight desperately, it would be difficult to defeat her. The girl didn't make the first move, but looked at Long Chen anxiously. Long Chen roughly knew that the girl was also a good girl. So he hurriedly said, "I just passed by here. I didn't mean to peep at you. After I saw you, I immediately turned around. I didn't see anything. If I offended you, please forgive me." Long Chen's words were very appropriate and polite. The girl saw in his eyes that there was no sense of deception at all. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She patted her slightly bulging chest and said to Long Chen in a voice as sweet as silver bells, "It's good that you didn't see anything. You don't look like a bad person. But you'd better go first. I have something to do." Seeing that the girl didn't blame him, Long Chen also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Seeing his disappointing look, Kitten next to him curled his lips and looked contemptuous. "In that case I'll leave." Long Chen nodded. In fact, Long Chen had already seen the girl's body. He lied and was about to find an excuse to escape. The girl mysteriously said that she had something to do, so Long Chen took the opportunity to leave. Seeing Long Chen leave so quickly, the girl was startled and thought, "What a strange guy. I hope he really didn't see me. Daddy said that if anyone bullies me, he will tear them into pieces." After that, the girl's face flashed a trace of bitterness. Maybe it was because she remembered something. Her tears had already flowed out. "Daddy Yen can't see you anymore. Hurry up and find Yen woo-woo." Saying that, she actually cried. Beside the cold pond, the girl's low sobbing came. Although Long Chen had left, the sobbing didn't escape his perception. He stopped and looked back in doubt. He thought, "It's just a look, there's no need to cry like this." For this little girl who hasn't developed yet, Long Chen naturally didn't have the slightest interest in that aspect. However, she was crying alone here, which made Long Chen feel quite strange. "This little girl is injured, hee. Kitten laughed. "What injury?" Long Chen was stunned. He felt that the girl seemed to be very healthy. How could she be injured? "I'm not very clear. You will know when you go over and see," Kitten said directly. Long Chen originally had the intention to go back, so after Kitten finished speaking, he didn't say anything and ran in the original direction. Soon, he saw the girl standing on the edge of the cold pond. Long Chen stood in front of her. Just as he was about to speak, Long Chen saw a scene that shocked him. He saw that the girl's originally white and ruddy arms had become rough and shrunk at this time, just like the arms of an old man. Her whole body also became extremely thin, as if she had reached the end of her life in an instant. At this time, the girl raised her head, and Long Chen was shocked to see that the girl who was originally like a lotus flower in his eyes now had muscles atrophied. Her face was dry and full of wrinkles, almost like an old man in his twilight years. Long Chen saw it with his own eyes, so he didn't think that it was his own illusion. "What's wrong with you?" As soon as Long Chen said this sentence, the girl had already seen him. She screamed and jumped directly into the cold pond. With a splash, she dived deep into the ground. "Kitten, what's going on?" The situation with this girl was really too strange. Long Chen had never seen such a thing happen. How could a girl suddenly become so old? The kitten tilted its head and thought for a moment, then said, "I don't understand. She must have been hit by some kind of secret technique. This secret technique can speed up her body's aging process. This little girl is quite smart. She knows that in this cold pond, the temperature is extremely low, so her body's aging process will be slowed down. But you scared her out just now. She only came out for a short while, but she has already become so old." Kitten looked like a rascal who didn't care about it. "In that case, it was me who made her condition worse." Long Chen didn't want to owe others anything, and this girl was indeed a little pitiful, so he was moved by compassion and asked, "Tell me, is there any way to save her?" "Are you sure you want to save her? She's just someone you met by chance. Why do you want to save her? It can't be that you saw her beauty and got lustful, right?" Kitten turned into a dream demon. Her original appearance was very cute, but she put on this evil expression. At this time, Kitten was as funny as it could be. It completely ruined the cute appearance of the dream demon. "If you have a way, don't talk nonsense with me," Long Chen said softly. All right. This secret technique is a sinister move. It is most afraid of things that are masculine and righteous. Your dragon blood is a good thing. Let this little girl drink it all. Who knows, it might be able to help her recover." The little cat said lazily. "Oh, then wouldn't I be dead?" Long Chen's eyes widened. "What do you think? Get lost. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me the truth." Long Chen said angrily. Okay. You're really a classic case of valuing a lover over a friend. You don't need to drink all of it. Your dragon blood has the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon. The medicinal power is great. If she drinks all of it, her little body will explode long ago. Just give her a small sip and she'll be fine. As for how long it will take, I don't know. Long Chen thought about it and felt that this method was feasible. Although they met by chance, Long Chen had always been cruel and merciless to his enemies. However, this little girl wasn't an enemy. Moreover, she had aged so much. Long Chen also had a lot of responsibility, so he wanted to save her. At this time, the little girl had already sunk to the bottom of the cold pond. She didn't dare to look at anyone. Long Chen didn't say anything and directly rushed into the cold pond. His strength had now recovered. Although the water of the cold pond was quite cold, Long Chen still appeared in front of the girl in an instant. As soon as she saw Long Chen, the girl was like a frightened deer. She hurriedly retreated. "Don't move. I can save you," Long Chen said solemnly. The girl was stunned, but she still retreated a little. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. After becoming like this, the girl basically didn't have any ability to attack. Long Chen moved slightly and directly arrived at her side. Without saying anything, Long Chen tightly held her thin shoulders. He cut a wound on his wrist and suddenly put it into the girl's mouth. He coldly said, "Drink it." Woo-woo. The girl was so scared that she cried. She kept her mouth tightly shut. She was unwilling to drink Long Chen's blood. At this time, she was already frightened by Long Chen. Seeing that she didn't agree, Long Chen directly pressed her down, opened her mouth, and poured a small mouthful of dragon blood into her throat. When she was completely forced to swallow, Long Chen released her. The girl had already shed a lot of tears at this time. She hurriedly pushed him away in panic. A pair of big eyes looked at Long Chen in fear. At the same time, she covered her throat, wanting to spit out the burning thing that she had just swallowed. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. Long Chen stood in front of her and looked at her. He was looking at the effect of the dragon blood to see if it was really as feasible as Kitten said. One was calm, the other was flustered. Time passed like this. In this deep cold pond, neither of them spoke. After a while, Long Chen saw the effect. Sure enough, the girl's skin had begun to show signs of recovery. So he hurriedly said, "I'm not a bad person. I just want to save you. Now look at your own skin." Chapter 734. Under the nourishment of Long Chen's dragon blood, the girl's body was returning to its original appearance at a speed visible to the naked eye. This magical scene was like Long Chen reversing the flow of time. Although the flow of time was not fast, about a quarter of an hour later, the girl finally returned to her original appearance. Her attitude towards Long Chen changed from fear and resistance to gratitude and worship. When she completely recovered, she looked at Long Chen gratefully with her watery eyes. Her pink lips slightly opened, as if there were a lot of words of gratitude in her heart, but she did not know how to say them to Long Chen. "Let's go up and talk," Long Chen said. "But, after going up, I will return to my previous appearance. I don't want." The girl was a little timid and whispered. Regarding this point, Long Chen had already asked Kitten clearly. "Don't worry, at least for 10 days, you can still maintain this appearance." "You don't believe me?" Long Chen pretended to be serious and said. "I believe," the girl said timidly. Long Chen smiled and then returned to the shore first. The girl followed him and looked at Long Chen curiously. She also followed Long Chen back to the shore. Under a green rock, Long Chen turned around and looked at the beautiful but somewhat shy girl. To be honest, this girl did have a kind of ethereal and elegant temperament. Although she was a little young, it could be seen that when she grew up, she would indeed be a rare great beauty. After waiting for her to stand properly, Long Chen asked, "What's your name?" Soyan. The girl pursed her lips and nervously pulled the corner of her clothes. Just now, Long Chen overbearingly gave her his blood to drink and then healed her injuries that could not be healed, so it left a deep impression on her. At first, Long Chen seemed to have seen her body, so she was a little angry at Long Chen. Now, there was only gratitude and curiosity left. Soyan. Long Chen remembered this name and then asked, "How did you get this injury? Who made you like this?" There was actually such a magical move, so Long Chen was a little curious. "I don't know who." Long Chen's question made Xueqi a little panic. She probably remembered something that scared him. "Tell me the specific situation," Long Chen said. There was a kind of majesty on Long Chen that made Xueqi not dare to resist his words, so she nodded and said, "Before, I was nearby, but a few strange people appeared. I couldn't see their faces clearly. Then someone said that I was very beautiful, and then suddenly, a woman got angry. She touched me gently said. What did she say?" Long Chen frowned. Listening to Soyan's description, it seemed that those people's strength was not low. Long Chen thought for a while. Even Feng Jilin and the others probably did not have such means. Could it be that they were experts in the sky martial arts realm? But in the primordial cemetery, how could there be so many experts in the sky martial arts realm? She said that I would completely age within a day and become bones. Let's see if I can still be beautiful. As Soyan spoke, tears were about to fall out. "Kitten, what do you think?" Long Chen was silent for a while, then asked. "How would I know?" Kitten rolled his eyes and said. Long Chen really could not figure out how such a thing could happen, so he continued to ask, "Did you see clearly how many people there were?" "About 6 people. Soyan said in a low voice. "You are a warrior in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Can you estimate their strength?" "I don't know, but I feel that even if they are in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, it is impossible for me to have no power to resist at all. I can't even see clearly what they look like. Every single one of them seems to be as unfathomable as my father." Soyan tilted her head and thought. With Long Chen by her side, the fear in her heart had dissipated quite a bit. Moreover, she had indeed verified that after she took the blood that Long Chen fed her before, she really did not age anymore. There was finally hope, so the fear in her heart lessened a bit. Actually, Long Chen had already roughly determined who it would be. Before he came to the primordial cemetery, he had always felt that there would be some masters behind the scenes in the primordial cemetery. These people were very likely to be from the 3 imperial domains, and they would definitely have a way to go to the imperial domain. However, why did the people from the 3 imperial domains set up the game of the primordial cemetery here? This was something that Long Chen could not understand no matter how much he thought about it. Of course, this was not the thing that he was most concerned about. What he was most concerned about was how to find out the way to the 3 imperial domains from these people who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The 3 imperial domains was the main reason why Long Chen came to the primordial cemetery. At that time, he swore that he must find Lingxi within 10 years. Now, only a little more than a year had passed, and Long Chen had already discovered that he might almost be able to go to the imperial domain. Thinking of this, he was slightly excited in his heart. From the young girl's experience, Long Chen knew that there were indeed some masters behind the scenes in the primordial cemetery. It wasn't the 9 clans that completely dominated the primordial cemetery. At the same time, he also knew that those people were probably in the vicinity, but Long Chen did not dare to look for them openly. After all, from Soyan's experience, he could see that these people's characters should be rather brutal. "Boy, I advise you not to be too excited and impulsive. If you want to have the qualifications to talk to those people, you'd better quickly increase your strength. I'll be honest with you. Without the heaven martial arts realm, you don't even have the qualifications to talk to them." Kitten's words alerted Long Chen. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen gradually sorted out his thoughts. However, he was still very curious about what these people were doing in the primordial cemetery. If they coveted the treasures in the primordial cemetery, they could just directly take them. Why did they bring in the cultivators of the myriad kingdoms domain every 10 years or so? What was their goal? Long Chen could not understand all of this no matter how much he thought about it. Now, Long Chen could roughly guess that after a year, those people who hadn't fused with the ancient tomb medallions and still hadn't left the primordial cemetery would probably be killed by the masterminds behind the scenes of the primordial cemetery. Big brother, what are you thinking about? Seeing that Long Chen was silent, Xueqi asked curiously after a while. Right now, she was no longer afraid of Long Chen. So, she quietly walked up and stood in front of Long Chen, curiously looking at Long Chen. Long Chen came back to his senses and looked at the young girl. He suddenly remembered what she said before, so he asked, Xueqi, you said before that their strength is as unfathomable as your father. Who is your father? From Long Chen's point of view, a father who could raise a daughter like that was absolutely not a simple character. He was probably a very famous expert in the primordial cemetery. Xueqi thought for a while, but chose to believe in Long Chen. So she directly said, my father is the patriarch of the demon race. Bai Lan, you should know him, right? He's in the Cyanwood Sky City not far away. I originally thought that I would never be able to return. The patriarch of the demon race. What a coincidence. Long Chen was slightly astonished, but thinking about it again, it was reasonable. To be able to raise this young girl to such a level, they should be in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. When they reach Feng Jilin's age, they would definitely be above the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Only the patriarchs and the like could have such a person. Bai Lan. Only now did Long Chen know the name of one of the Sky Martial Realm, the patriarch of the demon race. If that was the case, the girl's full name should be Bai Xueqi. Hearing her father's identity, Long Chen thought about many things in the blink of an eye. He had to go to the Cyanwood Sky City. Also, Kitten had already said that among the 3 great powers, Long Chen and the Wind God lineage were mortal enemies. With the 5-element alliance and Long Chen taking away the profound golden soul, the Gold Clan would probably find trouble with him as well. The only power he didn't offend was the Thunder Demon lineage. So, if Long Chen wanted to have the ability to kill the young master of the God race in the future, it was not enough to defeat the young master of the God race. He needed the power to fight against the entire Wind God lineage. So, he had to have a good relationship with the Thunder Demon lineage. At the very least, both sides needed to get to know each other. And now, wasn't this little girl, Xueqi, the bridge between Long Chen and the Lightning Demon lineage? Long Chen didn't expect that he would actually meet the little princess of the demon race in a place like this. Furthermore, he had successfully saved her. Furthermore, he still had to continue saving her. At the beginning, Long Chen felt that if he saved Xueqi, it would be rather troublesome in the future. But from the looks of it now, if she were to return to the Cyanwood Sky City, the troubles would disappear without a trace. Big brother, how should I address you? Asked Xueqi. My name is Long Chen, said Long Chen. Oh. Then I'll call you Chen. Xueqi revealed a very charming smile to Long Chen. You can just call me Big Brother, said Long Chen with a smile. The name Chen was something that Lingxi had called him. If someone else called him that, Long Chen would feel a bit uncomfortable. This little girl, Xueqi, reminded Long Chen of the dignified Huang Fuqi. He had treated Huang Fuqi as his younger sister. As for this Xueqi, it was more or less the same. Huang Fuqi called Long Chen Big Brother, and this Xueqi had gotten along with it. At this moment, a trace of nervousness flashed through Xueqi's eyes. She gathered her courage and asked Long Chen, Big Brother, I want to ask you something. You said that I can only maintain this state for 10 days. After 10 days, I will still die, right? Thinking of death, Xueqi's tears welled up in her eyes. Chapter 735. Really? Xueqi revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Her sparkling eyes stared at Long Chen with pleasant surprise. You don't need to know why my blood was able to help you recover. You should be staying in the Cyanwood Heaven City, right? I will be staying in the Cyanwood Heaven City for a period of time so that I can treat your injuries. Come and see me once every 10 days and I will be able to fully recover after 100 days. However, you have to promise me a condition. What condition is it? I will definitely agree to it, Xueqi said excitedly. Not only did Long Chen save her, he was even willing to agree to stay in the Cyanwood Heaven City. She had escaped from death, so she was naturally very excited. Furthermore, No matter how she looked at it, Long Chen was a very good person. Although he was a bit fierce at times, he was also very charming at other times. Seeing the excited girl, Long Chen smiled helplessly. This little girl had probably never experienced any hardship since she was young. The matter this time must have truly frightened her. And now that Long Chen had appeared here, it was as if he was her last life-saving straw. At this moment, she would naturally develop a very strong feeling of dependence towards Long Chen. If she had encountered someone with bad intentions, she would probably be finished by now. Long Chen said, "You have to promise me that you will not tell anyone about what method I used to save you. If anyone asks, you have to say that you don't know anything. You must not tell anyone that I used my blood to help you recover." Long Chen said that to prevent the strange matter of his blood from spreading out. If some experts were to know about it, they might become curious. If they were to dissect Long Chen out of curiosity, then Long Chen would suffer a great loss. To Xueqi, this condition was simply something that could be easily done. She quickly nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains and said, I understand. If anyone asks me, I will say that you are a mysterious alchemist." "Alchemist? What's that?" Long Chen asked in astonishment. Big brother doesn't even know that? Xueqi looked strangely at Long Chen. She was now completely familiar with Long Chen, so her personality had become a lot more lively. Before, she was very timid, but now that she had opened up, she became very lively. It seemed that this was her true personality. The so-called alchemists are a group of people who use alchemy fire to refine elixirs, materials from demonic beasts, and even some magical things into elixirs. The elixirs they refine can often be several times or even 10 times more effective than the original materials. Every alchemist is a very precious asset of the 9 clans. For example, Brother Situ Yu of our Devil clan is a very famous alchemist. I heard that powerful alchemists can even use some simple elixirs to refine elixirs that can bring the dead back to life. Long Chen was silent as he digested what Xueqi said. Long Chen had never heard of alchemists before. However, from what Xueqi had said, it seemed to be very mystical. Alchemists are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the myriad kingdoms domain. However, they can be found everywhere in the 3 great emperor domains. In the 3 great emperor domains, alchemists have developed into a very special system. It's a very popular profession for warriors. There are even many warriors who also cultivate some alchemy techniques. There are also many alchemists who have formed many powerful forces. Among them, the true martial emperor domain has the highest number of such alchemists, Kitten said lazily. Alchemists are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the myriad kingdoms domain. If he went to the 3 great emperor domains, he would definitely meet alchemists. In this period of time, Long Chen had heard from Kitten many things about the emperor domains. First, it was about the military and martial artists in the sword spirit emperor domain. It was completely different from the system in the myriad kingdoms domain. Next, it was about the 100,000 demon race in the Desolation Emperor domain. And now it was about alchemists. Long Chen finally understood what the 3 great emperor domains were. They were the true martial emperor domain, the sword spirit emperor domain, and the Desolation Emperor domain. The size of each emperor domain was more than the sum of the tens of thousands of countries in the myriad kingdoms domain. Moreover, within the 3 emperor domains, there were many lesser cosmos worlds. In fact, the size of some lesser cosmos worlds could even be compared to an emperor domain. If all the territories of the 3 emperor domains were added up, it would be far more than what Long Chen had imagined. Just the population of the true martial emperor domain alone would be dozens of times more than the population of the myriad kingdoms domain. After all, there were lesser cosmos worlds everywhere in the emperor domain. Big brother, you haven't told me whether I can say that you are an alchemist. Only an alchemist can be so powerful and have such a magical method to help me recover from this strange injury. Soyan widened her eyes and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen thought for a moment and nodded, of course. That's great. Soyan smiled happily. She had escaped from death this time, but she had met such a kind person like Long Chen. Long Chen's position in her heart quickly rose and became incomparably lofty. My father and the others must be worried sick about me sneaking out this time. Big brother, can we hurry back? Soyan asked nervously. It was about time. They were going to Cyanwood Heavenly City anyway. To be able to befriend Soyan and establish a connection with the demon race's patriarch, Bai Lan, was a great thing for Long Chen. Of course, That was on the premise that the news of him obtaining the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance wasn't leaked. If it was, Long Chen wasn't sure if Bai Lan wouldn't do anything to him on account of Xueqi. After all, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord was very important to each of the 9 great clans. However, Long Chen was confident that he would be safe for at least 100 days. 100 days was enough for Long Chen. In these 100 days, Xueqi needed Long Chen to feed her dragon blood at regular intervals. Otherwise, Xueqi would still lose her life. With this backing, Long Chen wasn't worried that the demon race's patriarch Bai Lan would do anything to him. Furthermore, from Soyan's words, Bai Lan should be quite fond of her. Presumably, he would be a pretty good father. Based on a series of speculations, Long Chen boldly embarked on the journey to Cyanwood Heavenly City. Xueqi came out from Cyanwood Heavenly City. Following her, Long Chen quickly approached the huge ancient tree. The closer he got to the ancient tree, the more stunned Long Chen became. He realized that he had underestimated the ancient tree. Its size far surpassed Long Chen's imagination. Seeing Long Chen's stunned expression, Xueqi smiled craftily and said, "Big brother, you're shocked too. Looks like it's your first time coming to Cyanwood Heavenly City." When I saw this Cyanwood Heavenly City for the first time, I was also terrified. How could there be such a huge tree in this world? Even though Daddy told me about this tree a long time ago, when I saw it with my own eyes, I was still terrified. Hee. The boundless wall in front of him was the trunk of the ancient tree. When Long Chen raised his head, he discovered that he was in a world of trees. On top of the ancient tree, there were countless small trees. They were densely packed. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Of the 5 great domains, the glazed gold domain was almost completely composed of steel. As for the Cyanwood domain, it was filled with ancient trees. Furthermore, there was such a terrifying ancient tree appearing in this place. "We'll be there soon." Soyan turned her head around and revealed a smile. Long Chen nodded. Suddenly, his spirit-devouring demon eyes saw many people rushing over from the Cyanwood Heavenly City. It couldn't be said that they were rushing over. Those people were scattered in all directions, searching and shouting. They should be searching for something. Very quickly, Long Chen understood that they were all searching for Xueqi outside of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Faintly, Xueqi heard the shouts. She revealed an excited expression and said to Long Chen, "Big brother, they've come to find me." Just as she said those words, there were already quite a few people who discovered the commotion. At this moment, amidst a burst of cheers, a group of people flocked towards Long Chen. With a single glance, Long Chen saw that these people were either wearing black or purple clothes. They were people from the Demon Clan and Thunder Clan. The main forces of the Demon Clan and Thunder Clan resided in the Cyanwood Heavenly City. With a light shout, Long Chen looked towards the person in the lead. That voice came from a young girl. At this moment, the person rushing at the very front of the group of people was a girl. Her age was estimated to be slightly older than Long Chen. However, her strength made Long Chen slightly fearful. From that girl's body, Long Chen actually felt that her aura was not any weaker than Wu Guangyu's. If she wasn't in the 8th level of the Earth Realm, then she was in the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Furthermore, it was very likely that she was in the 9th level of the Earth Realm. "This is my elder sister, Xueqi. She's very powerful. She's a warrior in the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Within the younger generation of our Thunder Clan and Demon Clan, my elder sister is the strongest." Seeing that girl running over, Xueqi revealed a smile and said. It was as Long Chen had expected. He looked carefully. This girl named Xueqi was very similar to Su Yan. The two of them were simply carved from the same mold. However, compared to Su Yan, her sister Xueqi had completely grown up. She was incomparably charming with a graceful figure. Her elegant face revealed a trace of charm. Although their appearances were similar, compared to Su Yan, she was much more charming. This pair of sisters, if he could marry both of them, how wonderful would that be? Of course, Long Chen was just casually thinking about it. At that moment, Xueqi very quickly arrived in front of Xueqi. She nervously hugged her sister, pressed her shoulder, and examined her for a good while. After confirming that the girl was fine, she scratched her nose and said angrily, "Naughty girl, where did you run off to this time? You made us worry for so long. Didn't I tell you that you can't run around in the primordial cemetery? Otherwise, your life will be in danger. See if I don't give you a good spanking this time." It could be seen that this girl named Xueqi cared a lot for her sister. Chapter 736. Sister, something bad happened this time. I'll tell you when we get back. Soyeon stuck out her tongue and held Xueqi's slender waist. Something bad happened. Xueqi frowned. She looked past Xueqi and at Long Chen. Thinking of what Soyeon said, Xueqi's expression changed 180 degrees. The love she had for Soyeon turned into the coldness she had for strangers. She coldly looked at Long Chen, her oppressive eyes piercing through Long Chen's eyes. Her cold voice swept towards Long Chen. Who are you? Why are you approaching my sister? From Xueqi, Long Chen felt an obvious hostility. Long Chen understood. His sister was a bit stupid. She was the type that was easily fooled. That was why Xueqi thought Long Chen was that kind of person. Sister, you misunderstood. Big brother is not a bad person. This time, I was in a bit of trouble and he saved me. Soyeon quickly hugged her sister and explained. Are you kidding me? He's only in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How can he save you? Yen, tell me what happened. Did he trick you? Xueqi still looked at Long Chen with vigilance. There was a vague disgust in her eyes. Long Chen didn't know what Xueqi hated about him. Seeing that she was still aggressive, his eyes turned cold and he said, What do you mean? You're a princess of the demon clan. How can you treat a guest like this? The 9 clans were actually the 9 holy dynasties. In the 9 holy dynasties, the patriarchs of each clan were the kings of the holy dynasties. People like Feng Jilin and Xueqi were usually called princesses in the holy dynasties. Xueqi didn't expect that Long Chen would dare to be rude to her and even use her identity to mock her. She immediately became angry. Long Chen, who was only in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, dared to talk to her like that. To be honest, she had never seen anyone like that in her life. To be honest, Xueqi was very beautiful. She was even more enchanting than the cold and arrogant Feng Jilin. She was irresistible. However, Long Chen had seen many beautiful women. No matter how beautiful Xueqi was, if she had a bad attitude towards him, Long Chen didn't want to bother with her. Just like Feng Jilin, no matter how beautiful she was, Long Chen still carved his name on her white butt. Are you courting death? Xueqi's body emitted a strong murderous intent as she pounced towards Long Chen. Sister. Soyeon was a little angry. Her face was a little ugly. She stood in front of Long Chen and said, I've said it before. Big brother is my benefactor. He saved me and that's why I survived. Seeing her sister being so unyielding, Xueqi was stunned. She had never seen her sister speak to her like that. Although her sister was a little mischievous, she was always very obedient in front of others. Even she, Xueqi, doted on her sister. Only then did Xueqi let go of her previous thoughts. She looked strangely at Long Chen and said to Soyeon, what happened? Seeing that her sister was no longer targeting Long Chen, Soyeon heaved a sigh of relief and said, Sister, I'll tell you on the way back. Xueqi nodded and looked at Long Chen. He's also going to Cyanwood Sky City? Soyeon nodded and said, Of course. Big brother wants to give me treatment. Treatment. Xueqi had too many things that she wanted to know. So, she led everyone and flew towards the Cyanwood Sky City on the ancient tree. Big brother, I'm sorry. My sister has always had a bad temper towards outsiders. But if you spend some time with her, you'll find that she's a very good person. Soyeon said to Long Chen nervously as they traveled. She was really afraid that Long Chen would be angry. Long Chen smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't bother with her. A great person does not hold a grudge against a lowly person. Xueqi turned around and looked angrily at Long Chen. Just when she was about to flip out, she saw her sister's pitiful appearance. Only then did she suppress her anger. Then she said to Soyeon, come to my side. Tell me what happened. Okay. Soyeon nodded obediently and came to Xueqi's side. The people from the Demon and Thunder clan followed behind the 3 of them. They looked at the 3 of them strangely. Because Xueqi and Soyeon were talking in low voices, the others did not know what they were talking about. What? After Soyeon spoke for a while, Xueqi's expression changed. She tightly grabbed Soyeon's arm and her expression changed greatly. She was about to cry out, but she remembered that she could not say anything. So she suppressed her shock and asked nervously, is what you said true? You were touched by one of those people and then you became like this. You'll die of old age within a day. Seeing Su Xue's nervousness, Xueqi also panicked a bit. She quickly said yes. I hid in the cold pond and only then did I realize that my body would not age anymore. But when I got up, my body immediately aged. If it wasn't for Big Brother passing by and using a miraculous medicinal pellet to save me, I'd probably be dead by now. Saying that, Xueqi cried out of grievance. Soyan's face became deathly pale and there was a lot of panic in her eyes. She hurriedly carefully examined her sister, but she could not find anything strange. Sister, don't worry. Big Brother gave me a medicinal pellet and said that I won't age for 10 days. Then he said that as long as I take his medicinal pellet every 10 days for 100 days, I can completely recover. I just said that Big Brother is my benefactor. Do you believe me now? Seeing that tears had already appeared in her sister's eyes, Soyan quickly said it to reassure her. Is that so? Su Xue was stunned. To be honest, if Soyan was really hit by such a terrifying secret method, she really did not believe that Long Chen, a young man in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm, could have a way to save Soyan. You're an alchemist. Su Xue indifferently looked at Long Chen and asked. Long Chen thought of the promise he made with Soyan, so he nodded and did not say anything. Su Xue examined him for a while and did not see anything. So she did not look at Long Chen and said to Soyan, the matter you said is very important. Quickly follow me to see father. And you, follow me as well. As she spoke, she pointed her finger at Long Chen. Big Brother, let's go to my father's, okay? Soyan knew how terrifying her father was, so she asked for Long Chen's opinion. Long Chen knew that as he came to the Cyanwood Heavenly City with his identity, he would have to see the Demon Clan's chief, Bai Lan, sooner or later. Since he was going to see him, he might as well do it earlier. So he did not have any objections. So he nodded and said to Soyan it's fine. His attitude towards the two sisters was completely different. He treated Su Xue coldly, but he treated Soyan kindly. That made Su Xue a bit angry. She knew that Long Chen was doing it on purpose. You deceiver. When you see my father, you'll know what misery means. If you're a swindler, you won't be able to escape from my father's eyes. Su Xue secretly slandered in her heart. Following her, Long Chen walked up the trunk of the huge ancient tree. Then he passed through the branches and leaves. The Cyanwood Heavenly City was like a bird's nest built on the huge tree. It was incomparably huge. Long Chen raised his head and could faintly see the outline of the city. Although the city was built on the ancient tree, it was actually a lot bigger than Black Gold City. It was probably about the same size as the Glazed Gold City in the Glazed Gold region. Soon, Long Chen followed Su Xue and passed through the city walls of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. They arrived at the beautiful Cyanwood Heavenly City. When he saw the huge city built on the huge tree, Long Chen was slightly shocked. It was the first time he saw a city built on a huge tree. The city was rather dilapidated and there were collapsed wooden houses everywhere. However, the Cyanwood Heavenly City looked like a paradise. It was no wonder the Thunder Demon Clan and Thunder Demon Clan would treat this place as their base of operations. Long Chen stood on the top of the city walls. With a glance, the Cyanwood Heavenly City was completely enveloped in a layer of white mist. It was like a legendary immortal palace. The only difference was that the Cyanwood Heavenly City was simply filled with beautiful wooden houses. The Cyanwood Heavenly City had already developed the art of building wooden houses to the pinnacle. Long Chen discovered that these wooden houses could no longer be considered as wooden houses. They were art. There were all sorts of lifelike wooden carvings that appeared in the mist. With a gentle breeze, many magnificent and exquisite wooden products would appear. The degree of their beauty made Long Chen widen his horizons. Big Brother, isn't this place beautiful? I really want to stay here forever. If it wasn't for the fact that the primordial cemetery can only be used for a year, I would have long gotten my father to let me stay here forever. I have never thought that there would be such a beautiful and elegant city on a tree. After seeing the beautiful Cyanwood Heavenly City, Soyan said excitedly in front of Long Chen, "You're going to lose your life, so why bother about the Cyanwood Heavenly City?" Su Xue scolded from the side, then urged, "Don't waste time. Quickly come with me to see father." All right. Soyan stuck her tongue out. Then, she followed Su Xue and Long Chen. They flew directly above the Cyanwood Heavenly City towards Bai Lan's residence. Long Chen knew that it wouldn't be long before he would be standing in front of a living heaven realm expert. On the astrolabe, Long Chen had seen Bai Lan once. At that time, Long Chen didn't know his name. However, this man who had obtained the inheritance of the demon god Imperial Lord was probably the strongest expert in the 9 great clans. He was also the strongest expert in the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain. Chapter 737. Long Chen had already seen the appearances of the demon race's patriarch Bai Lan and the thunder race's patriarch Lei Ji on the giant astrolabe. However, he wasn't this close last time, and the gazes of these two patriarchs didn't fall on him like today. Long Chen followed Su Shui and Su Yan into the elegant hall and followed them to the demon race's patriarch Bai Lan. At this time, Bai Lan probably didn't know that Su Yan had gone missing. After all, she had only been gone for a day. Only Su Shui and a few others were looking for Su Yan. At this time, Bai Lan and Lei Ji were sitting on a wooden deck chair. The two of them had brewed a pot of tea and were happily drinking it while talking about some unrefined topics. Bai Lan wasn't young, but because he had cultivated quickly since he was young, he was already a heaven realm expert. He had a technique to maintain his youthful appearance, and he looked just like Su Shui and Soyan's elder brother. Just by looking at his appearance, no one would think that Bai Lan was Su Shui and Soyan's father. As for Lei Ji, the Thunder Clan's patriarch, he was a man of few words. He seemed simple and honest, but when he listened to Bai Lan's words, his eyes would occasionally shine. This proved that he, a super expert who led a clan, was not an idiot. As they spoke, Su Shui brought them in with an anxious expression. Bai Lan was slightly taken aback when he saw that his daughter was a bit strange. Then, he and Lei Ji both looked at Long Chen, the stranger. Long Chen felt as if his entire body was being seen through by two experts. He felt that if he had any ill intentions, he would definitely be easily killed by them. Long Chen had once heard Cat talk about the domain of the heaven martial arts realm. At that moment, he observed the two out of the corner of his eye. As expected, Long Chen found a power similar to the 7 brilliant Star Lords on them. Bai Lan and Lei Ji both had it, but compared to Bai Lan, Lei Ji's power was weaker. It was probably because he had just reached this realm not long ago and had not fully comprehended it. It seems that the patriarch of the Thunder Clan isn't in the 9th level of the Earth realm, but a true heaven realm expert. No wonder even Wu Guangyu and Su Shui are in the 9th level of the Earth realm. It's impossible for the patriarchs of other clans to only be in the 9th level of the Earth realm. Long Chen had this thought in his mind. Under the pressure of the two heaven realm experts, Long Chen calmed himself down. Forcefully withstanding their strong pressure, Long Chen continued to follow Su Shui's footsteps and stopped in front of Bai Lan and the others. Dad, Uncle Lei. Soyan stuck out her tongue and hid behind Su Shui. Darling, you two have come together. What's the matter? Bai Lan chuckled and temporarily ignored Long Chen. He looked at his daughter with a smile. Su Shui's expression was not very good. She was a straightforward person, so she said, Father, Yan ran out this morning and was attacked by someone. She was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Fortunately, someone saved her, so there shouldn't be any unsolved problems. Let Yan tell you about this matter. Yan tell me everything that happened. Bai Lan and Lei Ji glanced at each other. At this moment, their gazes began to change, from contented to murderous. In the primordial cemetery, everyone knew that Bai Lan loved his daughters dearly. So he was worried and directly brought them into the primordial cemetery. Among them, Su Shui had already grown up. Bai Lan was slightly better, but Su Yan's youngest daughter was especially well-behaved, so she was doted on by Bai Lan. Bai Lan usually held her in his hands, afraid that she would fall, and held her in his mouth, afraid that she would melt. But now that he heard of such a thing, the murderous intent in his heart was extremely turbulent. Long Chen also faintly felt that Bai Lan had a suffocating aura. If it wasn't for the fact that his daughter was next to him and he tried his best to control it, Long Chen and the others would have been scared to death by his killing intent. The strongest thing in the heaven realm was their aura. At that moment, Soyan walked in front of Bai Lan with a bit of fear. She shyly stretched out her hands and pinched Bai Lan's fingers. She said coquettishly, Dad, don't be angry. I'll tell you what happened, okay? Bai Lan nodded and said, Darling, go ahead. Soyan heavily nodded, then told Bai Lan what happened after she went out. After she finished, Bai Lan and Lei Ji looked at each other and sank into contemplation. If it was any other time, Bai Lan would definitely kill whoever dared to touch his daughter. But now, strangely, he didn't say anything. Instead he frowned. Dad, who are those black-clothed people? Yen-Er is in the 7th level of the Earth realm. No matter how strong they are, it's impossible that Yen-Er can't even see their appearances. There are so many strange things. Could it be that they are all in the Heaven realm? Are there so many in the Heaven realm in the archaic cemetery? Xueqi couldn't help but say. After a while, Bai Lan shook his head and said, "Don't worry about this for now. Your Uncle Lei and I will take care of it. On the other hand, this boy." At that moment, Bai Lan and Lei Ji focused their attention on Long Chen. Bai Lan's gaze froze and his expression changed. He said, "What's your name?" "Long Chen." Long Chen said, neither servile nor overbearing. His indifferent appearance made Bai Lan feel a bit of praise. But in Xueqi's eyes, he was purely pretending. "Long Chen. I remember now. You were in the city of Black Gold. You took the map of the martial god Steel from the Feng clan, right? You also took the profound gold soul from the Gold clan. With your strength you were able to do that. That is truly extraordinary." Bai Lan was worthy of being the leader of a clan. His thoughts were meticulous and he was well informed. He even knew about an insignificant person like Long Chen. Xueqi and Xueyan didn't know about that. But Xueqi knew about Feng Jilin. The two of them had been competing for beauty for quite a long time. Xueqi's level was 1 level higher than hers, so she always looked down on that woman. But in reality, she was still a bit afraid of her. Now that she heard that Long Chen had such a magnificent feat, she instantly had a whole new level of respect for Long Chen. "That's me." Long Chen nodded. Everyone knew about the map of the martial god Steel. Although the map of the martial god Steel was a great treasure, second only to the 7 brilliant Star Lords' legacy, Long Chen believed that Bai Lan would definitely not throw away his daughter's life for a mere map of the martial god Steel. "Not bad, not bad." Bai Lan nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Soyan and said, "Yen-Er, examine me." "Yes, father." Soyan looked at Bai Lan intimately and walked beside him obediently. Only then did Bai Lan examine her from head to toe. Lei Ji watched from the side as well. Their expressions grew heavier and heavier. In the end, they bit their lips gently and a sliver of shock appeared in their eyes. "Long Chen, are you really confident that you can completely cure my daughter in 100 days? At that moment, Bai Lan looked at Long Chen solemnly. Long Chen nodded decisively and said, "Previously, Suyan had already aged, and I was the one who restored her to her current appearance. The medicinal effect of my pill is too strong, and her body can't bear it, so she needs to take it every 10 days. After 100 days, her strange injuries will naturally recover." Bai Lan and Lei Ji glanced at each other. Neither of them had any expression on their faces, so Long Chen had no idea what they were thinking. At that moment, Xueqi looked at Long Chen and said to Bai Lan, "Father, I don't think this is appropriate. We don't know this Long Chen. Why would he help us? Is he interested in something of the demon clan? Besides, he's only in the 5th level of the Earth martial realm. How could he have this kind of pill to save Yen-Er? I don't believe it. Long Chen, if you think I'm wrong, you can show me the pill." Her words were directed at Long Chen. At this moment, she was looking at Long Chen with a probing gaze. Her eyes were filled with vigilance. "Sister, how can you talk like that?" Soyan blocked Long Chen's path. She knew that Long Chen's identity as an alchemist was nonsense. Long Chen couldn't take out the pill. At that moment, Long Chen lightly pushed Soyan away. His eyes were like sharp swords as he looked at Xueqi and said, "Lady Xueqi, Soyan and I are fated to be together. We just happened to pass by, so I chose to save her. If you want to measure a gentleman's heart with your own mean measure, I can't do anything about it." Being called a villain, Xueqi's expression was very ugly. Just when she was about to fly into a rage, Bai Lan waved her hand to stop her. Then she said to Long Chen, "Since Yen-Er believes in you and I believe in you, you can stay in Signwood City for now. I'll leave Yen-Er to you. If Yen-Er can recover in 100 days, you can tell me anything you want. As long as it's something that I, Bai Lan, can do, I'll do it for you. How about it?" Bai Lan's attitude was much better than Xueqi's. Long Chen's original goal was to befriend Bai Lan. In the future, when he dealt with the young master of the god race, he would have a backer he could rely on. But Bai Lan didn't say anything and directly chose to trust Long Chen. Long Chen had a good impression of the demon race's patriarch. So he nodded and said, Lady Soyan is my good friend. I will naturally do my best. Father, Yen is young and immature. She's easily deceived. What? Seeing that Bai Lan chose to trust Long Chen without saying anything, Xueqi was a little worried. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Long Chen didn't seem like a good person. Chapter 738. As for the medicinal pellets that belonged to an alchemist, they didn't let Long Chen take them out. After all, it was an alchemist's secret and it couldn't be easily seen by others. It was also one of the taboos for alchemists. After all, as the saying went, one shouldn't show one's wealth. I'll take a look at the results in 10 days. Don't disappoint me when the time comes. My daughter's life is in your hands. Bai Lan said after a few more words. Long Chen nodded, expressing that he would do his best. Xueqi, arrange for Long Chen to stay in Yen's courtyard. If anything happens, it'll be easier to take care of him. Bai Lan ordered. What? Father, a man and a woman in a room? What if this guy? Don't talk nonsense. Go arrange it. Bai Lan raised his eyebrows and scolded. Oh. Xueqi nodded, feeling a bit wronged. After being scolded by her father twice, tears had already appeared in her eyes. It was all because of that bastard Long Chen. So when she looked at Long Chen, her gaze was filled with an urge to crush Long Chen to death. Seeing the young lady being humiliated, Long Chen felt it was very funny in his heart. It was especially satisfying. However, he didn't dislike her. In general, she was only thinking about Soyan's life. In some large powers, that sort of sisterhood was actually very rare. More often than not, it would be a tit-for-tat fight for favor. Quickly after, Long Chen and the others left. After the three of them left, Lei Ji and Bai Lan's faces completely darkened. Brother Bai, do you think those people really exist? What happened to Yen was done by them, right? Lei Ji said with a gloomy face. To be able to injure Yen like that, and also have such a shocking secret technique, they are undoubtedly above the Heaven Realm. If it's 6 Heaven Realm experts, within the 9 clans, even the 5-element alliance doesn't have that many Heaven Realm experts. Moreover, they are clearly not in the first level of the Heaven Realm. The waters of the ancient cemetery are clearly a lot deeper than we imagined. Bai Lan frowned slightly. Then what should we do? Lei Ji asked. Since we're already here, we have to abide by the rules of the game here. However, I'm guessing that the fight for the treasures of the 5 sovereigns won't be that easy. I'm guessing that it'll be very bitter in the end. If there's a mastermind from the sovereign domain behind the scenes, it'll be even more terrifying. Obtaining the treasures is a small matter, but keeping one's life is more important. Since our Thunder Demon Clan and Thunder Demon Clan know of their existence, we have to prioritize our lives. After all, there are some things that don't belong to us, so there's no need to force it, Bai Lan said as he looked into the distance. In the eyes of the people of the sovereign domain, we are merely ants used to play games. Ants who stand out are always disgraceful and easy to be killed. Brother Bai, we'll listen to you. It's better for us to take it easy. Lei Ji nodded. Bai Lan also nodded. Right, what should we do about Yen? Are we really going to leave it to a fighter in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm? He's such a young alchemist. Do you really think he has the ability to break the secret technique of the sovereign domain? Lei Ji didn't quite understand. Bai Lan said, what else can we do? Who in the entire Thunder Demon Clan can break the secret technique? We can only wait and see if a miracle can happen. Yen also said that she has already aged once. Since this youth can bring her back to life once, he should be able to bring her back to life a second time. Lei Ji said, Brother Bai, don't you think there's something strange about this youth? Bai Lan said, the 5 emperors are people of the myriad kingdoms domain. Even if they die, they will protect us. This youth has the aura of the 5 emperors, so he might be the one chosen by the 5 emperors. Moreover, he has the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, which he probably just obtained. Even the 3,000 star domain of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is with him. As long as this youth's strength increases, he will become a rising star of the archaic cemetery. He might even be able to dominate the younger generation of the myriad kingdoms domain. If Long Chen was here, he would definitely be shocked. He had thought that he had concealed himself very well, but Bai Lan had seen through him with just a few glances. He had even noticed the aura of the 5 emperors in the 5 emperor seals. Bai Lan had seen through such important things, but he hadn't made a sound when he was talking to Long Chen. This showed just how strong Bai Lan's willpower and temperament were. Lei Ji didn't know about these things. When he heard Bai Lan describe the aura of the 5 emperors and the 7 brilliant star lords, he gaped in shock. He said, the aura of the 5 emperors, the legacy of the 7 brilliant star lords, and even the martial god tablet diagram. So many treasures are gathered on a cultivator in the 5th level of the earth martial realm. This is too absurd. Bai Lan smiled bitterly and said, how would I know? This young man's luck and temperament are probably top-notch. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to obtain so many things. If it was just luck, would he have been able to snatch the martial god tablet diagram from Feng Zhilin's hands? Lei Ji's eyes flashed. He said directly, Brother Bai, the legacy of the 7 brilliant star lords and the martial god tablet diagram can greatly increase the strength of our 2 clans. But this young man is only in the 5th level of the earth martial realm. We don't. Bai Lan's gaze was cold as he looked at Lei Ji. There are 2 reasons why I object. First, in this ancient cemetery, because of the existence of the mastermind behind the scenes, it's best if we don't stand out too much. Second, he has the aura of the 5 emperors on him. The 5 emperors are experts of the divine martial realm. Their thoughts are not something we can understand. I reckon that they must have their reasons for choosing Long Chen. The 5 emperors are heroes who protect our myriad kingdoms. We can't ruin their great plans for our own selfish desires. Lei Ji nodded, convinced, and said, Brother Bai's right. If that's the case, not only can we not suppress his growth, but we should make him grow faster. It's best if we can be on good terms. He's on good terms with Yan so maybe we can develop something in this area. Screw you. My Yan is still young, but Xueqi has grown up. In the 10,000 kingdoms, there really aren't many people that she likes. Today, she and Long Chen seem to be having a good time. As the saying goes, lovers are lovers. Fighting and scolding are lovers. Maybe something will happen between Xueqi and him. You disrespectful old man, scolded Lei Ji with a smile. Bai Lan smiled. Then his gaze gradually darkened. He said, to be honest, it still depends on his performance. If he can live up to expectations, I'm willing to betroth my daughter to him. If he can't live up to expectations, I don't mind taking away the 7 brilliant star lords, the martial god tablet diagram, and even the things left behind by the 5 emperors. How can I hand over the greatest treasures of the 10,000 kingdoms to a piece of trash? Lei Ji was taken aback, then said, that's true. The 10,000 kingdoms is like a countryside compared to the 3 imperial domains. We're just country bumpkins. The sight of Long Chen walking together with the 2 beautiful demon princesses immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially the little princess, Xueqi. She stuck to Long Chen's side, asking him all sorts of questions and running circles around him. This caused many people to immediately reveal looks of envy and jealousy. It must be known that the 2 beautiful princesses were the goddesses in the hearts of the youths of the Thunder and Demon clans. Their usual goal was to have the 2 goddesses take a look at them. Their most exaggerated fantasies were to marry the 2 beautiful princesses and become the son-in-law of the Demon clan's patriarch. They would have the 2 beauties at their beck and call and conquer the world. Of course, this was all just a dream. If an ordinary person could obtain one of these 2 beautiful sisters of noble status and genius strength, it would be a blessing that they had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. If they could obtain 2, it would be impossible even if they cultivated for 100 lifetimes. Who is this brat? Why does Princess Yan seem to be very interested in him? Even the eldest princess is walking with him. And they're walking in the direction of the eldest and youngest princess's chambers. My God, even warriors in the 8th level of the earth martial realm aren't qualified to enter the chambers of the eldest and youngest princesses. How can this brat enter there? This brat has an unfamiliar aura. He's only in the 5th level of the earth martial realm. He's not a member of the Demon clan, nor is he our brother. He's a member of the Thunder clan. How can he appear in this place? Ah, he's so intimate with Princess Yan. He should be hacked into pieces. Long Chen didn't hear what they said. Under Soyan's request, Long Chen now called her Yan. Yan, come to my side. Don't talk to him, Su Shui, who was walking in front, said unhappily when she saw Long Chen and Soyan talking and laughing. Oh. Soyan stuck out her tongue obediently. She walked to Su Shui's side and walked with her. From time to time, She turned her head and made a sly expression at Long Chen. Yan, I'm telling you, I'm living next to you and cultivating. If this guy suddenly bullies you, call me immediately. I'll definitely come as soon as possible and kill him immediately, Xueqi said in Soyan's ear. Sister, you're really... I'm not that kind of person, Soyan said with a smile. Listen to me. Xueqi raised her voice. Okay. Soyan looked at her sister with grievance and said, and I'm in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. You can only be bullied by me. How can you bully me? Chapter 739. Yan you go back first. I have something to say to him. After settling Long Chen down, Xueqi said to her sister. No. Soyan was worried that Long Chen would be bullied, so she quickly said. Be obedient. Xueqi raised her voice. She was simply infuriated by this disappointing sister. Her chest heaved up and down. Yan go back. Long Chen said directly. He wanted to see what this Xueqi was going to do. Suyen was still very obedient to Long Chen. After Long Chen finished speaking, she obediently nodded and went back. Every step she took, she would look back 3 times. It could be seen how reluctant she was to part with him. After Soyan left, Xueqi's eyes became cold. She looked at Long Chen for a while and said, I don't know how you made my father believe you, but I'm warning you, if you have any bad thoughts and can't save my sister, I will not let you go. She was rude to him, so Long Chen naturally would not be polite to her. So Long Chen's eyes narrowed and he said, to be honest, whether I want to save your sister or not has nothing to do with you. I have my own way of doing things. If you don't like it, you can leave now. There's no need to threaten me. Don't think that everyone is afraid of you, okay? Long Chen's rude words made Xueqi even more angry. Her towering chest heaved up and down in front of Long Chen. She wanted to make a move, but she thought of Bai Lan and swallowed her anger. She said coldly, don't be happy too early. Do you think I don't know your purpose? You just want to confuse my sister and climb up to the sky with my father. I've seen people like you before, but I'll soon break your dream. Don't think that there are no alchemists in the demon race. Our alchemists are 100 times better than you. Just you wait, when I call him out, a fake alchemist like you will naturally be exposed. Just you wait. I won't see you out. Long Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her and pointed to the door. Humph. Xueqi snorted, turned around, and left while twisting her enchanting waist. A wave of fragrance also gradually left. Self-righteous. Long Chen didn't look at her. After Xueqi left, Soyan walked over carefully and looked at Long Chen apologetically. Big brother, I'm really sorry. My sister is very afraid of strangers, but she's not like this usually. Yan don't worry. I'm not blaming you. All right, I'll stay here from now on. 10 days later, I'll treat you again. During this period of time, I'll go into closed-door training. Without my permission, you're not allowed to disturb me, understand? The reason why Long Chen came to the Cyanwood Heaven City was to cultivate. The heaven and earth energy in the Cyanwood Heaven City was extremely dense. It was even denser than the places with the densest heaven and earth energy that Long Chen had been to before. Cultivating in this place was actually an exceptionally good place. Can't I disturb you? Soyan pouted. She originally wanted to play with Long Chen every day. She never expected that Long Chen would still need to cultivate. However, she didn't dare to disturb Long Chen. So she obediently nodded her head and said, all right, Yan understands. If there's anything, I'll come and find you again. If my sister comes to find trouble with you, I'll stop her. Good girl. Long Chen revealed a smile. After staying there for a while longer, Soyan finally left. Long Chen closed the door and sat down cross-legged. The black furry little black cat came out from the great void realm and climbed onto the wooden table beside him. It chuckled as it looked at Long Chen and said, boy, your luck with women is truly not bad. Before you even go to a place, there are already quite a few girls who are entangled with you. I think it's better for you to stay here. Why go find some Lingxi? Look, these 2 princesses. One listens to your every word and the other flirts with you. Getting these 2 beauties onto your bed and enjoying the most wonderful thing in life is such a beautiful thing. I wonder how many people would be envious of you. Long Chen coldly looked at him and said, did you come out just to talk nonsense? Kitten continued to smile and said, I'm speaking the truth. The dangers of the Imperial domain far surpass your image. For a small character like you to go to the enormous Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, you're simply going to be laughed at by others. Who knows, you might even die without a burial place. You're going there purely to be humiliated. It's better to stay in Cyanwood Sky City. Two gentle and gentle women, one with fiery temper and figure, and one with soft temper and figure. Furthermore, their statuses aren't low either. Why do you want to ruin your beautiful life for an illusory dream? Long Chen bit his lips. He raised his head and coldly looked at Kitten and said, "Do you want to know why? I'll tell you. It's because I'm Long Chen." To Long Chen, it was such a simple matter. Why did he not enjoy his beautiful life and step onto an eternal path of no return? Why did he abandon life and death and move forward bravely, lingering on the edge of life and death countless times? There wasn't much of a reason. The only reason was that he was Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen's resolute gaze, Kitten awkwardly smiled and said, "This god was only joking. What are you so excited about? How could this god not know what kind of lowly character you, Long Chen, have? Hee. Let's change the topic. For example, your background, the martial god monument diagram, the 7 brilliant star monarch's inheritance, they've all been seen through by others." What? Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't underestimate other experts. I'm certain that the guy called Bai Lan probably knows you've obtained the 7 brilliant star monarch's inheritance. He even sensed your 5 emperor seals. He hid it really well, didn't he? Even you didn't notice. He's already seen through your background. Then what should we do? Seeing Kitten's relaxed expression, Long Chen knew he had a plan. Kitten said lazily, "Don't worry. He didn't attack you on the spot because Bai Lan is smart. He knows what he should touch and what he shouldn't." What do you mean? Long Chen still didn't understand. In any case, it's fine as long as you trust me. You came here to get to know Bai Lan. I reckon that after seeing your trump card, Bai Lan will want to rope you in. Based on his absolute trust in you, letting you treat his precious daughter and letting you live next to his daughter, it can be seen that he wants you to nurture your relationship with his daughter. Long Chen suddenly understood. As expected of an old fox. I didn't understand at all. If you hadn't reminded me, I would still be in the dark. Long Chen felt that he was too careless sometimes. For example, if Bai Lan hadn't wanted to rope him in, he probably would have died. But why did Bai Lan treat him so well? I reckon that he also knows about the existence of the mastermind. Look, the strength of the lightning demon lineage and the wind god lineage are about the same. Yet, the wind god lineage tyrannically took over 2 regions while the lightning demon lineage's power is all gathered in Cyanwood Heavenly City. From this, it can be seen that Bai Lan wants to keep a low profile and keep a low profile. He is too afraid of the mastermind, so he doesn't dare to stand out. He still understands the principle of shooting the bird that stands out. So, he won't touch you and will even secretly establish a relationship with you. Alright, I can say that the two of you suddenly want to establish a relationship with each other. Go to hell, scolded Long Chen with a smile. Looks like I can do whatever I want in Cyanwood Sky City. When my cultivation reaches the 6th tier of the Earth Martial Realm, I will go to the highest peak of Cyanwood Sky City and cultivate the 7 glorious star body. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have cultivated the 7 glorious star body in my body. That is the foundation of the 7 glorious star body and the Big Dipper steps. As for the final divine weapon, the 3000 star field, it's too powerful. I'll wait until later. Soon, Long Chen made his own cultivation plan. In Cyanwood Sky City, with Bai Lan's protection and Soyan's protection, Long Chen could rest easy. However, the mastermind behind the scenes was like a thorn in Long Chen's heart. After he sorted out his thoughts, Long Chen asked Kitten to help him keep watch. He then calmly immersed his mind into the Taishu realm and began to ponder the cultivation method of the 6th tier of the Earth Martial Realm. It had been quite some time since he broke through the 5th tier of the Earth Martial Realm. Now was the time for him to break through the 6th tier of the Earth Martial Realm. The martial god Steel, under the cover of the gray Taishu Qi, emitted a gray light. Under Long Chen's concentration, an illusory figure quickly appeared on the martial god Steel. This time, the figure once again started practicing the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual from the 1st level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm. From the 1st level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm all the way to the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm, Long Chen found that every time he reviewed, he would gain a lot of benefits. There were still many flaws in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm, but now, All of them were completely made up. After about half a day, Long Chen had waited for the fist manual of the 6th tier of the Earth Martial Realm. Just as he started practicing the fist manual, Kitten's voice suddenly came from outside the Taishu realm. Long Chen had no choice but to withdraw his mind from the Taishu realm. When he opened his eyes, he saw Kitten looking at him with big eyes. "What's going on?" Long Chen blurted out. "Why don't you see for yourself?" The kitten stretched lazily. Long Chen quickly looked with his soul-devouring demonic eyes. As expected, he saw Xueqi angrily walking over with a young man not far from the door. "Sister, Big Brother said that no one can disturb him when he's cultivating," said Soyeon anxiously as she stood in front of Xueqi. "What? Who does Long Chen think he is? He came to my Greenwood Sky City to cultivate. I can't even get close to him." Hearing that, Xueqi's face was full of anger. "But Big Brother already said," Soyeon in a small voice. "What do you mean?" Xueqi gently pushed her away and walked over. Chapter 740. Xueqi was really restless. This made Long Chen a little angry. Long Chen opened the door and his cold gaze fell on Xueqi. Long Chen suddenly came out and looked at her coldly. Xueqi was really shocked. Long Chen suddenly came out and looked at her coldly. However, she immediately thought angrily, "This guy is only in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He's far from being my opponent. Why should I be afraid of him?" Thinking of this, she became more courageous. Like Long Chen, she looked at him with a cold gaze and said mockingly, "It's good that you're out. I thought that someone would hide inside like a turtle and not come out." "Sister, how can you say that?" Soyeon was also a little angry. She stood next to Long Chen and gently held Long Chen's sleeve. She helplessly said to Long Chen, "Big Brother, I couldn't stop her. I'm sorry, it's okay." No matter how unhappy Long Chen was, he didn't feel angry when he saw this obedient little girl. However, Xueqi was like a troublesome fly. Even if Long Chen didn't provoke her, she would still be troublesome. What was he here for this time? Long Chen looked at the person next to Xueqi. This young man seemed to be about the same age as Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen didn't know his real age. When Long Chen was looking at this young man, he was also looking at Long Chen. This young man's appearance and temperament were quite similar to Bai Lan's. He was pale, tall and thin, and had a cold temperament. Of course, this didn't mean that he had any relationship with Bai Lan. They only had similar temperament, but their appearance was different. Bai Lan could give birth to such a pair of beautiful daughters, so her appearance was better than this young man's. Of course, this young man's appearance wasn't bad either. It seemed that the men of the demon race were similar to Bai Lanha in terms of temperament. They had a kind of cold and gloomy paleness. This young man was especially prominent. But underneath his gloomy appearance, Long Chen could feel a burning flame. At this moment, the young man was also looking at Long Chen. Then he said with a hoarse voice, "Princess Snow, is he the person you were talking about?" Xueqi nodded and said, "It's him. What do you think of him?" The young man didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Soyeon and said, "Princess Yen, come here and let me have a look." Soyeon looked at Long Chen and then nodded. "Okay, Brother Situ." After saying that, she went to the young man's side. She seemed to be a bit afraid of this young man, so she didn't dare to get close to him. She stood a meter away from him and looked at the cold young man with a bit of fear. Long Chen suddenly remembered that Soyeon seemed to have told him before that there was a young man called Situ Yu in the Cyanwood Heavenly City's demon clan. Now that Soyeon called him Brother Situ, it must be this person. Situ Yu looked at Soyeon for a while and frowned. He walked forward and gently touched Soyeon's body a few times. Of course, he didn't touch any parts that were rude. He only looked at her arms and cheeks. After looking for a long time, even Soyeon couldn't help but take a few steps back. Only then did he stop. He asked Soyeon with a bit of doubt, "Princess Yen, there's nothing wrong with your body. How do you know that you'll become old after 10 days? You're completely fine right now." "But Big Brother said that," Soyeon said with a puzzled face. "Could you have been tricked by someone?" Situ Yu said with a frown and a cold light shot out from his eyes towards Long Chen's body. "No, Daddy also believes in my big brother," Soyeon quickly said. She took a few steps back and came to Long Chen's side and continued. "Now, Big Brother is staying here with me. If something happens to me after 10 days, He will help. Big brother is a very powerful alchemist. Is that so? Situ stood up. He was the only alchemist in the Cyanwood city. Now, there was another alchemist here and he was only in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Seeing how intimate Xueqi was with him, he was secretly unhappy. He looked at Long Chen for a while and lightly mocked. Where did this swindling guy come from? You look like this and you're an alchemist? What can you prove that you're an alchemist? Take out a pill for me to see. That's right. You can't even take out a pill. How can you prove that you're an alchemist? Xueqi also seemed to have something on him. She suspiciously looked at Long Chen. Even if Bai Lan was at ease, she was not at ease to hand her sister's life and death to a stranger. Furthermore, this stranger was looking at her with an expression that was not pleasing at all. Whether I'm an alchemist or not, I don't need to prove it to you. Long Chen indifferently said. Humph. I think you're just pretending. Xueqi looked at Long Chen and said with mockery. There's no need for you to be stubborn with us. As long as you take out something to prove that you're an alchemist, we'll let you participate in Princess Yen-Er's matter. Otherwise, how can we be at ease? Situ said righteously. He paused for a while and continued. To become an alchemist, the first thing you need to do is condense your Dan fire. Let me see your Dan fire. I won't say anything else. He also knew that Bai Lan seemed to think very highly of Long Chen. Otherwise, with Long Chen's strength, he would have already pulled Long Chen out of Cyanwood City. Why would he be so polite to Long Chen here? After saying that, Situ saw that Long Chen still did not move. He looked at Long Chen and lightly extended his right palm. When his palm opened, a dark green flame suddenly appeared. It jumped and flickered on his palm and burst out with scorching heat. Situ dazzled the dark green flame in front of Long Chen for a while before putting it away. He said, less nonsense. Take out your Dan fire and let me see. No, my big brother won't show it to you. Xueqi knew that Long Chen was a fake alchemist. So she quickly said. But she was young and did not know how to lie. When she said that, it exposed the fact that Long Chen was not an alchemist. In fact, if Long Chen was really an alchemist, he would naturally not mind showing his Dan fire to them. Long Chen, your disguise is finally going to be exposed this time. I see that you're simply a fake alchemist. You can't even take out your Dan fire and you still want to save my sister? If my father knows about this, he will definitely not let you go. Situ, let's go. We'll go talk to my father about this right now. When Xueqi saw that Long Chen really couldn't take out his Dan fire, she felt relieved. Finally, she had evidence to go to her father. She was still a little unconvinced after being scolded by her father twice. Sister, don't be like this. Soyeon was so anxious that she was about to cry. She knew that her sister was not like this usually. It was because she was too concerned about her that she was being unreasonable. Unfortunately, her words could not persuade Xueqi to stay. Wait. At this moment, Long Chen's voice was heard. Xueqi and Situ turned around. Xueqi looked at Long Chen and said, Liar, what else do you have to say? Don't you want to see the Dan fire? This is a very simple matter. Long Chen said and gently raised his right hand. Brother. Soyeon's eyes revealed a puzzled expression. She knew that Long Chen didn't have a Dan fire. So what was going on now? Just when she was puzzled, a small blood-red flame suddenly emerged from Long Chen's palm. This blood-red flame burned fiercely. Compared to Situ's pitiful green flame, Long Chen's blood-red flame was much more powerful and fierce. This. After seeing the flame in Long Chen's palm, Xueqi and Situ looked at each other in a daze. It wasn't until Long Chen put away the blood-red golden crow's fire that the two of them were stunned and said, How is this possible? How can you have a Dan fire? Of course. I've said it before, Big Brother is a powerful alchemist. At this time, Soyeon's face was full of anger. The two of them were aggressive just now, but Long Chen took out his Dan fire. This was a slap in the face for them. Of course, Soyeon still didn't understand. Long Chen was clearly not an alchemist, so how could he have a Dan fire? At this moment, Situ and Xueqi were speechless. Even Xueqi couldn't help but doubt whether her previous thoughts were correct. Could Long Chen really have a way to save her sister? And she was just gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own yardstick? After all, even her wise father chose to believe in Long Chen and even scolded her. If Long Chen wasn't a person with a method, why would Bai Lan do this? In other words, if Long Chen was really his younger sister's savior, yet he was obstructing him in every possible way, constantly making things difficult for him. If Long Chen were to run away in a fit of anger, wouldn't he be harming his younger sister? Thinking of this, Xueqi felt scared. However, Situ Yu, who was next to him, was not convinced. He calmed himself down and said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you have alchemy fire or if you are a good alchemist. To be a powerful alchemist, materials, knowledge, alchemy fire and so on are all very important. I don't believe that you can make any good medicine with your Xueqi of the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. How about we make a bet? What do you want to bet?" How? Long Chen was never afraid of provocation, especially when he had to win. "There are still 10 days left. I can also concoct an anti-aging pill. At that time, if something really happens to Princess Lin we can compete to see who can concoct the pill that can help her recover." Situ Yu said coldly. "Gambling with other people's lives, don't you think you're too lowly?" Long Chen didn't agree to his request. Chapter 741. You dare to lecture me? Situ Yu glared at him and was about to attack when Xueqi stopped him and said, "He's right, how can you use my sister's safety as a bet? But Situ Yu, you should go back and study more. We can't put our hopes on this strange person. Yan Er's fate depends on you." Situ Yu swallowed his anger and looked at Long Chen with hatred and then said, "Well, leave the matter of the Dan to me. I can refine the Dan in 10 days. Long Chen, let's see whose Dan can help Princess Yan recover. Goodbye." After saying that, he didn't say goodbye to Xueqi and the others and directly left. This showed that Situ Yu's status in the devil race wasn't low. Among the younger generation, besides Xueqi and Xueqi, his status was the highest. After he left, Xueqi looked at Long Chen with hesitation in her eyes and said, "Long Chen, my sister's safety. No matter what, I'll leave it to you. If something happens to my sister, I won't spare you. Sister, you can rest assured. After 10 days, you will see that Big Brother is a very good person," Xueqi said full of trust. Long Chen just scolded Situ Yu because of the bet, but this made Xueqi have a good impression of him. She looked at Long Chen again and felt that this guy wasn't so annoying, so she left with relief. Big breasts but no brain, you can't become a big deal. Not long after she left, Long Chen slandered her. Xueqi was so angry that she wanted to turn around and beat him, but she restrained herself. "Wait until my sister recovers. See if I don't beat you. In the devil race, no one dares to provoke me, Xueqi, humph." Seeing that Long Chen had angered her sister to the point that smoke was coming out of her head, Su Yan giggled. "Big Brother, you're really amazing. Is there anyone else who can play with my big sister like this? She's very powerful. Other men are very afraid of her. That Situ Yu Gij doesn't dare to speak nonsense in front of her." Long Chen smiled helplessly. After coming here, he didn't want to provoke enemies, but that Situ Yu came to provoke him. This was not up to him. Situ Yu was very aggressive and Long Chen couldn't let others bully him. He just said a few words and that Situ Yu was proud and arrogant, so he took the blame. Of course, Long Chen only wanted to cultivate and then help Xueqi at a critical moment. He didn't want to go out and fight with Situ Yu. They didn't have a life and death feud, so if there was any misunderstanding, it would be resolved with time. Long Chen didn't want to kill people, and currently he couldn't beat an expert in the 8th layer of the Earth martial realm, so he didn't feel any pressure in his heart. "Yan you go and play, I will come out in 10 days. After they left, Long Chen also wanted to continue cultivating. Just a moment ago, he was comprehending the 6th layer of the Earth martial realm's fist skill. He didn't expect that they would interrupt him. Long Chen was in a good mood, so he was anxious to go back and cultivate. "Okay." Xueqi unwillingly pouted. "Silly girl, if Big Brother doesn't cultivate, then anyone can bully me," Long Chen said with a smile. "Then I can protect you. Whoever dares to touch you, I will beat them up." Xueqi waved her small fists and said with threatening gestures, "Such a cute girl should live in the world like an angel." Long Chen smiled. After sending Xueqi back, he immersed himself in the 6th layer of the Earth martial realm. Under the guidance of the martial god's tablet, Long Chen's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. He felt that he was already quite close to the 6th layer of the Earth martial realm. While Long Chen was cultivating diligently, Soyan's matter spread through the mouths of some people in the Azure Wood Heavenly City. Now, everyone knew that Xueqi was affected by some unknown person's secret technique. Her body would become old after 10 days. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't have any hope of surviving. In the Azure Wood Heavenly City, there were two people working hard for Soyan's matter. One of them was the well-known alchemist Xueqi. Xueqi was the disciple of the younger generation, second only to Xueqi. Moreover, he had the identity of an alchemist, so he was very valued by the demon clan. He was also one of the people the younger generation imitated and learned from. His reputation in the Azure Wood Heavenly City was very big. With him taking action, everyone felt a little more confident. After all, Xueqi had also done some miraculous things. His alchemy technique was superb and he was quite famous. In the Azure Wood Heavenly City, there was basically no one who didn't like the little princess Xueqi. In these 10 days, those uncles who heard about Soyan's matter came to visit her one after another, making her flustered. However, because of Soyan's request, no one went near Long Chen's place. In the end, under Bai Lan's request, no one came to find Xueqi. After all, he didn't want his daughter to be disturbed. During this period, Bai Lan came once. After hearing that Long Chen was cultivating, he had an expression of being expected. After comforting his daughter, he quickly left. Others were burning with anxiety. Only he, the father who loved his daughter the most, didn't have the slightest bit of anxiousness. This made everyone feel a little strange. Could it be that Bai Lan's confidence in Xueqi was so great? While Long Chen was cultivating, Xueqi was concocting alchemy in full swing. From time to time, there would be sounds of explosions coming from his residence. It could be seen how busy he was. The news of Long Chen also quietly spread in the Azure Wood Heavenly City. Only then did everyone know that there was actually an outsider called Long Chen in the Azure Wood Heavenly City. He was also an alchemist. Moreover, he was also concocting alchemy for Xueqi. This person's strength was only at the 5th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. The only thing special about him was that Xueqi was brought back by him. Moreover, it seemed that Princess Yen was very intimate with this person. This made many people who had fantasies about Princess Yen hate Long Chen to the bone. Just like that, 10 days quietly passed. During this period of time, Xueqi came to see Long Chen countless times. Every time, Long Chen was cultivating and Xueqi was painstakingly concocting alchemy. The difference between the two could be seen at a glance. In Xueqi's heart, Long Chen had become an out-and-out swindler. This time, she didn't bother to disturb Long Chen because she already didn't have any hope for Long Chen. During this period of time, she saw Bai Lan a few times. She was worried about Soyan's matter to the point that she almost vomited blood. However, her father didn't seem to be worried at all. He still played chess and drank with the patriarch of the Lei clan every day. On the last night, Xueqi accompanied Xueqi.
Yen, could it be that you are not afraid of death?
I am afraid, Xueqi said. Then why are you not crying now? Tomorrow is the 10th day. Big brother will save me tomorrow, Xueqi said with her eyes wide open. At dawn the next day, in Soyan's elegant courtyard, there were many more people. All of them were high-level members of the demon clan. And in the Lei clan, only Lei Ji had accompanied Bai Lan. Among the high-level members of the demon clan, there were at least 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. There were dozens of people crowded in that small courtyard. Each one of them could easily kill Long Chen. Behind Bai Lan, there were 8 elders of the demon clan. Each one of them was at the peak of 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. There were even some who had already stepped into the Tian Martial Realm. They were only one step away from the Tian Martial Realm. However, the Tian Martial Realm was a huge gap. Even if they were only one step away, it didn't mean that they would enter the Tian Martial Realm in the future. It was even possible that they would stay in that place for their entire life. When they truly reached the Tian Martial Realm, it meant that they had reached the heavens in one step. Of course, many people didn't reach the Tian Martial Realm when they were young. After 200 years, their muscles and bones would age and it would be very difficult to reach the Tian Martial Realm. Those high-level members of the demon clan were all gathered in that small courtyard. Each one of them was a famous existence. They gathered there because they were concerned about Princess Xueqi. Bai Lan was famous in the entire Myriad Kingdom territory for loving his daughter. Now, today was the day when Soyan's life and death would be decided. Naturally, they had to come and watch. If something happened to Xueqi, Bai Lan would go crazy. Who knew how many people would suffer? Everyone stood obediently in the courtyard. They all looked at Bai Lan, who was at the very front. Originally, Bai Lan's face should be very gloomy at this time. They didn't expect that he was completely fine. He was actually talking and laughing with the Lei clan's patriarch, Lei Ji, who was also in the sky martial realm. Bai Lan made everyone's jaw drop. Could it be that Bai Lan's personality had changed? Or could it be that nothing had happened to Xueqi? He was just fooling them. Everyone was puzzled. However, since Bai Lan was here, they didn't dare to talk about it. One should know that Bai Lan was the one who had inherited the inheritance of the demon god Imperial Emperor. His cultivation base had reached a terrifying level. Even Lei Ji, the patriarch of the Lei clan, was no match for him. In front of everyone's gazes, Xueqi and Su Shui were sitting together in a small courtyard. At that moment, Su Shui was tightly holding Xueqi's hand and letting her little head lean against her chest. The two beautiful sisters were leaning against each other. They were very harmonious. It was a beautiful scene in that courtyard. Xueqi has really grown up.
Look, she's hugging Yan like she's her mother.
Lei Ji looked over and joked. Go away. My daughter is only in her 20s. In the cultivation world, she has reached the 3 great martial realms. With her age, she can only be considered very young. Bai Lan chuckled and said. There was no trace of worry in his eyes. Although at that moment, Su Shui's eyes were about to burst into tears. Chapter 742. Don't talk nonsense. Su Shui gently pushed her hand away and wiped away her tears. She looked at her sister, who didn't know anything. She looked at her naive appearance and felt sorry for her. She stroked Xueqi's long hair and said, Little Yan, don't be afraid, you will definitely get better. Little Yan is not afraid.
Xueqi opened her eyes wide and looked at her sister.
I told you, Big Brother will save me. Su Shui was speechless. She said, Don't trust that bastard anymore. 10 days. Xueqi has been working hard for 10 days. But this guy has been hiding in the house and cultivating. He hasn't said a single word, and he still hasn't come out. Do you think he's afraid? Let's see how long he can hide here.
Then Brother Xueqi isn't here yet, Su Yan muttered softly.
When Xueqi finished talking, Xueqi had already entered the courtyard. He silently walked in front of Bai Lan and lowered his head.
At that moment, an old man beside him asked, Little Yu, is it done?
Yes, Grandpa, it should be done. Xueqi nodded and said.
That old man was in the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm.
He was one of the 8 great elders of the Demon Clan. He had a very high authority in the Demon Clan. The 8 great elders of the Demon Clan were the people who held real power in the Demon Clan. In the Demon Holy Dynasty, the 8 great elders each controlled a county.
When the old man heard Xueqi's words, he nodded in satisfaction and said, Go and tell the patriarch.
Yes. Xueqi nodded, then came to Bai Lan's side and said, Greetings, patriarch. After 10 days of hard work, Xueqi has developed this pill that can slow down aging. This return to spring pill requires a total of 18 spirit herbs, 7 of which are king-grade spirit herbs. It took me 3 days and 3 nights to refine it with my pill fire.
Oh, the name of the return to spring pill is really unpleasant to hear.
Haha. Bai Lan and Lei Ji both laughed out loud. This made everyone a little speechless. They thought to themselves, why are these 2 guys so abnormal today? Xueqi was clearly showing them the pill he had refined. This pill was very important, but Bai Lan didn't care about the medicinal properties of this pill. Instead, she mocked Xueqi for giving it such an ugly name. What did this mean? Xueqi originally wanted to introduce the pill he had refined, but just as he said a few words, Bai Lan's laughter made him swallow his words. Xueqi had the urge to vomit blood. He had painstakingly refined this pill for 10 days just to compete with Long Chen. But Bai Lan's laughter clearly gave off a feeling of disdain. This made Xueqi feel suffocated in his heart. He saw that Bai Lan didn't have the intention to pay attention to him, so he returned to his grandfather's side. At this time, his grandfather, Xueqi, also felt very strange. Usually, Bai Lan wouldn't be like this. Why did she make such a joke at this critical moment? After all, Xueqi was still young. That kind of indignant expression was still on his face. It was inconvenient for Xueqi to speak. He only gave him a calm look,
then quietly waited for time to pass. "Father, I'm going to call that Long Chen out." At this time, Xueqi stood up and walked towards Long Chen's residence. But when she was halfway there, Bai Lan stopped her and said, "He's cultivating. Don't disturb him. It's not time yet." Xueqi looked at her father with some astonishment. She really couldn't understand why Bai Lan was so good to Long Chen. Just now, his attitude towards Situ Yu was in everyone's eyes. How could the gap between the two be so big? This made the demons a little unhappy, especially Situ Yao and Situ Yu. They didn't understand what went wrong that made Bai Lan's attitude so different. Xueqi could only helplessly return to her place. Not long after she returned, she cried out in alarm, because she saw that her sister's smooth face at this time actually showed a little age. That black hair was beginning to show some gray, which made Xueqi cry out in alarm. She had always been looking forward to it, hoping that the matter of aging was fake. However, looking at it now, it had already happened in front of her eyes. Her beautiful sister suddenly began to age. She was so distressed that she was about to cry. Bai Lan's expression also changed. He instantly came in front of his daughter and held Soyan in his arms. He comforted her and said, Don't be afraid. It will be over soon." Just now, Bai Lan was still talking and laughing. But now, an astonishing murderous aura burst out from his body. It could be seen that he was still very concerned about his daughter. "Father, am I ugly?" Soyan, who was starting to age quickly, said weakly. "Who said that? My family's is the most beautiful." Bai Lan gently smiled and said gently. At that moment, under the indication of Situ Yao, Situ Yu walked in front of Bai Lan and said, "Patriarch, Princess Yen's illness has started to show. I will let her take the rejuvenation pill. If there is a delay, maybe." Bai Lan raised his head. His ice-cold eyes made Situ Yu take a step back in fear. "Father, Long Chen still hasn't come. Let Situ Yu try first. Situ Yu has been working hard for so many days. I think he can save Xueqi anxiously said. She really didn't understand her father's strange behavior during this period of time. The other demons were also looking at Bai Lan with strange expressions. They didn't know what he was thinking. "Brother Bai, let this little guy try first. It won't be too late to wait until he reaches the 6th layer of the Earth Qi layer." At that moment, Lei Ji said. Everyone understood what Bai Lan was waiting for. Long Chen was breaking through to the 6th layer of the Earth Qi layer. No wonder Bai Lan didn't directly hand him over. However, why Bai Lan valued this little brat who was only in the 5th layer of the Earth Qi layer so much? No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand. "You try." Even Lei Ji had spoken. Bai Lan didn't insist and directly said to Situ Yu. However, Situ Yu was actually very sullen. He had made a pill with great difficulty, but he hadn't thought that he would need Bai Lan's permission to give it to Soyan. All of this was because of Long Chen. At that moment, even if Situ Yu saved Soyan, he would probably hate Long Chen even more. In front of everyone's eyes, Situ Yu took out a delicate white jade box from his cosmos sack. He gently opened the white jade box. In the middle of the white mist, there was a pearl-like pill. When the white jade box was opened, immediately, a fragrant smell filled the air. Just by looking at the color and smelling the fragrance, I can tell that the return spring pill that Situ Yu has refined is absolutely a good thing. Indeed, except for Situ Yu, no one can make such a good thing. I think this return spring pill is very likely to be able to restore Princess Yen. In the midst of everyone's whispers, Situ Yu put the crystal-clear return spring pill into Soyan's mouth. At this time, Soyan's body began to age on a large scale. Everyone couldn't bear to look at it. The usually beautiful and cute little princess had become like this today. Everyone couldn't bear to look at it. Of course, everyone still wanted to see the efficacy of the return spring pill. When Soyan swallowed the return spring pill according to the instructions, everyone stared at her. The return spring pill was quickly swallowed into her stomach, and then under the refinement of Soyan, it began to melt in her stomach. The medicinal efficacy also began to take effect. Everyone stared at her. They were very nervous, especially Xueqi. For her, this should be her only chance. If this return spring pill couldn't save her sister, then there wouldn't be any other chance. It's working, it's a success. It was unknown who said it. Everyone looked carefully and found that the aging of Soyan's body had been alleviated. The originally rapid aging of her body had been alleviated, and there was also a little recovery stone. It's really a success. Xueqi's eyes flashed with excitement. Her beautiful eyes quickly looked at Situyu. There was a flash of gratitude in them. Situyu was originally a very talented person in the devil race, and everyone knew that his grandfather, Situ Yao, had been trying to make Bai Lan agree to marry Xueqi to Situyu. Situyu also worked very hard. Generally, if a beauty had a request, he would do his best to complete it. Just like this time, in order to gain the favor of Xueqi, he consumed a lot of his own treasures and finally refined this return spring pill. The return spring pill was really effective. Situyu suddenly had a feeling of exaltation. Before, Bai Lan had pressured him, but now he finally succeeded. He suddenly looked at everyone with some pride. It's really effective. Situyu is really worthy of being the only alchemist in the devil race. He's really extraordinary. That's right. At the very least, he's a rare young genius of my demon clan. Right now, he's already in the 8th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. In the future, it's very likely that he'll enter the Sky Martial Realm, adding another Sky Martial Realm expert to our demon clan. After hearing those praises, Situyu was secretly very happy. He had succeeded, and Long Chen still hadn't come out. To Bai Lan, who had a lot of faith in Long Chen, this was simply a slap in the face. Bai Lan's face was also a bit stupefied. He carefully looked at Xueqi, and as expected, at that moment, Xueqi's aging was already showing signs of recovery. Even though it was very slow, it would only take half a day for her to truly recover. Bai Lan had no choice but to admit that he had really underestimated Situyu. Father, I don't feel well. At that moment, Xueqi said with a pale face. Everyone was startled. They carefully looked and discovered that Xueqi, who had originally started to recover, was now actually starting to age again. The return spring pill had only stopped Xueqi for a short while. Seeing Xueqi like that, Situyu was like a bolt from the blue. The others were also a bit stupefied. Xueqi also found it hard to believe. Seeing her sister's painful expression, her heart was broken. Chapter 743. Situyu's failure made the originally happy people's mood instantly fall to the bottom of the valley. Among them, the person who couldn't believe it was Situyu himself. He blankly looked at Xueqi, who had aged for a month, and his face was full of disbelief. He blankly shouted, "Impossible, impossible, I spent so many precious elixirs to refine the rejuvenation dan, how could it not have any effect? Impossible." His voice was getting louder and louder. In this place where strong cultivators were gathered, it was really improper for a junior to shout like this. Everyone slightly frowned. Bai Lan waved his hand and coldly said, "Shut up and get lost." Obviously, looking at his daughter's painful appearance, Bai Lan was already somewhat angry. Bai Lan's position in the demon clan was supreme. When he got angry, Situyu immediately woke up from his stupor. He also knew that he was a bit too bold just now. Under his grandfather's hint, he quickly nodded and retreated to the periphery of the crowd. However, he didn't leave, he just stayed outside and watched the situation. At this moment, no one cared about what happened to Situyu. Everyone was concerned about the life and death of Xueqi. At this moment, seeing that her appearance was getting older and older, everyone was somewhat at a loss. "I'll go call Long Chen," said Xueqi anxiously. At this moment, even if Long Chen was breaking through the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, she had no choice but to hand him over. Although she didn't believe that Long Chen would definitely succeed, it was better than letting Xueqi wait here to die. Big brother. At this moment, Xueqi was already somewhat delirious. At this moment, her appearance had already reached the point of being old and withered. This appearance made people think that she would soon die. Everyone looked at Bai Lan to see what Bai Lan would do. After all, this was Bai Lan's daughter. Her life and death were under his control. At this time, Bai Lan finally made up his mind. Even if Long Chen was at the most critical moment, he still decided to wake up Long Chen. "Xueqi, go get him." Just as Bai Lan's voice fell, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Sure enough, at this moment, a great movement erupted from the small wooden house. A large amount of heaven's origin energy frantically rushed towards Long Chen's location. After about 10 breaths of time, the wooden door suddenly opened with a bang. Long Chen's figure emerged from within, and without a word, he instantly rushed in front of Su Yan. "Sorry, I'm late." Long Chen had been breaking through to the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. In fact, He didn't know it would take so long. When he really broke through, he already felt that there were many people gathered outside. Of course, he knew that this was already the 10th day, the day that the symptoms of Soyeon's aging appeared. That was why he was so anxious, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to cultivate to the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Soyeon was a good child. If he delayed and harmed her life, Long Chen would probably blame himself for a long time. Of course, even if he didn't blame himself, the others wouldn't let him go. Bai Lan trusted him, so he handed Soyeon to him. Long Chen knew that he couldn't let Bai Lan down. "Where's your medicinal pellet? Hurry up and take it out." Xueqi had an expression on her face that she couldn't wait to kill Long Chen. The others also looked at Long Chen, curious about what kind of medicinal pellet he would take out. Outside of the crowd, Situ looked at Long Chen with a trace of hatred in his eyes. He discovered that he was like a clown today. After playing around for a while, he was scolded and sent outside. His 10 days of hard work had been completely wasted. Bai Lan still valued Long Chen. This caused Situ, who had always been the center of attention, to burn with a crazy rage. Under the gaze of the crowd, Long Chen also felt a bit of pressure. At this time, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He directly said to Bai Lan, "Patriarch Bai, give Yen to me. After a quarter of an hour, I will return you a healthy daughter. Hurry up and take out the medicinal pellet." Xueqi didn't know what Long Chen was going to do. She hurriedly urged. The others also didn't know what Long Chen was going to do. If he was an alchemist, wouldn't it be fine if he directly took out the medicinal pellet? Long Chen and Bai Lan didn't pay attention to them. Long Chen stretched out his hand and directly carried Soyeon. He turned around and carried her back to his previous cabin. With a bang, he directly closed the door. The others looked at each other in dismay and began to discuss. What's going on? Why did Princess Yen go in? Even the 8 great elders didn't know what Long Chen was doing. At this time, Situ Yao looked at Bai Lan and said in a low voice, "Patriarch, how can you hand Princess Yen over to an outsider? Princess Yen's time is so tight. How can you let this unknown kid torment her? If this drags on and something happens to Yen that's right, Patriarch, why do you trust this kid so much?" Everyone began to discuss. Of course, Xueqi also didn't leave. She also said anxiously, "Father, he put Yen in there. If something happens to her, Yen won't be able to see us for the last time." As she spoke, tears flowed out of her eyes and her voice also choked. Outside the crowd, Situ let out a sneer. "Ignorant and incompetent disciple. When Yen dies, I want to see how you will deal with it." While everyone was discussing, Lei Ji, who was next to Bai Lan, snorted and said, "Stop talking. Is this how the high-ranking members of the demon clan act? Brother Bai must have his own reasons for doing this. As his subordinates, just watch and don't talk so much nonsense." Bai Lan didn't bother to talk to them. Lei Ji himself was annoyed, so he snorted. In fact, Lei Ji and Bai Lan had been good friends since they were young. They had supported each other for so many years. They were brothers among brothers, and their relationship couldn't be any stronger. Bai Lan had already said that in the demon clan, Lei Ji's words were equivalent to his words. Therefore, when he scolded everyone, they couldn't show their dissatisfaction on their faces. After Lei Ji finished speaking, the scene immediately became quiet. Everyone's gaze was on the room where Long Chen was. With their strength, they could naturally feel that Soyeon's aura hadn't disappeared. It was even getting stronger. After feeling this situation, everyone couldn't believe their own senses. Long Chen really succeeded. How was this possible? Before, the only alchemist in the demon clan had spent 10 days and countless precious medicinal ingredients to finally concoct a spring-returning pill. And Long Chen had been cultivating the entire time. Could it be that he had already prepared the medicinal pill and was only letting Soyeon consume it now? In the hearts of everyone, Long Chen had an additional mysterious halo around him. A relaxed smile appeared on Bai Lan's face. He and Lei Ji looked at each other. Both of them understood each other's thoughts. From today onwards, Bai Lan would definitely value Long Chen more. The most basic thing was that Long Chen was Soyeon's savior. And in the next 90 days, Soyeon still needed Long Chen's help 9 times. In that case, no matter what, Bai Lan had to let Long Chen live comfortably in Cyanwood Sky City. After a while, as everyone expected, the wooden door gently opened. Xueqi, who had recovered her youthful appearance, skipped out. Very quickly, she arrived in front of Bai Lan and the others. She hugged Xueqi, who had a face full of excitement, and Bai Lan, who had a beaming smile on his face. And Long Chen also walked out in front of everyone's gazes. In the end, he still managed to save Xueqi. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had successfully completed his mission. At that moment, everyone carefully examined Xueqi with astonished gazes. Indeed, they discovered that Xueqi had completely recovered. Not only did her life force not decrease, it was even stronger than before. Generally speaking, in terms of blood and qi, females were naturally weaker than males. But after being fed dragon blood by Long Chen, her blood and qi had become much stronger and her life force was even more exuberant. Long Chen's blood and qi were even stronger than some enormous king-level monstrous beasts. As he fused with the ancient spirit blood dragon's blood essence, his blood and qi would continue to rise until he became a true ancient spirit blood dragon. After Xueqi was fine, everyone's gaze turned to Long Chen. They felt a little emotional towards this mysterious youth. It was not without reason that Bai Lan trusted Long Chen so much. Everything was based on strength. Now, Long Chen had proved himself with his own strength. As for this time, except for Situ Yao, everyone had forgotten about Situ Yu. Indeed, compared to Long Chen, Situ Yu today was simply a joke. At this time, outside of the crowd, Situ Yu was looking at the lively Xueqi with dull eyes. He suddenly shook his head and looked again. Sure enough, Xueqi had recovered. The person who helped her recover was Long Chen. Situ Yu had enough confidence in his alchemy skills, but this time, after spending 10 days of hard work, he still completely lost. He wanted to show Xueqi that she loved him so much that she couldn't stop loving him. But at this time, Xueqi was looking at Long Chen with gratitude and even worship in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with crystal-clear tears. This should have been his, Situ Yu's, but now it had become Long Chen's. Thinking of this, Situ Yu's heart was filled with anger. He discovered that if he continued to stay here he would only become a laughingstock, so he angrily left, but before he left, he glared at Long Chen and sneered, "Brat, you've made me lose face today, just you wait. This is a world where strength is respected. Without strength, even if your alchemy skills are strong, what use is it?" After saying this, he left. Chapter 744. Congratulations, Patriarch. Everyone took their leave. Situ Yao walked at the very front. When he saw his grandson's figure leaving, he immediately chased after him. He was very clear about his grandson's thoughts. This time, Situ Yu had lost a lot of face. In the courtyard, only Xueqi and her sister, the two patriarchs, and Long Chen were left. At that moment, Xueqi looked at Long Chen with a bit of guilt and said, "That. Long Chen, I misunderstood you before. I am truly sorry. I apologize for my impoliteness." The reason why she hated Long Chen before was because she didn't believe in Long Chen's ability. She was afraid that he would delay Soyan's matter. But now, the strength that Long Chen displayed was already recognized by her. At that moment, in her heart, Long Chen already wore a layer of mystery and Situ Yu became an ignorant and incompetent person. The good impression that she built up towards Situ Yu with great difficulty was now completely gone. "It's fine. I know you care about Yen, Long Chen wasn't a petty person. Naturally, he didn't want to have any conflicts with Xueqi. After all, he still had to cultivate the 7-element star body. If he had a conflict with Xueqi, how could he get Bai Lan to protect him? Long Chen also knew Bai Lan's strength. Lei Ji's strength should be at the first level of the heaven realm, and Bai Lan should be an extremely rare expert at the second level of the heaven realm. In addition to the inheritance of the demon god emperor, Bai Lan's strength could be imagined. In the myriad kingdoms, Bai Lan was absolutely a peak expert. Both Long Chen and Bai Lan wanted to have a good relationship with each other. This time, when Long Chen helped Xueqi pull back from the brink of death, it made Long Chen and Bai Lan hit it off even more. "Yen, go play with your sister. I'll talk to Long Chen for a while." After slightly comforting Xueqi, Bai Lan let the two sisters leave first. The two sisters were very obedient and quickly took their leave. Only Long Chen and the two patriarchs of the Thunder Demon clan were left. "Thank you for today. Long Chen, sit down." In the pavilion, Bai Lan smiled and let Long Chen sit down. After Long Chen sat down, he examined Long Chen and said, "Relying on the martial god tablet painting to enter the 6th level of the Earth realm is indeed very fast, right?" Long Chen already knew that Bai Lan already knew about his background, including the martial god tablet painting. So, he was not surprised and said, "Indeed, the martial god tablet painting is an extraordinary treasure. In this Cyanwood heavenly city, I don't have to worry about my own safety. I also thank the Patriarch for providing me with a safe environment to cultivate." Bai Lan smiled and said, "Whether it's safe or not depends on you. Although I'm the Patriarch, I can't manage everything. As the Patriarch of the Demon Clan, if I were to stand on the side of outsiders, wouldn't it make people think that I'm siding with outsiders? Don't you think so?" Bai Lan was definitely an old fox. From his words, Long Chen knew that he was talking about Situ Yu. He was also indirectly telling Long Chen that if Long Chen and Situ Yu were to have a conflict, it would be difficult for him because of his identity. So, he told Long Chen to try not to have a conflict with Situ Yu. Even if there was a conflict, it was best for Long Chen not to take the initiative and let the opponent have something to use against him. "Don't worry, Patriarch. I understand." Long Chen nodded. "Very good." Bai Lan smiled with satisfaction. In his opinion, Long Chen was indeed a very smart and likable junior. After observing Long Chen for a while, he suddenly said, "I reckon that you've already mastered the Big Dipper steps. You've just reached the 6th level of the Earth realm. Don't be in a hurry to increase your realm. You should slow down a bit." In the 7 glorious stars technique, there's probably a 7 glorious stars body. That's probably the reason you came to my Cyanwood heavenly city, right? Bai Lan casually and tirelessly explained Long Chen's trump card. If Kitten hadn't reminded him, Long Chen would probably be scared out of his wits. He knew very well in his heart, so he acted very indifferent and said, "It is indeed as Senior said. I want to go to the peak of this huge tree immediately and see what the stellar energy is." Bai Lan and Lei Ji were shocked by Long Chen's reaction. They thought Long Chen would be shocked, but they didn't expect Long Chen to be so indifferent. Bai Lan and Lei Ji looked at each other and laughed involuntarily. He said, "We thought you didn't know that we've seen through your trump card. I didn't expect you to know it yourself. Now everything is clear. But what I want to ask is, you're alone with such an important treasure. Aren't you afraid that we'll rob you and kill you for it? You should know that your treasure is very tempting to us. Besides, your escape technique can't escape from our Sky Martial Realm's domain. Sky Martial Realm cultivators could control the power of the world and form their own domain around them. Long Chen's blood escape might really be difficult to escape, unless Long Chen also had his own domain that could offset their domains. Clan leader Bai probably won't, right?" Long Chen didn't answer and directly asked. Bai Lan laughed, "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. My precious daughter's life is still in your hands. For at least another 90 days, I won't be able to touch you. But to have such a good thing slip away from my eyes, I really can't bear to let it go." Pausing for a moment, Bai Lan suddenly asked, "Little brat, what do you think of my daughter?" Long Chen was startled. He didn't understand why this guy would suddenly say something like this. He said, "Yan is lively and cute. She's a good girl." "Pfft, I'm not talking about Yan Yan is only 14. In your dreams. I'm talking about Xueqi by Xueqi." Long Chen was even more confused. He said, "Xueqi is talented and beautiful. She's also your daughter. Of course, she's the best in the world." "That's good. When you go cultivate the 7-element star body, have Xueqi accompany you. Her strength is passable. When you encounter danger, she can look after you." Long Chen thought about it. He felt that he and Xueqi didn't get along well. Moreover, he didn't like others watching when he cultivated. Since Bai Lan agreed to protect him, he could do whatever he wanted in the Cyanwood heavenly city. Thinking about that, he refused and said, "I'm not very familiar with Princess Snow. Furthermore, I reckon that Princess Snow doesn't have the patience to accompany me for such a long time. So I'll pass." Hearing Long Chen say that, Bai Lan didn't insist. He chuckled and said, "In short, thank you for today. In this Cyanwood heavenly city, you can stay as long as you want. I'll be leaving first." After saying that, he and Lei Ji left in a huff. Most likely, they went to play chess and drink tea. Long Chen was very curious. These two old men hung out together every day. Could it be that they didn't find it very disgusting? Of course, most of the time, he hung out with Xiao Lang every day. Wu Guangyu, it's almost time to kill you. Long Chen smiled faintly. After Bai Lan left, Long Chen returned to his room and consolidated his power of the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. When night fell and the stars appeared in the sky, Long Chen brought Kitten, the Dream Demon, and quietly left the place. They headed towards the highest point of the ancient tree. The Cyanwood Heavenly City was built in the middle of the ancient tree. Outside the Cyanwood Heavenly City, there were many branches that extended towards the sky. Long Chen chose the thickest branch and headed towards the highest point. Generally speaking, when night came, people who reached the martial realm would usually be immersed in cultivation. Cultivation was something that if one didn't advance, one would fall behind. So basically, everyone was very hardworking. And Long Chen took advantage of the time when there were fewer people to move around. He didn't meet anyone on the way. The Cyanwood Heavenly City was divided into the inner city and outer city by the Thunder Demon clan. In the outer city, there were a total of over 1,000 ordinary martial artists living there. As for the inner city, it was where the core members of the Thunder Demon clan lived. Ordinary martial artists were not allowed to go to the inner city if there was nothing important. If Long Chen wanted to go to the highest point of the Cyanwood Heavenly City, he would have to leave the inner city. So, he would have to go up from the thickest branch. Although it was called a branch, it was currently as huge as a pillar that supported the heavens. Long Chen seemed to be running on a vertical pillar as he quickly moved forward. After Long Chen left Soyan's little courtyard, in a dark place far away, there was a black figure moving. Then he quickly left. The black figure passed through the wooden houses and soon arrived at another exquisite little courtyard. He didn't knock on the door and directly jumped over the wall. Big Brother Situ. The black figure was actually a dark-skinned youth. His body was strong and healthy, like a black cheetah. Looking at his age, he was only a bit younger than Situ Yu. After the door opened, Situ Yu's gloomy face appeared. When he saw the youth, a trace of a sneer immediately appeared on his face and he said, "Chen Su, is there any news?" "Big Brother Situ, the person you wanted me to monitor has left the courtyard. I saw that he is heading towards the top of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. I reckon that he wants to go to the top of the ancient tree. But, what is he going there for?" Situ Yu sneered and said, "Who cares what he's going there for? In the day, he made me suffer and now, he's actually sneaking around. I don't know what he's doing. If he's doing something bad, I'll go capture him and kill him. If he's so bored that his balls hurt and he farts up there, I'll go teach him a lesson. The person who can make me, Situ Yu, suffer is truly not born yet." What Big Brother Situ said is right. That brat is a bit arrogant. Furthermore, he's so close to the two beautiful princesses. He's simply courting death. Chen Su said respectfully. Chapter 745. Chen Su quickly nodded and said, "Brother Situ, what are you talking about? We are brothers. How can you doubt me? No, I will accompany you tonight. If you want to fight, I will also join in and give him a stab." Situ Yu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "It's good that you can help me. Quickly change your clothes. I will give you 20 breaths of time." "Yes." Chen Su nodded. His expression was very excited. He quickly changed his clothes and disappeared into the darkness with Situ Yu. Not long after Long Chen left, they quickly went in the direction that Long Chen left. In this dark night, their movements did not attract anyone's attention. This ancient tree was simply abnormally tall. The area around Long Chen was completely covered by a white fog. It was similar to the Eternal God's Sea, but it was even denser than the fog in the Eternal God's Sea. Even Long Chen couldn't see things clearly. Fortunately, there was a bright sea of stars in the sky. Under the light of this sea of stars, the surroundings became a lot clearer. This ancient tree is actually so tall. Long Chen was speechless. He once again walked a lot of distance, passed through the layers of clouds, and approached the top of the ancient tree. At this time, there were very few branches and leaves in the surroundings. The whole world was vast and boundless clouds. At a certain moment, Long Chen found that the surroundings suddenly became clear. He suddenly found that he had already passed through the layers of clouds and arrived above the sea of clouds. The underground clouds were like an ocean, countless white fog fluctuated, and the thick branches of the ancient tree occasionally pierced through the sea of clouds. Long Chen was in the vast sea of clouds. This magnificent scene caused Long Chen to be dumbfounded. This world is really too big. When will I, Long Chen, be as big as the heaven and earth? Such a thought suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. He laughed bitterly, then raised his head again. The stars that filled the sky were incomparably magnificent, shining brightly. Standing high up in the sky, Long Chen found that these stars were simply within reach. Above the Cyanwood Heaven City, all of the monstrous beasts had probably been driven away by Lan. Therefore, Long Chen did not need to worry about the problem of the monstrous beasts. If it was outside of the Cyanwood Heaven City, perhaps Long Chen would be able to fly to such a high place. However, he would definitely be eaten by the monstrous beasts. Next, I'll cultivate the 7 glorious stars' true essence. In the 7 glorious stars art, Long Chen had already mastered the Big Dipper steps. However, without the support of the 7 glorious stars' true essence, the Big Dipper steps could not be used. Moreover, the 7 glorious stars' true essence was also the foundation for Long Chen to cultivate the 7 glorious stars' body. In order to cultivate the 7 glorious stars' physique, one must first cultivate the general principles of the 7 glorious stars' art. Although the cultivation of the general principles did not require the absorption of astral energy, Long Chen still needed to be under the starlight that filled the sky. Only then would it be easier and faster for him to cultivate the 7 glorious stars' true essence. On a hard tree branch, Long Chen sat cross-legged, under the starlight that filled the sky. The foundation of the 7 glorious star lords is actually the 7 glorious stars art. Be it the 7 glorious stars body, the Big Dipper steps or the 3000 star field, they are all based on the 7 glorious stars art. Before this, Long Chen had actually already read through the general principles of the 7 glorious stars art. Not only did he read it once, but he also understood it as a whole. In terms of understanding, he never had any obstacles. Now he just had to practice it. The 7 glorious stars art could integrate the power of the stars into one's true essence, but it did not turn all of Long Chen's true essence into 7 glorious stars' true essence. To be honest, the characteristics of Long Chen's dragon soul true essence came from the primordial blood spiritual dragon. There was probably nothing in this world that could completely change Long Chen's true essence. The 7 glorious stars art could at most allow the dragon soul true essence to fuse with the starlight and increase the characteristics of the 7 glorious stars true essence. The dragon soul true essence could be used as the 7 glorious stars true essence, but the 7 glorious stars true essence couldn't be used as the dragon soul true essence. The 7 glorious stars art was a method to absorb the light of the stars and integrate it into Long Chen's true essence. The light of the stars was not the same as the astral energy. The astral energy was similar to the gold-devouring qi and had a powerful attack power. The light of the stars was the power of the stars in the sky. When he was at the heavenly river realm, the power he absorbed was actually only the surface power of the major galaxies. This time, Long Chen wanted to absorb a deeper level of power. The 7 glorious stars art was not difficult because it was only the foundation. Long Chen only needed to follow the steps step by step. As for the Big Dipper steps and the 7 glorious stars body, it would be much more troublesome. Long Chen was sitting cross-legged with his palms and feet facing the sky. He was operating his true qi according to the 7 glorious stars secret art, absorbing the power of the endless stars in the sky. At this time there were 9 Milky Way in the sky, and Long Chen was directly in the middle of these 9 Milky Way, absorbing the power one after another. The power of these stars gathered in the sky, and then gradually descended to the top of Long Chen's head. The top of Long Chen's head, the palms of his hands, and the soles of his feet. There were 2 martial apertures on the top of his head, which were originally the earthly yang aperture and the earthly yin aperture. There were also 1 martial aperture on the palms of his feet. At this time, the light of the stars was divided into 5 and gathered in the 5 martial apertures of Long Chen, gradually pouring into them. In the midst of the haze, endless starlight surged. Under Long Chen's control, the starlight constantly fused into the 5 starlight, and then continuously poured into Long Chen's body. The starlight poured into Long Chen's martial aperture. With the operation of the 7 glorious stars art, the starlight gradually fused into Long Chen's rotating dan. Blue starlight began to appear in the true qi. The starlight gradually added a blue fluorescence to Long Chen's light red true qi, making it incomparably gorgeous. The true qi circulating in the 18 martial veins was like the most beautiful Milky Way in the sky. After half an hour, under the operation of the 7 glorious stars art, the true qi of the 7 glorious stars had begun to take shape. There was already a small part of the true qi of the 7 glorious stars in Long Chen's true qi. As long as he persisted here, he would be able to complete the 7 glorious stars art by the end of the night. Tomorrow night, he would probably be able to activate the stellar energy and begin cultivating the 7 glorious stars body. Time gradually passed. Everything was under Long Chen's control. Long Chen did not expect that everything would progress so smoothly after he came to the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Just as Long Chen was concentrating on his cultivation, 2 black figures were shuttling through the clouds. There was a distance of 500 to 600 meters between them. As Long Chen could not use his spirit-devouring demon eyes during his cultivation, he did not discover the 2 of them. The 2 of them were the people who had secretly followed Long Chen. They were Situ Yu and Chen Su. As they did not know Long Chen's exact location, they had wasted a lot of time and effort. At this moment, they had finally found Long Chen's location through some clues. What is that? Chen Su raised his head and suddenly saw a bright light in the sky above the countless clouds. It was as if a star had fallen from the sky and landed above the 2 of them. Chen Su was a warrior in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm and Situ Yu was in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Both of them were in a higher level than Long Chen. Even Chen Su could be considered as an outstanding disciple of the Demon Clan. He usually had a lot of resources and the training he received was much better than Long Chen, who had made his own way. Situ Yu was a bit stronger and his perception was also a lot stronger. He stopped and carefully looked for a while. Suddenly he said with doubt, in this starlight there is a person. His eyes lit up and he said, that person must be Long Chen. At this moment, he should be immersed in cultivation. So this brat actually came to such a high place to cultivate. Isn't this purely courting death? Brother Situ, he's cultivating. It's full of starlight. It looks very strange. What on earth is he cultivating? Chen Su asked curiously. I don't know either. I guess it's some kind of evil method. Although the 2 of them had heard of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, they did not immediately associate it with the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. After all, no matter how good their imagination was, they could not imagine that the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords would appear in front of them. Then what should we do? He's cultivating. This is a good opportunity. Chen Su licked his lips and said. It was obvious that Situ Yu was very unhappy with Long Chen. Situ Yu was not only strong, but also the only alchemist in the Demon Clan. He would definitely become a top figure in the Demon Clan in the future. Chen Su's father, Chen Yang, had told Chen Su to build a good relationship with Situ Yu. That was why Chen Su was so active tonight. Chen Su's words reminded Situ Yu. At this moment, Situ Yu's mind was spinning rapidly. Actually, he also wanted to kill Long Chen. However, after he killed Long Chen, Xueqi would also be finished. Although Soyan's life and death had nothing to do with him, it would still cause a great shock to the Demon Clan. This was a big matter, so he did not dare to make a rash decision. However, today's humiliation was suddenly engraved in his mind. This brat is my nemesis. Now, he's cultivating this strange technique. If he continues to stay in the Cyanwood Heaven City, there will be no place for me in the Cyanwood Heaven City. Furthermore, that bitch Xueqi might even be snatched away by him. Xueqi is the greatest support for me to become the Demon Clan's patriarch in the future. I absolutely cannot give her to this Long Chen. However, I just had a conflict with Long Chen. If Long Chen dies, it's inevitable that people will think that I was the one who did it. Situ Yu was in a dilemma. Brother Situ. Chen Su was waiting for Situ Yu to make a decision. Chapter 746. Brother Situ, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. The word brother made Chen Su's blood boil. Good. Situ Yu smiled. He pointed at Long Chen and said, this brat is only at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, but he made me lose face. I can't even raise my head in front of my clansmen. If you are my brother, help me kill him. With your strength you can easily kill him. As long as Chen Su killed Long Chen instead of Situ Yu would not have anything to do with this matter. Chen Su was surprised and said, Brother Situ, if you really kill him, who else can save Princess Yen-er? Idiot, I already have a way to save Princess Yen-er. Today, I just need a little bit more. Tomorrow, I will be able to save Princess Yen-er. Situ Yu said angrily. Seeing that Situ Yu was angry, Chen Su was a little scared. He thought that if he didn't agree with Situ Yu today, he wouldn't be able to be Situ Yu's brother anymore. So he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, but if someone asks about it, you have to keep it a secret for me. Of course, this matter is only known by heaven and earth, you and I, Situ Yu said with a smile. Chen Su gritted his teeth and started crawling towards Long Chen. When he was about 100 meters away from Long Chen, Kitten, who was in Long Chen's great virtual world, noticed him. Kitten reminded him in a low voice, "Boy, don't rush to cultivate. It seems that someone is following you. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Situ Yu." Fortunately, Kitten was there. Long Chen was running the art of the 7 glorious stars, so he needed to stop. Otherwise, his genuine chi would be in disorder. When he heard Kitten's words, he stopped running the art of the 7 glorious stars. When he opened his eyes and stood up, he saw a figure rapidly approaching him. It's not Situ Yu. Long Chen could roughly feel that this person's chi was not Situ Yu. If it was Situ Yu, Long Chen would be in trouble. After all, Bai Lan had already warned him not to have any conflicts with Situ Yu. After all, Bai Lan was the patriarch of the demon clan, while Situ Yu was a member of the demon clan. If Bai Lan protected Long Chen, people would inevitably talk about it. The person who had just arrived was a youth with dark skin and a robust body like a black panther. Long Chen originally thought that this youth had just arrived here by coincidence, but when he saw the bloodthirsty look in his eyes, Long Chen didn't think so. This youth had definitely come for him, and looking at his expression, it seemed that he didn't have good intentions. Long Chen was sure that he had never seen this young man before, so he felt a little strange.
He suddenly used his devouring demon eyes and saw that 500 meters below him, there was a young man who was quickly leaving. 500 meters was a mile, and soon, he went out of Long Chen's line of sight. Judging from the aura of the young man's soul, that young man was closer to Situ Yu. Long Chen was a smart man, so he quickly understood the cause of the matter. So when the young man came up and didn't have the time to attack, Long Chen asked, "Did Situ Yu send you to kill me?" Chen Su stared blankly. The young man in front of him didn't panic at all. Instead, he revealed his secret from the very beginning. Chen Su quickly said in a cold voice, "So what if you know? You have offended my elder brother Situ. You really deserve to die." Long Chen smiled helplessly and said, "I have never seen an idiot like you. You are so happy to be used as a spear. Situ Yu didn't dare to kill me, so he sent you here. Do you know that if you kill me, you will also lose your life? Besides me, no one can save your Princess Yen. Do you think your patriarch will take your life?" In fact, Chen Su also thought about these things, but he didn't believe that his elder brother Situ, who was usually so good to him, would plot against him. So as soon as Long Chen finished speaking, Chen Su coldly snorted and said, "Don't try to deceive me, today is the day you die." After saying that, the young man suddenly pulled out a black saber from his Chengkuan bag. It was a full 1.5 meter long black saber. There was a deep blood groove on the saber, and on the edge of the saber, there was a fierce tiger pattern. The tiger's blood-red eyes were staring at Long Chen. "Die!" After taking out the black saber, Chen Su roared and directly rushed towards Long Chen. His attack was very fast, like a powerful tiger. The flickering saber light instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. To kill or not to kill? To Long Chen, this was a problem. He didn't come to Cyanwood Sky City to make enemies with others. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Long Chen knew that if he killed this young man, there would be even more trouble. But if he didn't kill this young man, how could he let it go? Looking at Chen Su's eyes, Long Chen knew that if he didn't kill him, he would absolutely not stop. Chen Su's first attack was a fierce killing move. One move after another, each move was very powerful, as expected of an elite disciple of the demon race. But Long Chen was already in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He was no longer the weakling that could be trampled on in the immemorial cemetery. Long Chen knew that even if he didn't transform into his dragon soul, he could still use the fusion of the 2 great emperor seals and the devouring world of blood to kill this brat. But what he wanted to try the most was the Big Dipper steps. In any case, Chen Su couldn't understand that this was the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. He already had a bit of 7 brilliant star true origin in his true origin, so he could try the Big Dipper steps. 7 Slaughter Tiger Blade Technique. Heartbreak. Each move of Chen Su's saber technique was more and more ruthless than the last.
It was completely born for killing. At this time, with the support of his boundless spiritual essence, he slashed out with his saber. Suddenly, a saber light suddenly transformed into a pitch-black shadow of a fierce tiger. With a whoosh, it rushed towards Long Chen's chest. That's it. Long Chen stood where he was without moving. He looked at Chen Su with a cold smile. You're not dodging? Are you looking to die? Chen Su was stunned. He thought that Long Chen would fight him head-on. He didn't expect Long Chen to directly give up. How useless. Although he's one level lower than me, he shouldn't be scared silly by a random attack of mine. It's too easy. Chen Su thought excitedly. He didn't expect that he would be able to complete the task so easily. So slow. When the blade light approached Long Chen's chest, Long Chen's body suddenly disappeared. Under his feet, an illusory astrolabe suddenly appeared. On this astrolabe, there was the position of the Big Dipper. Long Chen had been standing on the dubhe of the Big Dipper. But at this moment, he suddenly disappeared from dubhe and appeared on the Merak star. This made Chen Su's attack inexplicably miss. When Long Chen's body appeared in another place, the astrolabe under his feet disappeared and changed, making it impossible for him to predict where Long Chen's next step would be. How is this possible? How did he dodge it? Chen Su was stunned. He even stopped his blade technique. There are still many things you don't understand. Get lost. You can't kill me. Go back and tell Situ Yu that if he wants to fight, he can do it himself. Don't be a coward. Long Chen laughed. What? In Chen Su's eyes, Long Chen was just a weakling at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. How could Long Chen be so arrogant? Long Chen had only dodged one attack with some strange moves. Long Chen's contemptuous words infuriated Chen Su. Without saying a word, he pounced on Long Chen again. The black sword in his hand suddenly shot out a series of black blade lights. These blade lights suddenly transformed into ferocious roaring tigers in mid-air, attacking Long Chen with a loud rumble. I don't believe that you can dodge it like this. Chen Su sneered. The endless blade lights chopped at Long Chen. Soon, like a tide, Long Chen was completely submerged. However, what happened next shocked him even more. An illusory astrolabe continued to appear under Long Chen's feet. It was a waste to use an imperial body technique to deal with this attack. Long Chen's body moved quickly on the astrolabe. Although there were many blade lights, none of them could hit Long Chen. There were 7 star points on the astrolabe, but they were also moving quickly. Chen Su had no way of knowing where Long Chen would appear in the next moment. How could this be? Chen Su was stunned. He realized that Long Chen was using a high-level body technique, but he didn't know what kind of body technique it was. However, if he could obtain it, it would definitely make him soar to the sky. Thinking of this, Chen Su became excited. He had been hesitant to kill Long Chen before, but now he had made up his mind to fight to the death. Kid, you coward. Do you only know how to hide? If you have the guts, fight me like a real man. Hiding is the behavior of a woman. Chen Su roared. His feet tapped on the branches and leaves. The leaves there were shockingly huge. At that moment, Long Chen was stepping on a huge leaf, and Chen Su was also on the leaf. The huge leaf was like an arena. It didn't change even when the two of them stood on it. When he was only 10 meters away from Long Chen, Chen Su's black saber suddenly shone with a bright light. This time he was really going to kill. He used his strongest move right off the bat. Dark Blade Shadow. Under Chen Su's blade light, a soaring blade aura slashed at Long Chen. The blade aura was fierce and huge, and when it came down, it split the huge leaf in half. The black blade aura instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. Die! Chen Su roared. Still too slow. Long Chen laughed. He used the Big Dipper steps and instantly appeared behind Chen Su. Chen Su was looking forward to his blade aura cutting Long Chen in half, but he didn't expect to feel a creepy aura coming from behind him. Long Chen had disappeared in front of him. I'll release 25 chapters first, and I'll release 25 more at noon. Chapter 747. Gotcha! Chen Su suddenly turned around and swung his blade. However, as soon as he swung his blade, his shoulder was hit hard by Long Chen. Long Chen's Desolation God seal hit his shoulder and immediately crippled half of his arm. My hand, my hand! Chen Su cried and rolled a few times on the leaves. The black combat jacket slipped out of his hand and fell beside him. He almost slid down the leaf. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and steadied himself with his feet. At this moment, he was holding his arm miserably. After being hit by the divine desolation seal, a large piece of flesh had already rotted away. If this arm was not properly nurtured, it would probably be crippled. That overwhelming pain tore at Chen Su's nerves. The more painful it was, the more resentment he felt towards Long Chen. Long Chen didn't attack, but as soon as he attacked, he directly crippled his arm. Although Long Chen's Zhen Yuan was not as strong as his opponent, his Big Dipper steps were too fast. Before his opponent could react, Long Chen had already hit him. This was because he didn't want to kill this guy. Otherwise, Long Chen's Desolation God Seal would have directly hit his heart or head, which would have definitely killed him. Enough is enough. I have no enmity with you. You were just used by others. There is no need to fight to the death with me. Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said solemnly to Chen Su. Bullshit. Chen Su roared. You're just relying on your strange movement techniques to beat me. I was careless earlier, and you dared to injure me. You should be prepared to die. You're right. Chen Su swung the black saber to his left hand and turned into a black shadow. A pitch-black astral saber slashed down at Long Chen in the midst of the starry sky. You still don't want to give up. Long Chen was a little speechless at this fellow. He just didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't take this brat's life. However, since the other party was still pestering him, Long Chen also didn't have a good temper. The Big Dipper steps flashed, and Long Chen appeared on Chen Su's left side. The Desolation God Seal hit Chen Su's palm with lightning speed. The black blade suddenly flew out of Chen Su's hand and stabbed into the leaf. The leaf was very strong, and it firmly held the blade as if it was the ground. The Divine Desolation Seal hit Chen Su's palm and instantly turned it into rotten flesh. His white bones were exposed. Chen Su let out a miserable scream and suddenly fell to the ground. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are linked to the heart. It was clear how terrifying the pain he was suffering at this time was. Chen Su's attack was just a small interlude. Long Chen stood in front of him and looked at him coldly. He asked, "Do you want to continue? If you don't leave, I, Long Chen, will not accompany you anymore." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with Chen Su. He had been disturbed today, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to continue his cultivation. Only a little time had passed, and Long Chen planned to find a higher place to continue his cultivation. Chen Su's attack was nothing more than a small interlude for him. As for Chen Su's injuries, Long Chen had only given him a warning. He hadn't been too heavy-handed, and Chen Su hadn't suffered any serious injuries. As long as he expelled the death chi and recuperated for a period of time, he would be able to fully recover. Long Chen was about to leave, but at that moment, Chen Su suddenly roared and jumped up. Both of his arms were actually injured. Chen Su's face was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. His body emitted a strong murderous aura. Long Chen, don't leave if you have the guts. Long Chen stopped and looked back. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Chen Su didn't answer. At that moment, his face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with anger and madness. To him, Long Chen holding back was a humiliation. You really think that I can't kill you? At that moment, Chen Su roared madly. He endured the pain in his arms and raised the black blade in his hand. He pointed the blade at Long Chen and shouted, "Do you know what this blade is? Let me tell you, this is a fight that will take your life." It was obvious that this guy was going to fight with his life. Long Chen raised his guard. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. At that moment, Chen Su roared and suddenly swung his black blade at Long Chen. Whoosh! There was a loud explosion. The black blade was only 30 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, it moved 15 meters forward. At this 15 meters, Long Chen suddenly realized that the black blade had exploded. Long Chen felt a destructive force being born. He had already sensed the danger. At this moment, Long Chen was no longer soft-hearted. His eyes instantly darkened, and at the last moment, he used the Dragon Soul transformation. Blood-red scales instantly armed his body to the extreme. Not only did the Dragon Soul transformation increase his true yuan to the same level as Chen Su, it also increased the toughness of his body. Golden the Arch Heaven Covering Seal. Without any hesitation, Long Chen used the Golden the Arch Heaven Covering Seal. He felt that the power and range of the explosion was too big. If he only relied on the Big Dipper steps, he might not be able to dodge it. Therefore, Long Chen used the Arch Heaven Covering Seal. The Golden Emperor Seal suddenly appeared in his palm. The Gold Emperor Seal suddenly lit up. Under Long Chen's control, a golden beam of light suddenly exploded in the pitch-black night sky. Even the people in the Greenwood Heavenly City below would be able to see the resplendent light. Immediately after, an even bigger light exploded, followed by a huge explosion. This was caused by the explosion of the Black Saber. After the Black Saber exploded, a huge force, along with countless broken blades, attacked Long Chen. If Long Chen was hit by it, he would definitely be riddled with holes. The power of the Black Saber's explosion was close to the attack of an expert in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. This was definitely Chen Su's last trump card. He did not expect that under the threat of Long Chen, he would actually explode his trump card, just to kill Long Chen. This guy has definitely gone mad. Long Chen could already feel the power of the saber's explosion. The Arch Heaven Covering Seal's advance was met with resistance. An overwhelming force came crashing towards Long Chen. It's really hard to resist. However, die. Under such an aggressive situation, Long Chen did not think too much about it. If he did not destroy the explosive power of the saber, then the explosive power of the saber would injure him. I don't believe that you, Long Chen, can survive the explosion of my saber. You're only in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How can you be my opponent? Chen Su laughed as he watched Long Chen being engulfed by the power of the explosion. However, he was soon dumbfounded. In the endless power of the explosion, he suddenly saw a golden light. The golden light suddenly expanded and reflected the power of the explosion. The power of the Arch Heaven Covering Seal and the power of the saber's explosion were all coming towards Chen Su. Vaguely, Chen Su could only see that it was a huge imperial seal. Then, his small body was completely engulfed by the Emperor Seal. The power of the Arch Heaven Covering Seal and the power of the saber's explosion combined. In a short moment, Chen Su's body was smashed into pieces. Impossible. Chen Su's expression was blank at the last moment. He could not believe that Long Chen, who was only in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm, could have such terrifying power. Under this terrifying power, Chen Su's body was smashed into pieces. The leaf they were on was also completely destroyed. Long Chen could only float in the air. All the sounds disappeared very quickly. Long Chen frowned. He knew that the final battle had caused a great commotion. He guessed that many people would come later. It was a fact that he had killed Chen Su. Long Chen thought for a while and decided not to leave. If he left, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. He wanted to stand here openly. After all, it was Chen Su who had attacked and killed him. He, Long Chen, had only fought back when appropriate. He was not afraid of a crooked shadow. It was not him who wanted to attack. Bai Lan knew what had happened and would still stand on his side. After standing at the highest point for a while, Long Chen felt that there were people below. After a while, Long Chen saw many people from the Demon Clan and the Thunder Clan. When they saw that it was Long Chen, they confirmed that he was not an enemy and did not attack. However, they looked at Long Chen with vigilance. After all, it was suspicious that he had come here so late at night. The strongest person among them was in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. It was an old man. When Long Chen had rescued Xueqi, he had also been in the yard. At this moment, he frowned and looked around. There were obviously traces of a fight. He was about to ask Long Chen what had happened when suddenly, Su Shue's beautiful figure appeared below. What happened? Su Shue's status and strength were the highest here. She came next to Long Chen and looked around. Before, Su Shue had never been nice to Long Chen. However, after Long Chen had saved her sister, her attitude towards Long Chen became much better. At this moment, she came up and stood next to Long Chen. Under the starlight, Su Shue was wearing a black dress. Her figure was graceful and cold. She was Bai Lan's daughter, so she naturally had her own dignity. Chapter 748. Yes. Su Shue was surprised. She didn't know who the dead man was. However, Long Chen was only at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, yet he could easily say that he had killed him. Wasn't he bragging? Su Shue didn't know who the murderer was, so she asked, "Do you know who he is?" "I don't think he's from the Thunder Clan or the Demon Clan. Yen owes you a favor, so the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan won't hurt you." "Not necessarily." Long Chen sneered and didn't say anything. The others gathered around and began to discuss spiritedly. "Is this young man Long Chen, the one who cured Princess Yen? What is he doing here in the middle of the night?" "Who knows? There was such a big noise just now. Someone must have been killed." "Who was it?" The crowd didn't know who it was.
Sewer. At that moment, a roar spread in the air. Everybody looked down and saw a middle-aged man with blood-red eyes rushing up from below.
That man had a strong build and a dark face. He looked like Chen Su. Long Chen frowned.
That man had appeared in Yen Er's courtyard before. He had broken through to the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm and was one of the higher-ups of the Demon Clan. At that moment, the man rushed up and glanced around. He didn't see his son, so he shouted, "Did anyone see my son, Chen Su? Why did he detonate the exploding blade here?" He glanced around, but nobody answered him. Everybody looked at Long Chen. Long Chen's face didn't change, but Xueqi frowned. She looked at Long Chen and said, "The young man you killed is Elder Chen Yang's son, Chen Su, who is at the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm." It was difficult for Long Chen to kill Chen Su. After all, Xueqi was indebted to Long Chen. However, Chen Su was from the Demon Clan. Xueqi was confused. Long Chen was at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm while Chen Su was at the 7th level. How could Long Chen kill him? At this moment, Chen Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Long Chen. Long Chen's body clearly showed signs of a fight. Chen Yang recognized him, so he said coldly, "My young friend Long Chen, dare I ask, was it you who fought with my son just now?" "Where is my son, Chen Su? Did he die at your hands?" Before Long Chen could answer, Xueqi said, "Elder Chen, are you kidding? Long Chen is at the 6th level of the Earth Martial realm. How could he kill your son? There must be someone else." Before Xueqi could finish her words, Long Chen interrupted her and said, "Yes, I killed Chen Su." Long Chen's words caused an uproar. To be honest, since Long Chen had saved Xueqi, most people had regarded him as one of their own. However, it didn't seem right for him to kill one of his own. Moreover, Long Chen's tone seemed a bit arrogant, which made everyone feel quite displeased. They even felt that it was unfair for Chen Yang. Long Chen and Chen Su didn't have any relationship to begin with, so why would Long Chen kill someone who wasn't related to him? Idiot! Xueqi was speechless. She wanted to help Long Chen cover it up. She didn't expect him to admit it himself. Of course, she was also a little surprised that Long Chen could kill Chen Su. After all, he was in the 7th level of the Earth Martial realm. There was a difference of 1 level. Hearing Long Chen's words, a cold light burst out from Elder Chen Yang's eyes. His breathing became heavy and he stared at Long Chen. He growled in a low voice, "May I ask why you killed my son when you had no enmity with him?" "That's right. Chen Su didn't provoke you, so why did you kill him?" The other demons also started to make a ruckus. As for the Thunder Clan, this was not related to them at all. So, everyone was watching the show with great interest. Long Chen said directly, "I didn't kill your son. I was cultivating here, but your son attacked me the moment he came. I showed mercy time and time again, but he didn't let it go. In the end, he even detonated the blade in his hand. He wanted to take my life. If I didn't do anything, I'm afraid the one who died would be me. In this Cyanwood Sky City, he was an upright person. So, he didn't want to say too much." The crowd became silent. If it was really as Long Chen said, then Chen Su deserved to die. So the crowd looked at Chen Yang's reaction. At this moment, the blood in Chen Yang's eyes had not disappeared. After all, the one who died was the son he had cultivated for many years, the son who had a high chance of becoming an elder in the future. "This is only your side of the story. Do you have any evidence to prove that your words are true?" Chen Yang said coldly. Long Chen really did not have any evidence. But, he guessed that even if he had evidence, Chen Yang would continue to pester him. So Long Chen said, "I don't have any evidence. However, I, Long Chen, am an upright person. If there is any falsehood in my words, let me be struck by lightning." Is Elder Chen satisfied with this oath? Oath. Long Chen had already made an oath.
Although it was impossible to determine whether it was true or false, it was still quite useful. Chen Yang originally wanted to request a spar with Long Chen once. But Long Chen's oath made him speechless. However, you and my son do not know each other. Why did he come here to kill you? Why are you here? Don't you feel that everything is very suspicious? Chen Yang continued to ask. Long Chen smiled. He looked around and in the end, his gaze stopped on Xueqi and said, I, Long Chen, have only been in this Cyanwood Sky City for 10 days. The only time I showed my face was today when I concocted a medicinal pellet to save Lady Yan. I presume it was because of that I offended someone. Chen Su is an idiot and was used by someone. I won't say anything else. Everyone should understand. Farewell. After saying that, Long Chen walked past Xueqi and left. Everyone was immersed in what he said just now and no one stopped him from leaving. Disperse. Disperse. Elder Chen Yang. You should also return. You can't blame Long Chen for what happened today. Xueqi made some arrangements and left with Long Chen. She still had many questions in her heart that she wanted to clarify with Long Chen. Actually, the people who stayed here also had many things that they didn't understand. What did Long Chen mean? The only one who lost face today was Situ Yu. Could it be that Long Chen meant that Chen Su was instigated by Situ Yu? Everyone recalled that Chen Su usually hung out with Situ Yu. After thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was really possible. If that was the case, the matter was very clear. Everyone roughly understood Situ Yu's personality. If he would do such a thing, it would really not be strange. Chen Su had been manipulated. However, everyone put this matter in their hearts. Situ Yu's grandfather, Situ Yao, was one of the 8 great elders. His power was monstrous and Situ Yu himself was the only alchemist in the demon race. These 2 identities already determined that not many people dared to provoke them. All of you, return. The people from the Thunder Clan were the first to leave. After the other people from the demon race understood, they also left one after another. However, no one went to comfort Chen Yang. To them, Chen Yang was just an innocent and pitiful person. In the end, Chen Yang was left standing there in a daze. He looked at the figures of Long Chen and the others leaving and clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his hands were popping out. In a dark place not far away, Situ Yu punched a tree trunk next to him. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the tree trunk and wood splinters fell down. That brat dodged it. But next time, I will definitely not let him escape. Also, why is that bitch Xueqi so close to that brat? Is it because that brat saved Xueqi? The anger in Situ Yu's heart grew stronger and stronger. No. Today's matter has already become big. I don't know if Chen Yang will find trouble with me. I better quickly go back and discuss this with grandfather. I hope grandfather can help me. After thinking about that, Situ Yu quickly returned to Cyanwood Sky City. At the same time, Long Chen, Xueqi and the others also returned to Cyanwood Sky City. At that moment, Xueqi caught up to Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes and asked, Long Chen, what did you mean by what you said just now? You're saying that Chen Su was instigated by Situ Yu to kill you? Is that not the case? Long Chen looked at him and said, You can't say things like that. Situ Yu isn't that kind of person. Besides, why would he instigate others to kill you? There's no conflict between the 2 of you. Also, you're saving my sister's life. Xueqi slightly frowned and said. Long Chen looked at Xueqi helplessly. His gaze moved to her towering chest and he ridiculed. Do you need me to say that you have big breasts and no brains one more time? Bastard, you're courting death. Xueqi clenched her teeth. She really wanted to beat this guy up. When they left, Xueqi said, Just let it go like this. It's best not to cause any trouble. If you cause trouble with Situ Yu, it won't be good for Yan or the demon race. Long Chen said, I'm not sick. If others don't cause trouble for me, I naturally won't cause trouble for others. All right. Why did you go to such a high place so late at night? Xueqi was a bit speechless towards Long Chen. Long Chen said, I'm practicing a battle skill that requires the power of the stars. So from now on, I'll go there every night. All right, you can accompany me at night. There was a saying that if you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer losses right before your eyes. Long Chen had tried it before. If Bai Lan suggested that Xueqi accompany him to practice, today's matter wouldn't have happened. So when Su Shui asked, Long Chen remembered it and asked her. Long Chen's direct words directly stunned Su Shui. She asked, You want me to accompany you every night? Then, a trace of redness appeared on her face. Chapter 749. Su Shui hesitated for a while. Hearing what Long Chen said, she knew that Long Chen didn't have any intention of getting close to her. She nodded and said, All right, I'll go accompany you starting tomorrow night. But what kind of magical battle skill are you cultivating? It actually needs the starlight in the sky. Long Chen thought, Bai Lan already knows that I have the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Su Shui will know sooner or later. When I cultivate, she will watch from the side. She will definitely see some clues. Thinking of that, Long Chen said directly, If I tell you, can you not tell others? So mysterious. Su Shui was stunned and said, If it's very important, it's better not to tell me. Don't blame me when I leak it. I have the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. I'm cultivating the 7 brilliant stars technique. Do you believe me? Long Chen said in a joking tone. I knew you were tricking me. Su Shui looked at him angrily. She wanted to punch him with her fist, but then she felt that it was inappropriate. So she put her hand down and glared at Long Chen. She said, Anyway, be careful. After that, the two of them left. Long Chen returned to Soyan's place. Su Shui's yard was actually just beside it. There was still a long time before daybreak, but because of Chen Su's disturbance, he couldn't cultivate the 7 brilliant stars technique today. So, Long Chen only needed to study the martial god monument diagram and time would pass very quickly. After Situ Yu returned to Xianwude Heavenly City, he hurriedly secretly went to his grandfather's place. The 8 elders were all at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. They had a very precious status in the Demon Clan. Other than Bai Lan, they were the most precious among the experts of the Demon Clan that came to the Primordial Cemetery. At that moment, Situ Yu stopped in front of an elegant wooden house with a nervous expression. He said softly to the inside, Grandfather, grandson Yu requests an audience. After a while, a hoarse voice came from inside. Situ Yao said, Come in. Situ Yu then carefully opened the door. This room was somewhat dark, and one of the 8 great sect elders, Situ Yao, was sitting in the center of the room. With a glance, one could tell that he was cultivating, and Situ Yu disturbed him at this time. So he glared at Situ Yu and said, What's wrong with you today? Didn't you lose enough face during the day, and now you still have the face to see me? Grandpa, please calm down. I have tried my best during the day, but the symptoms are too difficult to solve. Situ Yu said helplessly. Looking at his own grandson, Situ Yao sighed and said, What kind of trouble did you cause by coming to find me tonight? I heard an explosion in the sky just now. It must have been caused by you. Situ Yu looked a little embarrassed and said, It's not all my fault. Come on, I know you well enough. Tell me about what happened today. Let me hear what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into. Although Situ Yao was strict, he still loved his grandson very much at this time. So Situ Yu described what happened tonight from beginning to end. After he finished, he said with some anger, I didn't know that Long Chen actually had such a method. Chen Su was a level stronger than him. I thought he could easily kill Long Chen, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't be tortured to death. After listening, Situ Yao's face was very silent. He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes flashed with a burning light. He said word by word, Idiot, your courage is really getting bigger and bigger. Let me ask you, if you kill that kid and cause Soy Yan to lose her life, with Bai Lan's character, do you think he won't kill you? Situ Yu was scared, and explained, Give me another 10 days, I will definitely be able to successfully develop the pill, and he has no evidence to say that I killed him, and I still have Grandpa to protect me. Long Chen made me lose face today. I simply can't swallow this. Of course, I can also not kill him, but at least I have to teach him a big lesson. Who told this kid to run to such a high place in the middle of the night? It seems like he is absorbing the starlight to cultivate something. What did you say? Situ Yao's eyes widened, and his breathing became heavy. His eyes stared straight at Situ Yu, as if he wanted to swallow Situ Yu into his stomach. Situ Yu had never seen his grandfather have such a terrifying expression. He trembled in fear and said, I said that Long Chen is cultivating up there. Stars. 7 brilliant Star Lord. Situ Yao said these words decisively. A strange light flowed in his eyes. 7 brilliant Star Lord. What is that?
Ah, Grandpa, you're talking about one of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, the one who possesses the divine weapon 3000 Starfield.
Situ Yu's eyeballs almost popped out. He looked at Situ Yao with incomparable excitement and said somewhat incoherently. Situ Yao did not directly answer him.
Instead, he was silent for a while before saying, "Some time ago, there seemed to be rumors of the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance appearing. However, I've never heard of anyone obtaining the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord. This kid called Long Chen did some shocking things in the glazed gold domain. He even snatched the martial god steel diagram from the Foam Clan's princess. Furthermore, he needs to go to such a high place like Cyanwood Sky City to cultivate and absorb starlight. With such a grand cultivation, I'm 90% sure that he has already obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord."
That's impossible.
With that kid's appearance and pitiful strength, he will definitely obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord.
In terms of alchemy, he was suppressed by Long Chen. The only consolation was that his martial strength far surpassed Long Chen's. And now, according to Situ Yao, Long Chen had actually obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord. The inheritance of the demon god emperor had long been given to the demon clan. The inheritance of the White Lotus Fairy had long been given to the god clan. The importance of the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord was obvious. Whether it's the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord or not, I'll be able to confirm it tomorrow night. Situ Yao lowered his voice and said indifferently. He had already calmed down from his initial excitement. "Grandfather, if it's the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord, are we going to fight for it?" Situ Yu probed.
He realized that this matter had become bigger because of the 7 brilliant Star Lord.
"Fight? Ha! Brat, you know too little. Do you know that even we have guessed it? How could that old fox by lawn not know? Perhaps he already knew and just didn't want to tell us," said Situ Yao. "Doesn't that mean the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord will belong to the patriarch?" Situ Yu said unwillingly. "I'm guessing that Bai Lan already knew, but he didn't do anything. Now I know why. He's worried about his daughter's life. Bai Lan is decisive and powerful. He's good material to be the patriarch. His only flaw is that he values relationships too much. Whether it's his relationship with Lei Ji or his daughters, he values them more than anything else. Even if he knows that Long Chen has the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord, I don't think he would dare to take it." "If he doesn't take it, we'll take it." Situ Yu's eyes flickered with greed. He waited for Situ Yao to make a decision. However, Situ Yao remained silent. After a while, Situ Yao raised his head and looked at his grandson coldly. He said, "Child, do you know that if we kill Long Chen and take the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord, we will become enemies with Bai Lan? We might even become enemies with the demon clan. Do you think it's worth it?" Situ Yu was stunned. At first, he didn't think there would be such serious consequences, but now that he thought about it, it was very likely to be like what Situ Yao said. "Grandfather, I can't make up my mind either. However, if it really is the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord, it's really too amazing. If Grandfather can obtain that inheritance, he might be able to break through the Sky Martial Wall and successfully reach the Sky Martial Realm. With the 3000 star field, at least no one in the first layer of the Sky Martial Realm can be his opponent. You'll become an expert second only to Bai Lan and that person from the God clan." Situ Yu's words had the intention of tempting Situ Yao. Pa Situ Yao slapped Situ Yu and said angrily, "Boy, I know these things better than you. I don't need you to teach me. However, you're wrong about one thing. The experts that came to the archaic cemetery are not limited to Bai Lan and that person from the God clan. Do you think there are no warriors in the second layer of the Sky Martial Realm in the 5-Element Alliance? Do you think there are no warriors in the second layer of the Sky Martial Realm among ordinary warriors? Do you know who organized the 9-clan youth competition in 3 months?" Situ Yu was speechless. He didn't know any of these questions. So there are so many experts. Then, Grandfather, should we take the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord? Situ Yu said dully. Situ Yao was silent for a while. He looked at the sky full of stars outside the window and said, "Besides Bai Lan, among the 8 great elders, only we know that Long Chen may have the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord. This kind of rare opportunity is impossible to encounter again in my lifetime. If I miss this opportunity, it's equivalent to giving up." I've already reached the peak of my life, but if there's still a chance to move forward, no matter what challenges I encounter, no matter if it's life or death, no matter if it's the separation of family and children, no matter if it's the suffering of the people, I, Situ Yao, will not hesitate. Situ Yu was so scared that he took a few steps back. For the first time, he realized that his grandfather was actually such a terrifying person. It seemed that this usually low-key old man actually had such unwillingness in his heart. Grandfather, no matter what, I'll stand by your side. Situ Yu said excitedly. Of course, you're very smart. If I get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord, isn't it the same as you getting the inheritance? When I establish another Devil God dynasty, I'll let you pass it on to me. Grandfather, then it won't be the Devil God dynasty, but the Star Sacred dynasty. We'll even unify the Myriad Kingdom territory. Situ Yu was extremely excited. Chapter 750. Situ Yu was shocked. He didn't think that Chen Yang would actually come. Before, he was still thinking about telling Situ Yao about Chen Yang. After all, with Chen Yang's IQ, he definitely knew that his own death had something to do with Situ Yu. But why did Chen Yang come here? Of course, Situ Yu wasn't worried that the conversation between him and his grandfather was heard by Chen Yang. After all, he and Chen Yang were both warriors of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, and Situ Yao was at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Not long after hearing Situ Yao's words, the wooden door creaked open and Chen Yang, who had an ice-cold qi all over his body, walked in. His ice-cold eyes looked at Situ Yu, then bowed to Situ Yao and said, "Greetings, Elder." In the Devil God Imperial Court, Chen Yang belonged to Situ Yao's faction. That was why his son, Chen Su, was very close to Situ Yu. He originally thought that he could let his son have a good future, but he didn't think that he would harm his own son. Chen Yang, I know what happened today. Situ Yao went straight to the point and said. Chen Yang nodded and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere here was quite strange. Situ Yu looked at the two of them in confusion, not knowing what they were thinking. Xiao Yu is insensible and told Chen Su to teach that Long Chen a lesson. I didn't think that he would be so ruthless. This is all Xiao Yu's fault. Now, I will hand him over to you to deal with. If you want to kill him, do it. Situ Yao slapped Situ Yu and threw him in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang clenched his fist, looked at Situ Yu, then helped him up and said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I only want to see who killed my son and don't care about anything else. I came here today to ask Elder if there is any way for me to kill that brat. I reckon that he will still go back there to cultivate tomorrow night. With your true qi of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm and your many years of attainments in battle skills, killing him will be easy." Situ Yao said. Where else would he go? It just so happens that my son died there without a corpse left. I will also let him die there without a corpse left. Chen Yang clenched his teeth and said with an indifferent face, "Since you're my subordinate, I'll give you a gift." As he spoke, Situ Yao took out an item from his spatial ring. Instantly, a powerful ripple swept through the wooden house. Seeing this item, Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Army-piercing arrow, cloud-piercing bow, both high-grade king-level divine weapons. I didn't expect them to be in Elder Zong's hands. Put it away. No one knows that this thing is in my hands. I'll give it to you today. With the piercing cloud bow and the army-piercing arrow, you can kill Long Chen from a mile away. After you're done, put this weapon away and no one will know that you did it. You can also continue to stay here without anyone knowing. Situ Yao handed the two items to Chen Yang. Divine weapons of the same grade would have a difference of 10 to 10 times in terms of power. Among the high-grade king-grade divine weapons, the cloud-piercing bow and the army-piercing arrow were the more outstanding ones. They were famous in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. After putting the two divine weapons away, Chen Yang nodded and said, "Elder, since it's like that, I'll leave. After I succeed, I'll leave the demon clan. After all, the patriarch will know that I did it. If there's a chance, we'll meet again. Today, thank you for giving me the piercing cloud bow and the army-piercing arrow. Go." Situ Yao waved his hand and said. Only then did Chen Yang leave. After walking out of the wooden house, Chen Yang sighed helplessly. Father can take revenge for the person who killed you, but I'm afraid I'll have to wait a long time for revenge for the person who harmed you. After I leave the demon clan, I'll stay nearby. Don't let me get a chance. If I see you, Situ, moving alone, I'll definitely take your life. It wasn't that he didn't hate Situ. It was just that in front of Situ Yao, he didn't have the power to kill Situ Yu. Situ Yao handing Situ Yu over to him was just for show. If Chen Yang really made a move against Situ Yu, he would be killed by Situ Yao immediately. Situ Yao was an old fox through and through. After Chen Yang left, Situ Yu said with some doubt, "Grandfather, are you really going to give him such a precious thing? I've asked you for it for a long time. Moreover, if Chen Yang kills Long Chen, what about the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance?" Situ Yao laughed cruelly. "Haven't you heard of the saying? Old ginger is spicier. I'm only lending it to him for a day. It won't be too late for me to take it back after he completes what I entrusted to him. At the same time, I can also take back his life. Grandfather wants to kill him, but didn't he let me go just now and only targeted Long Chen?" Situ Yao had a face of confusion. Idiot! Who among those who dare to come to the primordial cemetery isn't a ruthless person? He said he can't touch you because he doesn't dare. If you let this guy stay, he'll definitely kill you with everything he has, Situ Yao said gloomily. So that's how it is. Situ Yu was speechless. Kid, you really have too many things to learn. After a pause, Situ Yao continued. Just wait and see for the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. Tomorrow night, that thing will fall into my hands. As for Chen Yang, he can happily be a scapegoat. Yes. Grandfather, what do you plan to do? Situ Yu asked curiously. I'll let Chen Yang kill Long Chen. Then I'll snatch the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance and kill Chen Yang instantly. There's no proof of this. Who would know that Long Chen has the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance? Who would know that I killed Chen Yang? Other than you, no one else knows that the cloud-piercing bow and the army-piercing arrow are in my hands. Grandfather is wise. Situ Yu could not help but raise his thumb. Compared to Situ Yao, he felt that he was simply too inexperienced. This kind of person was the most terrifying scorpion. While Long Chen was cultivating, he did not know that there was an undercurrent surging outside. There were still 9 days before he would need to give Xuyen another drink of dragon blood. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. In his free time, he would basically use it to cultivate. The Cyanwood Heavenly City had an incomparably abundant amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. It was a rare place to cultivate. This was probably the reason why the Thunder Demon Clan and Thunder Demon Clan occupied the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Cultivating here would allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Night quickly arrived and the day quickly arrived. When night arrived, Xueqi did not waste any time. She directly knocked on Long Chen's door and came in front of Long Chen. Today, she wore a valiant black training outfit. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked capable and experienced, yet she did not lose her charm. A delicate fragrance of a virgin blew towards Long Chen. It was refreshing and pleasing. It seems that you still remember me. Long Chen stood up and joked. Don't waste time. Go up and cultivate your 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. Let me see how powerful the inheritance of one of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is. Xueqi could not help but tease. Although Long Chen mentioned the 7 brilliant Star Lords yesterday, she did not take it to heart. In her opinion, he was probably just bragging. Long Chen smiled and did not say anything. After tidying up for a while, the sky was completely dark. The two of them did not say anything and directly headed towards the highest point of the Cyanwood Sky City in the dark. This time, Long Chen was much more careful. He used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to look around. After confirming that there was no strange person within a mile, he felt at ease and hurried on his way. What? With me here, you're worried that someone will come and disturb you? Xueqi twisted her soft waist as she walked beside Long Chen and said unhappily. Under the cold moonlight, her snow-white skin shone with a crystalline luster. Indeed, it was as beautiful as the snow under the starlight. The name by Xueqi was a very good choice. What are you looking at? Being stared at by Long Chen, Xueqi unnaturally turned her head away. She had a feeling that Long Chen's gaze did not have any good intentions. Long Chen laughed dryly. That's true. Princess Xueqi is the most outstanding young genius of the demon race. Her cultivation is comparable to the 8 great elders. With your protection, I'm certain that no one can harm me. You're asking for a beating. Xueqi scolded with a smile. She did not really hit Long Chen. Before, She had always disliked Long Chen. But after Long Chen saved her sister, her impression of him immediately changed. Now, she felt that this guy was actually quite interesting. At least, when she was with him, it was much more comfortable than when she was with Situyu. On the way, they casually said a few words. Then, Long Chen followed Xueqi to the highest point. Halfway there, Xueqi suddenly said, "Long Chen, I want to talk to you about something serious." "What is it?" Xueqi's expression was very serious. Long Chen did not dislike this girl, so he listened very seriously. Xueqi turned around and looked at Long Chen seriously. She gently moved her charming red lips and said, "I see that Yan Er seems to be very dependent on you. She always talks about you. Don't you think this is very strange? Yan Er is only 14 years old today." Long Chen was stunned. Then he suddenly understood and said, "You're saying that Yan Er might like me, right?" Xueqi nodded and said, "It's not that I said it, but I can see it. This time, it was you who pulled her out from the gates of hell. Moreover. Anyway, I just want to ask you, do you have the determination to stay in the demon race and become the son-in-law of the demon race? Do you have the strength to support the demon race? If you can't, I hope that you won't be so good to my sister. Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 751. Xueqi didn't expect Long Chen to agree so quickly. According to Long Chen's character, he should be very disgusted with Xueqi using this kind of thing to threaten him. From this, it could be seen that Long Chen really didn't have any feelings for Xueqi. To be honest, although Xueqi was not old, she was already a little beauty. In a few years, she would probably be as beautiful as Xueqi. Moreover, her cultivation and status were not any worse than Xueqi's. Such a girl should be sought after by ordinary people, especially Xueqi. This girl had a deep impression of Long Chen, so Xueqi felt that Long Chen should have some feelings for Xueqi. But thinking about it, it seemed that he didn't have any. She originally thought that Long Chen was just a small character with good luck. Once such a small character had a chance to climb up, he would absolutely not let it go. How could Long Chen be an exception? She was a little curious and asked, "You have someone in your heart?" A woman's curiosity was endless. Long Chen looked at her speechlessly and said, "I'm just here to cultivate. Why do I have to reveal this to you?" The more Long Chen said like this, the more curious Xueqi was. Their relationship was a lot better now, so Xueqi continued to ask, "Do you have someone in your heart or not? Can't you just tell me?" Long Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her. If he told her about the existence of Lingxi, this woman whose curiosity could kill a cat would definitely continue to ask. Long Chen was too lazy to talk to her, so he directly turned around and went up. "He doesn't want to tell me." Xueqi found it even more strange. She hurriedly chased after Long Chen, but she was suddenly stunned. She stopped, and her face immediately blushed. "He doesn't want to tell me. Could it be that the person isn't Yan Er, but me?" Thinking about this, Xueqi suddenly became nervous. She knew that her sister was interested in Long Chen. If Long Chen's thoughts were as she expected, then it would be a bit bad. What Xueqi didn't want the most was a fight between sisters for a man. "I must be thinking too much. This can't happen. We haven't known each other for a long time." Xueqi comforted herself and then chased after Long Chen. Once she caught up with Long Chen, they had already penetrated the clouds and arrived at a huge leaf. Long Chen sat down. So beautiful. Under the starlight, Xueqi looked at the sea of white clouds and let out a sigh of admiration. Yesterday, she had also come here, but she didn't carefully observe it. Now, she was completely immersed in this wonderful realm. Under the blue starlight, her white skin glowed faintly. For a moment, she was like a goddess. However, Long Chen didn't care about such a beautiful scene. If he knew that Xueqi would have such thoughts, he would definitely tell her that he only had Lingxi in his heart. Yesterday, he used the 7 glorious stars secret art. There was still a part of it that hadn't been completed. So when he arrived here, Long Chen calmed his mind and started to cultivate. "You've started cultivating so quickly." Xueqi was a bit speechless. Long Chen didn't care about her. She was a bit angry and made a face at Long Chen. Then she continued to look at the beautiful scenery and said, "This boy is working so hard. I can't fall behind." Wu Guangyu of the God Clan will probably get the Green Lotus Emperor's inheritance this time, but I didn't. I have to break through the Sky Martial Arts wall first and reach the Sky Martial Arts realm to suppress him. Otherwise, I will definitely lose to him in the 9-clan youth martial arts competition. If that happens, I won't be able to get one of the 5 Emperor keys. Thinking of this, Xueqi felt a lot of pressure. Father only has 2 daughters. In terms of cultivation, women are indeed slightly inferior to men. But among the young men of the Demon Clan, the strongest Situ Yu is far from being a match for Wu Guangyu and the young experts of the 5-Element Alliance. I can only rely on the lay brothers of the Thunder Clan. Thinking of this, Xueqi felt a bit helpless. She crossed her legs and prepared to start cultivating. At this moment, she saw a faint light pouring down from the 9 galaxies towards Long Chen. The starlight split into 5 and entered Long Chen's body through his 5 hearts. Xueqi then remembered why Long Chen wanted to cultivate here. What secret technique is this? Xueqi's face was full of doubt. She forgot to cultivate for a moment and focused on observing Long Chen. Endless starlight began to enter Long Chen's body. Suddenly, Xueqi's expression stiffened because she remembered what Long Chen had said before. Unless this kid really obtained the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords? That's impossible. The legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is so difficult. With this kid's ability, how could he obtain the legacy of one of the 7 brilliant Star Lords? Impossible, impossible. Even though she did not believe it, Xueqi had to admit that what Long Chen said might be true. Previously, when Long Chen said he could save Xueqi, Xueqi thought he was lying. However, reality proved that Long Chen had the ability. Long Chen also said he obtained the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. With his personality, there was no reason for him to lie. Then, Xueqi thought that Bai Lan, who was usually strict and concerned about her daughter, trusted Long Chen so much. Didn't all of this mean that Long Chen was a mystical person? Then there was nothing strange about him obtaining the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Over the past few days, Xueqi had already heard that Long Chen had obtained the painting of the martial god Steel. She really wanted to wake Long Chen up and ask him if the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords was real. However, he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, so Xueqi did not dare to do that. That's strange. If it's the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, why is Father so calm about something so precious? Compared to Long Chen, Father is a little unfathomable. He hangs out with Uncle Lei all the time and acts mysteriously. Who knows what he's up to? Last time, he even asked me if I wanted to get married. Seriously, Xueqi was speechless when she thought of her father, who was like an old urchin. As such, she decided not to cultivate at all. Instead, she stared at Long Chen. It's said that the 7 brilliant Star Lords have an extremely powerful weapon called the 3000 Star Field. It can use the power of the stars and shake the world. It's very powerful. With the 3000 Star Field, the 7 brilliant Star Lords are practically invincible in the Heaven Martial Arts realm. I wonder if Long Chen has obtained the legendary 3000 Star Field. It was said that the 3000 Star Field was an exquisite divine spear. Ordinary women had no resistance to beautiful things. Time gradually passed. As the starlight gradually surged into Long Chen's body, the starlight on Long Chen's body became denser and denser. Right now, Long Chen was completely enveloped by the starlight. He was like a brilliant formation floating in the night sky. Xueqi could even see brilliant runes condensing on Long Chen's body. There were specks of light on his body. When these specks of light combined, they formed Long Chen's weapon, the 3000 Star Field. Only when Long Chen cultivated the 7 brilliant star technique and possessed the 7 brilliant star origin could he use the power of the 3000 Star Field. Of course, every time it was used, it would consume a great amount of power. Long Chen's spiritual origin wasn't enough. By cultivating the 7 brilliant star origin, Long Chen could more perfectly use the Big Dipper steps and the 7 brilliant star constitution. At this moment, his 7 brilliant star technique was gradually taking shape. There were many blue specks of light in the Dragon Soul spiritual origin in his body. These blue specks of light were the 7 brilliant star origin. When the 7 brilliant star origin was completed, under Long Chen's control, the blue starlight on his body gradually disappeared. When Long Chen opened his eyes, he saw Xueqi standing in front of him excitedly. She blurted out, "Long Chen, you really obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords." Long Chen knew that the lady had finally believed him this time.
he said with a chuckle. Didn't I already tell you? He paused for a moment before saying, in this Cyanwood Sky City, only the patriarchs of the thunder and demon races know about it. The other one is you. The inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is extremely important. I only told you because I believe you. I hope you don't tell others about this. If others were to know about it, I believe a great disaster will befall me.
Long Chen's words suddenly touched Xueqi.
We've only known each other for about 10 days.
Why does he trust me so much?
He didn't even tell Yen, but he told me.
Upon thinking of this, Xueqi's mind turned chaotic. In her 20-odd years, she had never felt such chaotic emotions. It made her wish to escape. Long Chen obviously did not understand the thoughts of a woman. He had only told Xueqi because he wanted her to guard him during his cultivation. It would reduce trouble. When he saw Xueqi looking at him strangely, he asked, "What are you thinking about?"
No, nothing.
Xueqi hurriedly waved her hand. She was somewhat flustered. She suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Long Chen, I have a request. Can you agree to it?
What is it?
I heard that the 3000 star domain is very beautiful. I want to see what it looks like. Can you satisfy this little girl's tiny request? Towards the end, Xueqi used her ability to wheedle coquettishly to her father. Her sweet voice matched with her beautiful appearance. Long Chen was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, I beg you, don't do that. I'll let you see, all right? It's true. You're the best.
Xueqi jumped in joy. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.